once people get back to normal.
We've been in a bull market. We remain in a bull market. If anything, patterns are just magnified.
This is Bloomberg Surveillance with Tom Keene, Jonathan Farrow, and Lisa Abramowitz.
Good morning, everyone. Jonathan Farrow, Lisa Abramowitz, and Tom Keene. Bloomberg Surveillance. Thrilled you're with us on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. It was not the surprise of Moderna of the ratios. It was a surprise of how able they are to get the vaccine out. And, John, that lifts the market up. We almost made Dow Futures 30,000, SPX 3619. And it's a correlated lift, John, isn't it?
Maybe the lesson of this morning and the last 9 months is don't bet against human ingenuity. Morgan Stanley over the weekend said keep the faith, trust the recovery, keep the faith in the science. Last week it was Pfizer, this morning it's Moderna. The efficacy rate, 94.5%. That put a bid into this equity market. We had a bid all through last week. It was where the rally is, though, that gets people's attention. It's not the big cap tech. That story rolls away. The story that rolls up is small cap America, Tom, and the international value story as well. And that's the great debate of this very moment. The short-term problems, the issues across America, and the long-term hope that we get that vaccine.
Lisa, what do you see in fixed income? I mean, we talked about yield higher by ever so slightly, and we're not out to the yield, 0.97%, full faith and credit of November 9, I believe it was. But what do you see in IG and high yield as we see yield up, price down?
Well, you see yield up with full faith and credit government bond yields. You see yield down when you look at credit default swaps. You look at the implied measures based on derivatives this morning. Basically, credit risk is on. People are flooding into high yield debt. You saw yields reach record lows over the past few weeks, despite the fact that we are in a pandemic. The idea here is, frankly, edifying the Russell 2000 trade as well. The idea that smaller companies that need a bridge, that need a lifeline, will have that much easier of a time getting one, given this faith in the vaccine, Tom.
You know, John, we've been talking here, and we'll talk through the morning on Bloomberg Surveillance and Mr. Farrow's other properties as well, about this juxtaposition of the good news and the market up nicely, John, and then any number of headlines, whether it was Lieutenant Governor Hochul of New York, or there's the governor of New Jersey, John. You know, I was going to have you over to Thanksgiving, John. You can't come as we're going 25 down to 10.
Hang on a minute. Who are the 10?
The
Why
10?
don't I make the 10?
Me.
Who makes the 10?
Mrs. Keene. Vet Bill has 3 people coming. Afterthought has 2 people coming. And there's a couple wild cards in there, names I don't know.
Vet Bill's mates get the Thanksgiving seat ahead of me.
Bird.
Well, Vet Bill got the turkey, Tom.
Exactly. Vet Bill got the turkey. What do you call it? The Ramble out in Central Park. It was a bloody sight, to say the least. Drew Armstrong joins now.
We're not even going to pretend to like each other now for the rest of this program. Bring Drew in, please.
I'll do that. Drew Armstrong, Bloomberg News senior editor for healthcare, probably invited over to Thanksgiving. By that time, we'll be down to 5 seats at the table, not 10. Drew, it is amazing, the juxtaposition right now. What is your timeline for vaccine to the rescue?
You know, the timeline on this is good news this morning aside, which is really good news, is this is still going to be a little while. They've talked about, I believe, having a couple tens of millions of doses available in 2020 and much more than that in 2021. But the reality is that early on, assuming that these are allowed out for use by the FDA under an emergency authorization, they're going to go primarily to frontline healthcare workers, ultra-vulnerable people, and other folks in frontline positions. For the general public, you know, I'm a relatively healthy, soon-to-be 40-year-old, you know, probably waiting until sometime next year for access to these. But that said, I mean, cannot emphasize what important step and optimistic step this does appear to be.
So let's talk about the timeline for emergency authorization and how we will start to see life change as emergency responders and other individuals start to get inoculated.
Yeah, you know, so emergency authorizations, there's just to rewind a little bit here. The FDA, a normal full approval that the FDA would do, it typically would look at things like having 6 months of safety data, and the review would likely take a little bit longer, probably at least a couple of months. Under emergency situations, which I don't think anybody would argue that this pandemic is, they can lower their threshold slightly in terms of the data that they want to see in terms of something being safe and effective, which is how we've seen a lot of therapies test and soon vaccines come out onto the market. In this case, what they have been looking for is a degree of efficacy, which these two vaccines, the Pfizer one, the Pfizer-BioNTech one, and the Moderna one have easily passed, and then they want to see 2 months of safety data. We expect that the companies are going to apply for those emergency authorizations sometime in the next couple of weeks, and then they will also keep sending FDA safety and efficacy data as they get it. So we could see a vaccine being used maybe sometime in December. I think for most of us, it's not going to change things that much. If you're a doctor or a frontline healthcare worker or someone in a nursing home or otherwise super vulnerable, it may change things a lot.
Well, Drew, let's talk about adherence to social distancing at the moment and therapeutics and the development of them. Where are we with therapeutics? Because that's what we need to lean on heavily now for the next 30 days or so.
Yeah, that's going to be right, and probably longer than 30 days. I think it's worth stating that a vaccine does no one any good if it is in a lab or a freezer somewhere. Just because there is good vaccine data out there, it doesn't help anyone except for the folks in the trial who got it. You know, it does not change the situation on the ground. It does not make the disease any less dangerous. And, you know, if people think that they can all of a sudden, you know, go doing all the things that they used to do and that the world has changed, it is not. So that's why therapeutics are particularly important. We've seen two things happening. One, we've gotten a number of therapeutics, some of these antibody drugs from Regeneron, from Lilly. We obviously have the Gilead drug, remdesivir, which is an antiviral. And then, you know, the other thing that's worth noting is that medical care for this disease has gotten better. When this thing hit New York back in March and April, people had not treated this disease before. They did not know what they were dealing with, and we were learning on the fly how to treat patients with this disease. A lot of providers from all around the country flew in to help out New York, to their great credit. Those people gained a lot of experience with how to treat this disease, and the medical establishment also dispersed all the things that were learned around the world over the last several months. So, you know, your odds of surviving this disease as an individual are much better. I will also counter that by saying that this disease is also far more widely established, spreading far more rapidly in places of the country that have not seen it and that may not have the kind of healthcare resources of the places that got hit earlier. And so it remains very dangerous and still has the ability to swamp healthcare systems. And we're seeing New York-like situations in some places like Texas and in the upper Midwest with, you know, I mean, freezer trucks being used as morgues outside of hospitals. That is some very scary stuff.
Drew Armstrong, thank you so much for the briefing. The troubled Midwest, and we'll see how the East Coast does here with deaths and hospitalizations rising up a little bit. Right now, as we talk to Elisa Bramo, it's about the dynamics of two bond markets, full faith and credit, and everything else. Noel Coram joins us right now with Invesco, particularly on the credit space as well. Noel, I love what you say about hiccups, in that out there you wonder if we get jostled within fixed income, what happens to the price of these two worlds? What happens to credit if we get a hiccup?
Right. So especially in IG and high yield, we're looking at all-in record lows for yield. So there's not a lot of space right now for those hiccups that you're talking about. So we do think that it makes sense to diversify credit risk going into year end. We're not saying, you know, get anxious about selling here, but we are saying that it does make sense to diversify risk given the potential for some of those hiccups.
Noel, we can talk about how you would diversify in just a moment. Let's just talk about what a hiccup would actually be. Can you tell me what a hiccup would be that would actually lead to material spread widening in U.S. credit markets?
Right. So we are kind of looking at this in two major risks. We have the risks of the COVID cases rising, hospitalizations rising. We don't see it peaking out. Yes, the vaccine news is good today, but, you know, at the end of the day, we're still facing a pandemic, and it's not over. And then also we have the fiscal stimulus that, you know, we were 2 weeks ago talking about $4 trillion. And now it's going to be much smaller. And so if we don't actually get that money when the American people need it, that could also potentially weigh on growth and ultimately weigh on the credit market.
What you're saying, Noel, is different to what many people are saying. You are saying there are limits to how much we will tolerate in the next few months. That's very intuitive. That's not what we've heard over the last week or so from market participants. We've been told that we will just focus on the back half of 21 and the hope of a vaccine. Talk to me about those tolerance levels. You will talk to people in the market all the time, I assume, still. What are they saying to you? If 1 million COVID infections and breach in hospital capacity, or at least the threat of breach in hospital capacity in many areas across America right now isn't enough to lead to material spread widening, what on earth is?
So we think that, really, if we don't see the fiscal stimulus package come through in a meaningful way, in a timely manner, then that would be enough to create some volatility. Also volatility around the back and forth of, negative COVID headlines versus positive ones. While the vaccine headline today is a positive one, tomorrow when we get the, negative COVID news, it could not be. So when we think, while we're not, totally unloading our risk, we do think it does make sense here to be a little bit cautious because this war, is not over, and we still have a fiscal stimulus package that, states need, consumers need, small businesses need, and ultimately that has to get delivered.
Noel, there's an important distinction here between volatility in headlines, volatility in beta sentiment, and the alpha aspect, the idea of a concern about companies going bankrupt, being unable to finance themselves going forward. Which is the risk that you are concerned about with your caution?
So for us, we're thinking, more of a big picture. While there is a concern that companies are going bankrupt, there are likely to be some defaults. There already has been this year. We're not looking at, the numbers that we're in March, where it was around 28% expected defaults for 2020. But again, that's largely dependent on the fiscal stimulus package and that getting delivered.
Noel, great to catch up. Appreciate your insight on this market. A rare interview where someone is concerned about what's happening in the near term and what it means for this market. Noel Coram, thank you. Invesco Portfolio Manager. I joke a little bit. It is about that tug of war between the short-term risk and the long-term hope. The hope this morning fueled by the headline out of Moderna that we do have a 94.5% efficacy on their vaccine in development. Here's the price action for you. The Russell advances, the small caps are the winning trade over the last week. The Nasdaq is the losing trade over the last week. Tom, we talk about that losing trade. Let's talk about some single names. Zoom down by about 5% in early trading. United Airlines, which you mentioned a little bit earlier, up by a little more than 10% in early trading. That just gives you an idea of the shutdown versus reopening story that is bleeding through this market.
No, it's a guesstimate, John, but it all comes down to the aggregate demand, and it's rolled over. Lisa, I believe, mentioned five-year forwards below. Let's summarize that quickly, John. In the United Kingdom, there is a deflationary tendency. Europe is maybe flat as well, and then in the U.S., it's indeterminate. But right now, disinflation is in order.
Can we unlock some of that reflationary cyclical tilt with the hope of a vaccine as we work our way through some really difficult months in the United States of America? That is the trade that is being put on increasingly over the last week. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. Coming up next, Stephen Stanley of Amherst Pierpont, the chief economist from London and New York this morning. Good morning to you all. This is Bloomberg.
With the First Word News, I'm Rishka Gupta. There's word that another vaccine has been found to be highly effective at preventing the coronavirus. This time, it's Moderna that's out with details of a late-stage trial. The drug maker says its vaccine has 94.5% efficacy. Results also suggest the vaccine may block severe cases. The report comes a week after a similar vaccine developed by Pfizer and BioNTech was found to be more than 90% effective. The chairman of the Securities and Exchange Commission is stepping down. Jay Clayton will leave at the end of the year. Clayton is a former corporate deal lawyer who has led the SEC since 2017. His term is set to expire in June. President-elect Joe Biden's top coronavirus advisors say a national lockdown isn't on the agenda. One of them, former Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, says the preferred approach to fighting it is, quote, a dial that we turn up and turn down, depending on severity. U.S. case records have hit records over the past 2 weeks. President Trump could potentially tie the hands of Joe Biden when it comes to China. Bloomberg has learned the president plans several new hardline moves against Beijing in the remaining weeks of his term. The National Security Council says future presidents will find it politically suicidal to reverse what it calls President Trump's historic actions. And in sports, Dustin Johnson made history while winning his first Masters tournament. The world's top-ranked golfer shot a record 20 under par to win by 5 shots. It was the largest margin of victory at the Masters in 23 years. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Ritika Gupta. This is Bloomberg.
According to some estimates, a national lockdown costs $50 billion a day and hundreds of thousands of jobs every single day. Ideally, we won't go to a lockdown. I will not go. This administration will not be going to a lockdown. Hopefully, the whatever happens in the future, who knows which administration will be. I guess time will tell. But I can tell you this administration will not go to a lockdown.
Hopefully, whoever that administration might be. That was about as close as we got over the weekend to recognizing the future Biden administration. There was a tweet, then there was a retreat. There was that statement on Friday, and then there was the walk back shortly there afterwards as well. Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. This morning, what a morning we've got for you. It's a repeat of last week. Nasdaq negative, Russell small caps to the moon. Here's the price action. S&P 500 futures up 37. We add 1% to the record highs at the close from last Friday. We add a bit more weight to them. In the bond market, the sell-off fades. Yields are up 2 basis points to 0.9160%. Last Wednesday, high end of the range, 97 basis points. Right now, with 5 or 6 basis points south of that, Tom, we're not getting that big move in Treasury yields. Lisa pointed out early on, after the headline cross from Moderna, that 94.5% efficacy rate for their vaccine gives equities a boost. Treasuries, no big moves this morning.
Well, it's, after Pfizer, and the answer is we saw a huge move of Pfizer. Again, folks, I'm going to make clear that what this is about is deeply discounted sectors, deeply discounted categories, and they've bounced off that discount, but nowhere near their means of February 14th and before. Look at energy, look at banks and the others as well. We'll continue to monitor that. I'd suggest look at what matters in the mid-morning, and that is the open with John Farrow at 9 a.m. Right now, Emily Wilkins, Bloomberg Government. We just heard the president talk there about, well, the transition or the non-transition, as you'd like to put it. Emily, real simply, what will you listen for today in your Washington?
One of the big things to be listening for is that Biden and Harris are expected to address the nation on their economic plan, seeing what details are in there, what Biden continues to push. It'll be a little interesting to hear what he decides to speak about because he doesn't yet know whether or not Democrats will have control of the Senate. And that's going to impact exactly how much Biden can actually get done of his economic plan.
Okay, well, they got to get something done, and there's going to be a plan in that. But come on, General Milley's comments over the weekend were thunderous. I've never seen anything like that from a commanding officer of our military. You had the president just talking and on and on and on. What's your resolution through the week so this week doesn't become, say, the second week of January?
One of the things we'll be looking for is, definitely seeing what happens with the Trump campaign. We did kind of see him seem to initially admit that the Biden administration will be coming next over the weekend. Then we saw him walking back, saying the election was rigged, that he conceded nothing.
Oh, yeah, but Emily, Emily, I don't mean to interrupt, but simply who is advising the president, or is he all alone by himself?
There are a number of people who are still talking to the president within the president's inner circle. I think it's a lot of the same figures that you've heard, Jared Kushner, Rudy Giuliani, those types of individuals. And I think a lot is going to come down to seeing not just what the president says, but also what the lawsuits say. We saw the lawsuit change in Pennsylvania over the weekend to cut out a major allegation that Trump campaign people were not able to watch the count. And so I think that's kind of a sign on how the campaign is thinking about things and how they see their legal challenges.
Emily, we've been playing this silly game of trying to interpret the president's tweets and comments, not just for the past weekend, but for the past 4 years. And we're doing it again over the weekend, looking for a concession that isn't there. Can you just tell me when these states will start to certify their results?
So the official date is December 14th. That is when states are going to say, this is it. These are our electors, and sort of lock everything in. Another date to keep on is December 8th. That's when anyone who wants to contest the results for a particular state has to sort of get everything in by. So those are kind of the two key dates to watch. And I mean, obviously, we'll be seeing what happens in the next few weeks if the Trump campaign does sort of admit that the Biden administration is coming up next. And we're also going to keep a look on the GSA, that is that government entity that has to officially sort of push the button, give the green light, say, yes, this transition is happening, and that will sort of make things a little bit easier for the Biden team to get settled and get adjusted.
Emily, the market has moved on. The market has voted, and the vote is that Biden will be the next president, according to the lack of turmoil, frankly, in markets, despite the fact that some could say there still is somewhat of a contested election or it hasn't been called. Now the focus very much on the vaccines that are going to be coming out as early as later this year, potentially, and then next year. And then there's a question of fiscal support. Is that basically dead in the water based on your conversations with current Congress members in Washington?
I don't think anyone on Capitol Hill would necessarily classify fiscal support for COVID as being dead in the water. I mean, just on Friday, we heard Democratic Speaker Nancy Pelosi say that it was a top agenda item, that it's all hands on deck. We've seen similar things from Republican Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell. The question is, can they actually come to an agreement? And I think we might sort of see that this week because the House is back in session, the Senate is back in session, everyone's done with the election, and they're getting started, ready to legislate again.
Oh, then what are they going to legislate? I mean, I'm absolutely fascinated by that statement, Emily. They're going to legislate what? The answer is we don't know until Georgia, right?
Well, not really. I mean, we do have a government. The government does need to be funded past the December deadline.
Yeah.
Like, we're headed towards a government shutdown right now, so they're going to have something on that. And I mean, I think that there is a momentum on either side to potentially get something done with coronavirus stimulus. I think there's a question onto whether or not that will be done, but I think it's fair to say that that's something that lawmakers are at least going to be trying to work on in the next few months.
Emily, do you sense there is a concern in Washington about governors now introducing more restrictive policies? In the conversations that you're having with people on Capitol Hill, do you sense that concern?
I think to a certain extent, throughout this pandemic, the federal government has sort of looked to the states and state governors to be the ones to sort of mandate for their own citizens what they're going to do. I don't think this is a big change in terms of what we've seen. I think this is a bit of a repeat from what we saw back in the spring when governors started talking about a lockdown. I don't think this necessarily changes anyone's prerogative on Capitol Hill of whether or not stimulus does need to get done. But I think it's definitely something that people are watching to see how governors respond and to what degree they view the threat.
Emily, great to catch up, as always. Emily Wilkins there of Bloomberg Government. Tom, that's the story, isn't it? If the governors start to introduce more restrictive policies, if they start to inch towards lockdowns that look even remotely like what we had back in March, April through May, then surely that just forces the issue down in Washington, D.C., whereby they've got no choice whatsoever but to push through a bill. Yeah, the only thing that forces the issue to me is a jobs number turnaround, unemployment rate turnaround, and also, John, the sheer hardship of income substitution going away. What's interesting to me, John, it's radically different than what we're experiencing in the United Kingdom. To me, that's the polarity right now between across the Atlantic, I should say. Well, the stay-at-home restrictions this time, Tom, are advisories. They're not orders, and that's the shift. How on earth do you tell someone they've got to stay at home and not work if you don't replace their income? I don't see how you can do that. And I don't see why anyone's going to follow that if you can't. That's where you'll get finally something to act here. You know, again, and Greg Vallier's got the math this morning, as do many others as well. We're going from trillions of dollars of aid down to one-ish, even under one-ish, if you believe the Republicans. And most of the experts we talked to, John, say that really doesn't move the needle. The news this morning moves the needle. Moderna, 94.5% efficacy. The stock up by 12.4% in pre-market trading. Laura, Lisa, rather. I'm not sure why I've called you Laura. That's the story in the equity market. I love that. That's not a story from the weekend. Just be sure about that.
Thank you.
Lisa, in the equity market, we advanced on Moderna by about 12.4%. The story of this rotation, can you get that durable move if the bond market doesn't participate. And as you said an hour and 25 minutes ago, right now this morning, the bond market's not playing ball in a big way.
And what I'm wondering is how much is this a bet that there will be reduced fiscal support as a result of the optimism around vaccines, and how much is this, to your point, simply an unwind of other positions, and the bond market's already been through that?
Laura, Lisa, Laura, what am I doing
You're killing it, John.
What happened?
John,
What
you're
happened
just digging
with Laura
yourself
over the
a hole.
weekend?
John, I got so
know.
much response
Don't
on this. I mean, Lisa's doing Chinese takeout for Thanksgiving, but John,
Yes,
you
I
and
am.
John, it's a new thing. Thanksgiving Zoom. We can do it.
I would love to do that with you, Tom.
You know,
I'd love to do that.
I just zoom
I think
right
this would be
in.
the 4th or 5th Thanksgiving we've done together, but this one will be over Zoom. That's
Zoom.
fun. A couple of years back, it was Laura, you and me doing
Yeah.
Thanksgiving
It was.
together.
Yes,
I hear
was.
Laura's
That was nice.
Laura.
great.
That was nice.
Yeah, she arrived sober.
She's-
So how many times a day do people ask you when your vaccine is going to be available?
Yes, well, that's definitely a very regular question, whether it's from employees, customers, media, or my mother.
The outlook for the economy is extraordinarily uncertain and will depend in large part on the success of efforts to keep the virus in check.
They're torturing themselves to explain that they're there, ready, willing, and able.
The Fed has basically done all it can do, with the exception of extreme emergency measures.
Valuations, particularly, sort of the technology landscape, have gotten to some pretty extraordinary levels. So I think it's not a surprise. I don't think it's any indication of the beginning of the end, but I do think markets don't like uncertainty.
From London and New York, this is Bloomberg Surveillance. Good news on the vaccine front. Last week, Pfizer, this morning from Moderna. What does it mean? More fuel for the small caps bid. The Russell up by 2.21%. The Nasdaq down by 1/3 of 1%. That spread reopens again. That rotation is back on. In the bond market, you want to see that supported move into financials for value, for the cyclicals to pick up. Do you need the bond market to play ball? Right now, it's not really. Curve steeper, yields are higher, but just by a little bit, up 2 basis points to 0.91%. Last Wednesday, we topped out at 97. Another thing that's not playing ball, switch up the board and get to foreign exchange. This has been the story of the last week for me. If you have that improving cyclical appetite, if you have that move into international equities, that bid into Europe, what's going on with the euro? Negative 1/10 of 1%. Euro dollar 118.25. Tom, I keep coming back to it. I keep beating this drum because this is the trade that just does not fit neatly with the story we've been told over the last several weeks and months.
Pacific Rim currency pairs, John, out to new highs here about 2 hours ago, and they've ebbed away as well as we see Dow futures move up 500 something down to up 485, 1.7% move. Right now, and this is really important on a Monday, let's recalibrate the American economy. He is award-winning. Stephen Stanley with Amherst Pierpont does wonderful work with the conventional function Y equals C plus I plus G plus whatever the export noise is. Steve Stanley, what matters right now within that equation?
Well, I think consumption has really been the star of the show, and that's what we're looking at. I mean, consumer has held up much better than I think most people expected through the pandemic, and now with renewed restrictions and kind of cuts in mobility a little bit, I think there's obviously some concern about whether the consumer can continue to get back toward normal over the next couple of months.
Give us a calendar of the need for income substitution. Benefits, I guess, 1231 disappear for many, but how urgent for you is income replacement right now?
Yeah, I think we're in a different place than we were in the spring. I mean, in the spring we put forward the $600 a month unemployment benefits as well as a round of rebate checks for everyone. And I think at this point, the whatever income replacement we do probably needs to be more targeted. So I think the idea of continuing the unemployment benefits, certainly, continuing them beyond mid-year or the end of the year, but also maybe putting forward another bonus. It doesn't necessarily have to be $600, but perhaps $300 or $400 or whatever. Makes a lot of sense because there's still plenty of people who basically can't work because of the pandemic. I'm not sure that we need across the board help the way that we got in the spring. So that, to me, that's the key distinction.
And Stephen, this is a really important nuance because right now we're looking at American consumer finances that are the best shape in decades. People took these checks, they paid down their debt, they don't have anywhere to go to spend money, and so you're seeing really, really good balance sheets, but that's an aggregate. What is the long-term economic consequence of the lower tier of workers who are seeing their jobs get cut at a faster pace and who don't have the same kind of cushion even after the round of stimulus?
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously those are the sorts of people that have to live paycheck to paycheck. So the loss of a paycheck means a lot more for someone in that financial situation than it would for, someone that has a nest egg. And I think, again, that's why there is, in my view, there is urgency to make sure that we're providing ample support to that group of people, the people who are unable to work and need the money right away. I think, maybe the urgency for the rest of the population isn't as great. I mean, we certainly made up over half of the jobs that were lost during the lockdown. So there are a lot of folks who were out of work in the spring who are back, but there's still plenty who are not. And I think, those are the folks that we want to try to take care of, and especially now that we have a sense that perhaps it's only a few more months. Maybe the vaccines are broadly distributed by the spring, and things can get back to something much closer to normal at that point. So if I'm a lawmaker at this point, it makes it easier, I would think, to say, okay, well, we can support people for 3 or 4 more months, but it's not an indefinite thing anymore.
Stephen, let's talk about the economic data. Tom mentioned the Asian currencies doing tremendously well recently. The data out of China, fantastic, decent again this morning. I don't think it's ever too early to talk about payrolls for this month when it comes out in early December. Stephen, what are you comfortable forecasting at this point, given the direction of travel with economic restrictions coming up across America?
Yeah, I would say most likely that we're going to see another deceleration, and this one could be more significant than what we've seen over the last couple of months. The pace of growth was fairly steady over the last 2 or 3 months, I would say, certainly in the private numbers. You're probably going to see a slowdown, obviously, with the virus having picked up. But I would say, we've seen a flurry of new restrictions put in place over the last week or so. And so my guess is, last week was the payroll survey week. So my guess is that whatever slowdown you're going to see in the pace of job growth over the next several months is more likely to be clear in December than in November. I think we'll get some slowdown perhaps for November, but then maybe a more significant one on the back of some of these virus restrictions in December.
Let's add to this then, Stephen, and think about the fact that this economy has had the stress test, a severe one, back in spring. Can you model what it might look like when you get the same stress test again? You have it once, you get it a second time, and how corporations and individuals might respond, maybe differently?
Yeah, I think the one thing is that people have kind of gotten used to the new reality. So if you think about, for example, manufacturers, they closed their plants for almost 2 months, and then when they came back, they had to retool their operations to provide for a more socially distant workplace. And having done that, I think it makes it far easier now because they've already kind of adjusted. So really, I think the bulk of the adjustment that needs to be made now is just kind of dialing up and back the degree to which people are getting out and about, the mobility and the level of contact that people are having. And so that does affect restaurants and high-contact industries like that. But I think the bulk of the economy, the rest of the economy, hopefully has already made the necessary adjustments and won't be disrupted too badly in the current situation.
Steve, is the stock market linked to your world?
I think I would look at it as a gauge of sentiment. And I think, clearly at this point, it seems to me that the stock market is looking through, or investors are looking through the current bad news and into, the prospect of an effective vaccine at some point next year, and then getting back to something closer to normal over the course of 2021. That doesn't do anything for us today in terms of the number of cases and hospitalizations and deaths, but it certainly suggests that people are hopeful that things will get back to something closer to normal as we move into 2021.
Stephen, there is some hope in this market this morning, that's for sure. Stephen Stanley there of Amherst Pierpont. Thank you, sir. Let's talk about that hope and the fuel that goes into that hope this morning. Moderna, 94.5% efficacy in their trials of their vaccine, follows Pfizer last week at 90%. And this is what happens in this market, Tom Keene, up 13% for Moderna this morning. Small caps get a bid, big tech does not.
Well, yeah, it's a shift that's going on, and you look at the Morgan Stanley note out yesterday where they lift up their targets. People, John, are really beginning to recalibrate. I want to go back again to the way we're seeing people lift up 7%, up 6%, whatever the single-digit move is. I really question if that's framed into people's minds right now. They're buying, but they're just buying to be on board. They're not buying to go to a reachable target yet.
Morgan Stanley, 3,900 year-end 2021. And Lisa Abramovitz in the mix with that call is a call on a bond market for a higher 10-year yield. This morning, as you said, right at the top of the program when that headline came through, Lisa Abramovitz, we are not getting that move in that bond market that some people might have thought you might get.
And it's actually rolling over. It's actually even more muted now. You've got barely any move at all at this point on the 10-year yield, which is very interesting, especially with the Morgan Stanley call, I believe, of a 1.45% 10-year yield by the end of next year. The bet here, perhaps longer-term growth doesn't escalate that much. Perhaps we return to a new normal that is still slower growth with a whole lot of debt and an overhang still from the pandemic, John.
In just a moment on this program, we're going to turn to a panel at the New Economy Forum. And on that panel, Tom, will be Blackstone's Steve Schwarzman. In the news over the weekend in the Financial Times, because there was a call of business leaders, and Mr. Schwarzman was one of those participants on that call. The Financial Times reported over the weekend that he defended the president's right to challenge the results and questioned the results out of Pennsylvania and the process through which the count went through, Tom, over those several days after the vote. It was an interesting defense of the president at a time when Lisa asked the question, who has the president's ear? That is an individual that has the president's ear and has done for much of his term.
Well, I want to make clear here, John, and all the principles within this important article by Andrew Edgecliffe Johnson, we speak to, you and I, on surveillance, on the open, on the real yield and all. Mr. Schwartzman, but also lower in the article was the uproar at this meeting put together by Jeff Sonnenfeld of Tim Snyder, who is not inflammatory, but is an academic who speaks his mind. And Professor Snyder, John, was talking coup-ish, and Mr. Schwartzman really pushed back against that and simply said, we have a democratic process. And then Blackstone put out a statement very, very clearly, this is Steve's opinion, et cetera. But I think the way it was spun over the weekend was a little unfair to Mr. Schwartzman.
Well, there's 2 points that Mr. Schwartzman, according to the Financial Times, and I'm not privy to the conversation they had, I'm literally just going on the FT's reportings. There's 2 points here, Tom, that are made in the story. Point one is that the president has a right to challenge the results and go through the legal process. And, of course, he has that right to do that. That's point one. The second point was when he questioned participants on that call, according again to the Financial Times, and asked them, did they not find it surprising that early votes in Pennsylvania had favored Mr. Trump, quote, only for later counts to tip the state in Mr. Biden's favor. Now, as we know, the process of the count, Tom, it started with the votes that were made on the day, and then the mail-in ballots were counted, which skewed heavily to Vice President, now President-elect Joe Biden. And it's the second point that seems to be more controversial. The president absolutely has a right to go through the legal process, Tom, and challenge these results if he so wishes. It's the second point about the count, which implies some kind of fraud, that is questionable.
Yeah, okay, that's fair, but I want to make clear this is, again, one line in an article versus reading the whole article. Brian Roberts of the Roberts family of Philadelphia and Comcast defended and explained within Mr. Sonnenfeld's call how they do things in Pennsylvania. And yes, Steve said something with his support of Mr. Trump and also congressional Republicans down the ticket. Yeah, he said something that was a little controversial, but I thought the article was much more balanced than what the uproar was out on social media against Mr. Schwartzman and indeed indirectly against Blackstone.
I couldn't agree, Tom, but that just comes down to how people behave on social media and whether people actually
that's the point. It's
read
just
the article or not.
It's like, John, when you go after me on social media, I mean, people don't know the whole story, which we're actually on speaking terms.
Really?
Just about. For this program for 2 hours with Lisa mediating quite often and trying to separate the two of us when things get a bit dicey.
30 seconds.
Alongside Tom Keene and Lisa Abramowitz, I'm Jonathan Ferro. I'm pleased to say we can now cross over to the Bloomberg New Economy Forum. Like many things this year, just a little bit different. The third annual event is going virtual for conversations on global importance of finance, trade, climate and health. Beginning today, and right now we take you to that panel on how low-income essential workers have suffered disproportionately in the COVID-19 lockdowns. On that panel, as we suggested, Blackstone's Stephen Schwartzman and IBM's Ginny Rometty. Let's take a listen.
The low-skilled, but actually affects quite a broad middle majority, the middle class, in most advanced societies, certainly. A long period of relative stagnation of incomes, diminishing jobs in the middle, which we're all familiar with, the polarization of the job market. And for large countries, particularly outside of the metropolitan areas, just a gradual loss of hope that slip sliding away, as Paul Simon put it in the 70s. And then you have the problem much lower down, because most of the job creation in a whole range of advanced economies, I mean, some have avoided this, like Singapore and Sweden and a few other countries, but most of the job creation has been in relatively insecure service sector jobs, low skill, lower productivity, and more insecure jobs. And that's a major new problem that we didn't have 20 or 30 years ago. And coupled with that is a loss of a sense that you can actually move up in the old way. In other words, if you start off from the bottom, you actually have a chance of a middle-class life. And there was a pathway. And I think that that hope and that set of aspirations is now also diminished. So we've got those two things at the same time, and they're slow burn problems. One that presents itself to the middle class, and the second, which is that those who are lower down no longer have that hope and that sense that they can actually make it, and there's a very clear pathway to make it to a middle class life. So when we address the problems of COVID, we can do it in a way that also addresses these longer, slower burn problems. And I think that two major interventions, when you think of government, and frankly, when you think of the private sector as well, revolve firstly around that intersection of learning and work, getting a spiral back in the system, a spiral of learning, skills accumulation, job progression, career stability. And there's a whole set of issues that I'm happy to talk about later that have to come with a new way we've got to think about learning and work, that go back to educational institutions, that go to industry norms and certification, competency-based certification of skills, a whole set of issues to do with public funding. How do you actually fund lifelong learning? How do you make it convenient, time and place for blue-collar workers? How do you accumulate human capital, not just for the professionals and the ones who already have it, but human capital for the ordinary worker? How do we think in LinkedIn terms about ordinary workers, blue-collar workers? And second, we've got to think a lot harder about public goods, investment in public goods. In other words, not just the traditional solutions to inequality, which involve one form or another of redistribution. You're going to need redistribution, but that isn't going to change the game fundamentally. We need a new era of investment in public goods, educate everything from basic science R&D to training infrastructures, even frankly, to thinking about just investments in infrastructure, because that's going to create jobs, that's going to create opportunities. So refocusing budgets, refocusing fiscal policy on investment in public goods to broaden opportunities, to broaden job growth, and to create that sense of optimism that unites people. I think that's the second major priority.
Well, you have just basically done my job and set up the entire rest of the panel. So thank you for that, Tharman. It was interesting speaking with each of you and your teams leading up to this. Education is clearly a focal point for each of you. So I want to start there. Jenny, tell us about new-collar workers. This is something you've spent a lot of time on. How do we think about them differently, and how do we educate them differently?
Well, I would like to just commend the minister as well as he set this up, because this is something we got involved in about a decade ago, and it was for the reason that you could begin to see the digital economy would not be inclusive. There would be far too many have-nots versus haves, and this would revolve around having the right skill to work in a new job and have it quick enough. And so, as you see with COVID, and then with all the issues around racism and systemic racism that have evolved, this has just escalated this issue that was, as the minister said, on a slow burn. So what we set out and coined a term new collar, so it would have a positive connotation. We said we had to offer a new pathway for people into our company, not just a traditional four-year degree. And so new collar was meant to be, you could start, it wasn't white collar, it wasn't blue collar, and those connotations with it. It would be about a new collar job so that you could start without a four-year degree. And there are many new jobs that live at this intersection with technology, cloud computing, cyber skills, that you could get started. And what you'd have to believe as an employer is in three different paradigms. And I think in some ways, Jason, this would be my definition of a new social contract. One would be, I would have to hire based on skills first versus degrees only. Meaning I'd hire you because you had some skills that you had built in some way. The second paradigm is I'd have to offer a new pathway. The minister used that word as well. So in other words, perhaps you've come from a 6-year high school, which is what hopefully we'll talk about. We got very involved around the world in this. And then the third paradigm would be as an employer, I offer you employability. While I may not guarantee you employment, I can offer you employability, meaning the ability to constantly build the skills that you can have a very good job. Because the issue here is going to become quality jobs, not just any type of job. So that led us down a path of what is a public-private partnership with high schools and community colleges around the world to build and say, how fast could we go to underserved communities and pull people into the middle class for the first time? And we now have a pipeline of almost 200,000 students coming through.
It's so interesting to think about that and to think about it from the perspective of a company like IBM, and then to shift immediately, as I'm about to do, to a company like McDonald's, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of workers around the world. And Chris, you know, you and I were talking before we came on. We all know McDonald's. We know a Travis Scott collaboration. We know your new pastry line. I was talking to you about that from a personal perspective. But we often don't think about what a massive employer you are, and also the types of employees, which I think is really important. And I wonder what you have thought about over this past year and what this inflection point means for you, especially in terms of looking at the types of people who ultimately work at your franchises.
Yeah, thank you, Jason. It is an area we think a lot about. Just to put it in context, McDonald's is the second largest private employer in the world, our system. We employ about 2 million people. And I think Tharman touched on it. You know, we are in the heart of the service sector. The service industry is critical overall globally. I think about half of jobs are in the service sector. 80% of jobs in the U.S. are in the service sector. So it's an area for us that is mission critical. I think, you know, the premise of our company was built on how do we figure out pathways for people within the system to become potentially either restaurant managers, franchisees, company employees. And so we have a number of people who have progressed through their career that way. But most people that come in through McDonald's, and I would say that they typically start under age 25, and then they go on to do something else. And we have about 500,000 former crew that are now teachers. We have about 125,000 now that are nurses. We have about 2.5 million that started their own business. And we've found that it's not one solution that we need to offer. We need to offer a range of different things, everything from English under the arches, life training, life skills. You know, we have a significant number of crew that are unbanked. So how do we provide people with just, you know, some of the basic sort of financial understanding and capabilities? So I think those have been things we've been working on for a while. With the pandemic, to your question, you know, we've had to spend a lot more time, frankly, thinking about the public safety element of it, and how do we keep our crew safe through all of this. And I think that's become that's sort of an evolving area of consciousness that I think that all employers are thinking about. It's not just about providing good opportunities, good wages, but there's now, I think, a much higher level of appreciation and understanding on the safety component. And, you know, we have, I think, like everybody, learned through this because we were initially not set up to think about, you know, running our businesses from an almost a public safety standpoint. And so things like PPE and transition or transmission rates and R0 and all those things, you know, we're now having to deal with those, which is why we've done a partnership with the Mayo Clinic because, you know, we view that as going to be something we're going to have to be dealing with and thinking about for the foreseeable future.
And so, Steve, I want to turn to you because you see the landscape from a number of different perspectives. Obviously, as the chairman of a global investment firm, as someone who is counseling world leaders all the time, from an economic and from a market perspective, one of the ways that we're seeing inequality for workers and others really manifest is in what people are increasingly calling the K-shaped recovery. We have seen the market do very well amid a very troubled world. What do we need to do to solve for that?
Well, I think, Jason, there are a number of things on the table that Tharman basically set. And there are two or three things I'd like to address. First, in terms of education, which is the key. I was in China about 2 years ago talking with a senior person there who said they were going to be delivering computer science education to 100% of their population. As we go more and more digital in the United States, we probably, in our large public high school, public systems, probably have around 5% of the people learning computer science. Not everybody in China is going to be a computer science but they're going to be exposed. We have to upgrade our education system to be competitive on a global basis. On a broader basis, on some of the issues that Ginny was mentioning, I've said to you before that we need a Marshall Plan for the middle class. We need to make sure there's enough income for people, and the $15 minimum wage adjusted for different parts of the country, implemented over different time periods, perhaps, is sort of something that gives more of a living wage and also pushes up compensation, not just for those people, but for the people above them that are probably hit 30% of the workforce. And education, for me, is the key. Education is the passport for a better life. And to do that, we need to have great teachers. We also need to look at different ways of educating, as Ginny mentioned. But in terms of teaching, we've all had great teachers, and they make a difference in our lives. And I think what we ought to do is have teachers be the only group of workers in the United States, if you will, who don't have to pay tax. And the reason I suggest that is it will mark them apart from all other types of employment as a valued class. It'll also increase their after-tax compensation significantly, so we can attract more of the best and the brightest to help us move in that direction. And we also need to help our population around the world. We need the business community deeply engaged in the school systems to provide apprenticeships and other types of ways where, as Ginny mentioned, not everybody has to have advanced degrees, but if they're linked into the business community, they'll have a place to go to work. They won't be lost. They'll be taught increasing levels of skills. And if you start putting these things together, you're going to really start to be able to make a dent in some of the pessimism that I think was described that regular people sometimes feel in the changing workforce that we're all living in.
Right. So, Jenny, let's talk about that, because I'm fascinated by this program that you have, PTech, I believe that it's called, that as I read it, essentially says from a high school, from a secondary school perspective, we're kind of doing it wrong. I mean, this is a really, I would say, and correct me if I'm wrong, somewhat radical approach that if widely implemented could really change the way we think about education, not just from a college level, but going even earlier than that. Tell us a little bit about why this could work, or why it does work.
Well, it does work, actually. And in fact, the very first school we started was in Brooklyn, and it was when Mike was mayor, actually, Mike Bloomberg. And it was just a bit of an experiment there. But now
a set of executives in a very, very changed world, from the service sector of McDonald's to the technical cloud challenges of international business machines, and over to Mr. Schwartzman's efforts in finance, we'll say, the challenges of the pandemic, that at our New Economy Forum, and we thank you for staying through that. We've got much more coming up through the morning, and part of it is the lift in the markets off the vaccine news from Moderna. Ebbed back a little bit. Dow was up 520 points. Now we're up only 430 points, still a 1.5% move. We've got much more coming up. Jonathan Farrow drives forward the conversation on TV. Paul Sweeney drives forward the conversation on radio. I don't know who I'm joining. Am I joining Farrow or Sweeney? I don't know.
Both.
Lisa, let me know
Zoom.
at some point.
That's
it's
what
a gloomy
Zoom's for.
day in London. This is Bloomberg. Good morning.
From New York and London for our audience worldwide, good morning, good morning. The countdown to the opening bell starts right now with 30 minutes until that open. Equity futures advancing, the rotation is back, and that's where we begin with the big issue. Vaccine optimism paving the way for record highs.
The vaccine news, the market is close to a high now.
Infections are rising globally.
The virus continues to surge.
Markets try to look through that.
We've had this sort of double catalyst.
Markets are still going higher.
Market participants are anticipating the likelihood of a vaccine.
The vaccine will come.
The vaccine is really the game changer here.
That's the perspective you should have.
Let's bring in Bloomberg's Kelly Lyons and Sarah Ponczek for more, shall we? Kelly, let's start with you. We've got to start with the vaccine news. Pfizer last week, Moderna this morning.
Yep, good news this morning from Moderna, John, but we also have to couple the good news with the bad news. The U.S. surpassing 11 million COVID-19 cases yesterday after increasing by 1 million in just a single week. That is a growth rate of about 11%, and the death toll is now approaching 250,000. As a result, you're seeing states across the country moving toward more restrictive measures. Just this morning, New Jersey lowering gathering limits for both indoors and outdoors, and over in Michigan, the governor imposing a temporary partial 3-week lockdown starting Wednesday that will see high schools temporarily closed as well as indoor dining and other things shut down. But there is good news, as you alluded to this morning, John, and that comes from Moderna, their vaccine candidate proving highly effective in preliminary analysis of a late-stage trial involving 30,000 people. It prevented infections in nearly all of those 30,000 people, an efficacy rate of 94.5%. And the other notable thing from Moderna this morning, John, is a longer shelf life of about 30 days for that vaccine. Again, those are just preliminary results. We expect the final data toward the end of this month, but both Moderna and Pfizer, which, as you said, did also post positive results last week, are expected to seek emergency use authorization from the FDA if further study proves the vaccines are safe. Now, as far as who could ultimately get those vaccines, John, well, the U.S. does have agreements with both companies to receive tens of millions of those doses, as well as the U.K., Japan, and the EU, but it is a relatively small group of countries, that will have access to these shots, John.
Kelly, great work as always. Thank you. That's the positive news. It feeds into a market that once again has a little lease of life on the cyclical rotation we talked about all last week. Equity futures advanced on the S&P. On the Nasdaq, we fade away. On the Russell, to the moon. Sarah Ponczek has more. Hey, Sarah.
Hey, John, we need a new moniker, not just Merger Monday, but now Vaccine News Monday. Last week, Pfizer, this morning, Moderna. And as you said, it's inspiring rotation part 2. First, if we look at Moderna shares, though, as of last Friday, already up more than 350%. Well, this morning, we have a new record for Moderna. If we look at shares currently up close to 14% in pre-market trading. But if we look at equity futures, what are we looking at? Rotation part 2. That's the one. Like you said, Russell 2000 to the moon. No, we're not seeing the same move as last Monday. Last Monday, we saw Russell 2000 futures 7% limit up, but still a very strong boost. Meanwhile, we see the Nasdaq 100 turn negative. The Nasdaq 100 is in the red. But as you're looking at here, safe havens, though, are in the red, too. Investors moving out of safe havens. Very notable, though, if you look at 10-year Treasury yields, only at 90 basis points or so. Not anywhere near to the 97 basis points that we did reach last Monday throughout the week last week. So we're not seeing as much of a bid head out of the bond market. Crude, though, at the highest in September at 41.93. But if we switch up the board and now take a look at equity futures, that rotation that I was talking about, the Russell in the green, the Nasdaq in the red, as you see it there, reminiscent of what we saw just last week. We also see a very large bid to the Dow, too, up more than 1.5%. So the question is, last week, the question was, is the rotation here to stay? Well, as we see the new Moderna news, at least it's inspiring another run at the rotation yet again, John.
Sarah, thank you. Awesome, as always. So we've got 26 minutes into the opening bell. We've got the Russell outperforming. Feels familiar. We saw this last week. Moving the bond market just does not stack up. As Sarah pointed out, 97 basis points, top end of the range last Wednesday. We don't get near it. We don't unwind the move in treasuries. Treasury yields up, they roll over, then they barely budge off the back of positive news from Moderna. So that's the bond market story. Do you need the bond market move to confirm the rotation in equities, specifically that long on banks. We can talk about that around the opening bell. Futures higher, small caps outperform. Morgan Stanley recommending overweight positions in both equities and credit. They write the following: we expect a broad-based recovery to take hold from March and April onwards. Driving the synchronous recovery will be a more expansive reopening of economies and the extraordinary monetary and fiscal policy support that will be kept in place. Here's the line from them over the weekend: keep the faith, trust the recovery. Joining us now is PIMCO's Erin Brown. Erin, do you keep the faith and trust the recovery?
Yeah, I think that's right. I mean, if you think back, we've now recovered a fairly significant amount in terms of the economic data. Personal income's up since the pre-pandemic levels. We've seen an extraordinary amount of monetary and fiscal policy be pumped into the system, and we have an end goal in sight with news of the vaccine. And so I think going into 2021, the outlook is actually pretty optimistic. We still think that monetary policy is going to remain very easy, and on the back of that, with an enormous amount of fiscal stimulus, tailwind behind us and news of the vaccine, we actually think that the outlook for 2020 is pretty bright.
Keep the faith, trust the recovery. That was Morgan Stanley. Last week it was Goldman Sachs, roaring 20s. I think JP Morgan in there with market nirvana as well. In 6 days, Erin, we had 1 million COVID-19 cases in the United States. 6 days, 1 million cases. Over the weekend, the governor of Michigan, the governor of Washington introduced more restrictions as well. I understand that you can have a situation where the market price is in a better future as we live through the brutal reality of winter. But is there anything that could happen in the next 2-3 months that you think would test the patience of a market loading up on risk again?
Yeah, I think that the biggest risk right now certainly is the pickup in COVID cases, and we certainly saw in early fall the impact that the rise in cases in Europe had to European equity markets, which sold off in excess of 10%. And so certainly we could see a replay of that in the U.S. as well. That said, when we had that sell-off in Europe, we didn't have news of the vaccine, with 2 companies now looking to seek emergency use authorizations in the near future. And in addition to that, we now have a level of uncertainty behind us, having moved past the election. So certainly I do think that the next couple of months are going to be bumpy until we get to that point where vaccine use is, widely available. But I think that, the downside is somewhat limited, given the fact that we do have, fiscal authorities stand willing and able to spend more to do another fiscal stimulus bill if necessary. Not just here in the U.S., but even more globally, I think that the willingness to do more fiscal certainly stands ready and able. And so I think that that does provide a level of insulation for the amount of downside we could see in the market.
So, Erin, consensus view seems to be stay long equity risk and stay long credit risk as well. Where there's a debate is where you go for those long positions. The pockets of risk you take in the United States, which sectors, what style, and internationally, do you start to pivot towards Europe? So talk to me about the rotation, where you see things, but be specific if you can, where you're looking to go.
Sure. So I do think that you are going to start to see a rotation into more reflationary sectors. But I think you want to be gradual in the way that you start to approach this. You don't want to go all in, starting to buy, deep cyclical energy companies and sort of impaired financial companies. I think you want to still look for quality investments that are still cyclically oriented. So we like the semiconductors, we like industrials, we like materials, more the manufacturing oriented cyclical plays, rather than sort of the deep cyclical consumer oriented plays, which are still going to be hindered until we start to see wide scale vaccines. In credit, we like mortgage credit, MBS, as well as structured credit, more than corporate credit, which has rallied fairly significantly, since the over the last 6 months, and we think still remains vulnerable to hiccups in the global economy over the next couple of months. So really getting longer cyclicals, but really focusing those cyclicals more on the manufacturing-oriented cyclicals rather than the consumer-oriented cyclicals, which will really be the third step of the economic recovery. And I think you'll really start to see a outperformance of more of the leisure, the entertainment, the cruise lines, and the lodging names once we see firm news of a vaccine, and that's probably going to be early in the first quarter of 2021.
Erin, even with the better news on the vaccine, do you need rates to participate? Do you need treasuries to play ball here? This morning, they're not really.
So I think that treasuries not playing ball is actually a bullish sign for equities. If you see too steep of a sell-off in rates, I think that could scare markets. The fact that rates are remaining well contained, I really think is a function of the fact that the Fed is still quite accommodative and is likely to remain accommodated over the cyclical horizon. And so I think that as long as you see rates remaining contained, equities continue to do well. If you start to see a really rapid sell-off in rates, that could potentially scare equity market investors.
Erin, great to catch up. The wonderful Erin Brown of PIMCO. Thank you. Started that conversation with a conversation about the Morgan Stanley call. Year-end 2021, 3,900. On the bond market, on a 10-year, they're looking for 145 on a 10-year yield. We're way off that level. On the equity market, we're getting there. 12 months out, 12 months and change, and we're close to their year-end call for 2021. But for the bond market, I think that's the question. Erin answered it. In her point of view, from her perspective, if we had a big move in 10-year yields, it would disrupt the move into risk. But there are some of you I know that think you need to see that complementary move in rates. Higher yields, steeper curves to support the rotation into the financials. Incidentally, Morgan Stanley also looking for a 4% move in a weaker dollar through next year as well. And looking at euro dollar, 118.31, we're not getting that. We're getting a weaker euro, just slightly. We're not getting that big move in the euro, that breakdown in the dollar. Where you are seeing a weaker dollar is against the yen. We can touch on that a little bit later. So in this market, better vaccine news and equity market to the moon. On the movers, here's Abigail.
John, well, good morning to you. And it's pretty amazing because the pre-market session for stocks today shaping up very similar to last Monday and, of course, to the moon, as you mentioned, on the vaccine hopes. This Monday, it has to do with Moderna's vaccine, proven to be almost 95% effective, better than Pfizer's 90% efficacy. Both have similar RNA technologies. And when you compare this to the flu shot of 40 to 60% efficacy, it's very, very strong indeed. Inovio Pharmaceuticals also bursting higher, up about 13% after announcing the phase 2 of its trial. So lots of hope around the virus and that it can be treated. On this, not surprisingly, one sector that is really taking off, the airlines and Carnival cruise line, the cruise lines as well, hope that travel will be back underway. So we see lots of gains there. On the other hand, very small declines for tech, but less so than last Monday, John.
Abigail, great work, as always. Abigail, we'll catch up with you around the opening bell. Lots of hope. Let's be clear, it's not just hope, it's real. Real advances in the vaccine. Where the hope comes in is the hope that the disruption over the next few months doesn't disrupt the trajectory, the better trajectory we could be on in the back half of 2021. I think that's where the hope comes in. The hope that the next 3 months almost don't matter. We'll discuss that through the next hour. Coming up on this programme, advises to President-elect Biden ruling out a national lockdown and another vaccine breakthrough fueling the rotation trade. That conversation coming up next with Invesco's Brian Levitt. From London and New York this morning, good morning. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market. It's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
Give you a sense of the real-time action. The 10-year yield tumbling now 11 basis points. So continuing in this knee-jerk risk-off feel.
we are not in support of a nationwide lockdown. You can have targeted measures, building on mask wearing to include widespread testing, can include dialing up and down capacity restrictions.
If we just lock down the entire country without targeting our efforts, then we are going to exacerbate the pandemic fatigue people are feeling. So we've got to approach this with the precision of a scalpel rather than the blunt force of an axe.
President-elect Joe Biden's pandemic advisors proposing targeted measures moving forward with transition plans. This, as President Trump continues rejecting the results, potentially derailing the progress. The president beginning a tweet by saying Biden won, prompting aides and allies to believe that President Trump was coming to grips with his re-election defeat. But the president quickly following up with another tweet proclaiming, quote, "I won the election." Bloomberg government's Greg Giroux joins us now from Washington with the latest. Greg, many people spending the weekend trying to interpret the president, baby steps perhaps towards a concession. We're nowhere near it. Can you walk me through the more important stuff at this point, just in regards to the immediate emergency of a pandemic ripping through the Midwest in the United States and what needs to be done at the federal level that right now isn't being done?
Yeah, it really is an emergency situation. We're seeing record high cases, hospitalizations, and then an uptick in death is going to come. That's always a lagging indicator when you see a high volume of positive cases and hospitalizations. The immediate needs include unemployment relief, for people who've been out of work for some time. It includes relief for state and local governments that are feeling the strain of this pandemic. It includes another tranche of aid for the PPP program that aids businesses. But the two parties right now, the two political parties, the Democrats and the Republicans, remain far apart on a blueprint for the next tranche of aid. The Republicans have supported a more targeted relief of about $500 billion, whereas the Democrats' negotiating position is at about $2.4 trillion. Now, before the election, Treasury Secretary Mnuchin and House Speaker Pelosi seemed to come pretty close to an agreement there, and the Trump administration even signaled support for more like $1.9 trillion in relief. And the president over the weekend actually on Twitter said that he wanted a big and focused relief package, but there's still a big bridge to gap there between the two parties. It remains to be seen whether they can come to an agreement in the so-called lame duck session of Congress.
Greg, fantastic to catch up. We'll have to continue this conversation through the week with you at a time where more restrictive measures are coming through from governors. Will that force the hand of policymakers down on Capitol Hill? Invesco's Brian Levitt expecting a smaller fiscal stimulus bill to support the economy. He writes the following: a more modest fiscal bill may serve to extend the market and business cycles, as it would be unlikely to bring forward the inflationary pressures that presage Fed tightening and the end of cycles. Brian joins us now. Brian, great to catch up, sir, as always. This faith in this market rally, how much hope do you have that we can just ignore the next 3 months and focus on the back end of 21?
Well, I don't think we can ignore the next 3 months. I mean, markets are going to trade whether things are getting better or worse relative to expectations. So to the extent things get worse here relative to expectations, you could see volatility or another drawdown in markets. But for longer-term investors, they should be keeping their eye on the ball. The market we all knew that there was going to be challenges in the fall and winter. We had all heard about these next wave of cases that were coming. We do know that we have an ability to compress cases if we exhibit the right behaviors, and we've got some optimistic news on the medical and scientific front. So there could be some volatility in the near term if things are worse relative to expectation. But 2021, 2022 are likely to be good years amid an economic recovery.
Brian, I don't remember the last time where many strategists forecast stocks going down. So my question for you would be, what are the necessary conditions for stocks to decline? Can we get our hands around that? What would you need to see to become less constructive?
Well, stocks tend to decline. I mean, look, stocks, if you're going to enter a new market cycle, meaning that this is the end of a bull cycle we have, then usually that's driven by a policy mistake, inflation, Fed tightening. That's not what we're talking about here. I think what investors are worried about is a near-term correction amid the economic uncertainty. And that would be driven by just simply an inability to compress cases. It would be driven perhaps by, on the fiscal side, not being able to come up with anything positive to bridge us through this. I ultimately think that you could see some volatility in here, but that's always that's always a risk. The markets are going to be focusing on the next couple of years. And when I talk about how market cycles end with big excess, with inflation, with Fed tightening, none of that is on the horizon. And so I believe that we're in the early stages of what's likely to play out to be a long-term market and business cycle.
Well, let's talk about the next couple of years and draw a distinction between this morning and the next couple of years. On the screen, JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells, Goldman, rallying all nicely into the opening bout. If you switch up the board, we'll go to the airlines, you'll see the same story. The airlines all rallying nicely into the opening bout. There's a trade that people might like last week, they might like it this week. Are you confident they'll like it over the next couple of years?
I am, and we've had a lot of the parts of the market that require higher rates or cyclical economic activity beaten up in recent months. And, if you think about coming out of 2009 through 2019, we never really saw an acceleration in economic activity or a sustained move higher in interest rates. We sort of plodded along, and that didn't unlock any of the significant value in the market. It was really a growth investors market. We have an opportunity here, given the depths of the downturn, how low interest rates are, and how beaten up some of these companies are, to sustain a recovery trade for a couple of years. Now, that doesn't mean I'm giving up on my structural growth companies. I believe that a recovery over the next couple of years will give way again to a modest expansion, but the recovery trade should play out over the next couple of years.
Just my final question for you, Brian. The short term versus the long term. Short term, lots of risk. Long term, lots of promise. This morning, more vaccine news, fantastic. We're all on board with that. Do you think the short term can shape what happens in the back end of 2021? Do you think what happens now over the next 3 months can shape, to some extent, what the back end of 21 looks like?
Well, yeah, I mean, on the policy side, yes. I mean, you will, if you get a fiscal bill that provides a bridge to the recovery, then the recovery could be stronger than it otherwise would have been. But I would caution investors against believing, if there's market volatility in the near term, that we're still going to be thinking about it by the end of next year. This year is a reminder that trying to time these things is really a fool's errand. A lot of investors bailing in March at an inopportune time, a lot of investors bailing ahead of the election amid all the concerns about a contested election, the uncertainty with that, and now obviously investors worried about a pickup in cases. I would say to investors, keep your eye on the ball. It's a recovery trade. Policy's easy. Stocks are cheap to bonds. That should favor risk assets.
The evidence right now is in a price action. I think a lot of people conditioned by what happened in spring and missed out on the rally. Brian, great to catch up with you, sir. Does experience teach you the right lessons? We'll find out over the next 12 months. Coming up on this programme, the analyst action you need to know. That'll be next in our morning calls. And later, Canaccord's Tony Dwyer joining us at the opening bell, weighing in on the small caps, and another huge day for the reopening trade and the rotation. That conversation still ahead from London and New York this morning. Good morning to you all. Some good news once again this Monday morning, 2 weeks in a row. This is Bloomberg.
CPG history, their experience, and really how we might be able to combine together to really create this fantastic public company. And so we kind of got into the SPAC thing a little bit before it became such a hot method of going public.
Another morning with S&P 500 futures up nicely. A beautiful morning over in New York City, up 32 points on the S&P 500. Nasdaq underperforms, small caps outperform. That'll be the topic of debate in about 5 minutes' time on this program. Let's get you some morning calls. A look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. We begin first up with JP Morgan upgrading Tapestry to overweight, $35 price target. The analyst expecting the recovery to accelerate given the latest vaccine developments. That stock up by more than 4.5%. The second call from BMO upgrading Bloomin' Brands to an outperform, $22 price target. The analyst citing a favorable risk reward and increasing confidence about moving into a post-pandemic environment. That stock again up 4.5%. And your third and final call, it comes from Raymond James, raising its Foot Locker price target to $50, an outperform rating. The analyst expecting consumers to shift to a more active lifestyle given the pandemic. There's a call ahead of the open, up again by 4%. Coming up, the small caps rallying ahead of the open. Canaccord's Tony Dwyer joins us on another big day for the reopening trade and the big rotation. That is next from London and New York. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Best, your weekly review of the most important business news, analysis, and interviews from Bloomberg Television around the world.
Ken Burns, welcome to Bloomberg Big Decisions.
We have always been a mixture of things. We are always stronger for that mixture.
Growth is a way to stay competitive, delight more and more consumers.
Welcome to the Best of Bloomberg Technology. I'm Emily Chang.
They've moved the needle by acknowledging that they have to monitor the content.
What is one word of advice you'll take with you?
Learn how to listen. And that is certainly something that has served me well.
Ankiti, where do you go from here?
It's a huge market, it's a huge opportunity. I want to go 100x from here.
Our philosophy is to partner where we can and stand apart when we should.
It's really a reminder, isn't it, just how sensitive the markets are to any commentary about trade. We did see some pressure on the yuan, we did see some pressure on the futures. That is now being reversed.
Here's a nice little treat for you equity market bulls out there. Record highs on a Russell Friday, on the S&P 500 as well. we're set to add some weight to that. Up 0.8% on the S&P. We advance on a Russell by 1.7. We decline on the Nasdaq by almost 0.2%. The headline that fuels the divergence from Moderna, a 94.5% effective vaccine in its latest analysis. There's the opening bell. Switch up the board. Here's what you don't get. You're looking for a big move in treasuries, higher yields. I'll give you a basis point to 0.9061%. That move just does not develop in the same way it did last week. We topped out at the top end of the range at 97 basis points. We declined and we do not get back there. In the FX market, you're looking for some euro strength off the back of that rotation into European equities. Haven't got it for you. 118.31. We are unchanged on that currency pair. Where you do get a move is in the commodity market. We push through that headline and you get a pop in crude by 4% to almost $42 a barrel. That's the cross-asset setup this Monday with your movers at the market desk. Here's Abigail.
John, it feels like deja vu all over again, at least relative to stocks. And it comes, of course, on that Moderna vaccine, 94.5% effective against the virus. So it really seems as though we're getting closer to some sort of a systemic solution. And on this, we have not only Moderna soaring, but we have the reopening trade, including the cruise lines, the airlines, even Disney, hotels, all climbing on the hope that the economy is going to get back to normal sooner rather than later, even if that means the second half of last year. Where we do not have strength, and you can see all of that green on the screen relative to the reopening rotation, where we do not have strength, though, that divergence you were talking about around the Nasdaq, Amazon is down about 0.9%. Then take a look at Zoom and Peloton. This is the stay-at-home trade. It is clearly down. The big question here, John, will be how much of the new behavior that we've learned over the last, call it 8 or 9 months, how much of it will play forward as the economy does reopen? Right now, those investors not so hopeful declines, but you have to remember those stocks are up in a huge way on the year.
Abigail, thank you. 2 minutes into the session, bottom of the pile, as Abigail points out. If you see the Nasdaq where it's trading, it's all about relative outperformance and relative underperformance. Pretty much every single sector on the S&P 500 is advancing. Information technology just is not going anywhere. Top of the pile, it's the financials and energy. Energy up by 2.93% after last week's gain of 16.5%. That's the energy sector on the S&P 500. We just keep climbing that little bit higher. A lot more higher again this morning. News of a second highly effective vaccine triggering a big rally in this reopening trade. Ben Lader of Tower Hudson Research expecting the small caps to continue outperforming.
Your average investor is not carrying anything like as much risk, I think, as they should be right now. We're overweight small cap, we're overweight industrials, we're overweight real estate, consumer durables. I'd be focusing on where are you getting the most operating leverage to the sort of fear of the virus beginning to moderate over the next few months. And again, I think it's, in these small caps, industrials and real estate particularly.
Size and style, size and style. Let's talk about size. We can do that with Bloomberg's Sarah Ponczek. Breadth improves, Sarah. We drift towards the small cap. Saw it last week, seeing it again this morning.
We are seeing it again this morning. That expectation for small cap outperformance is still holding in, and pretty amazing that we continue to see small caps head higher. Yes, granted, we have new news today from Moderna. We have that rotation part 2 taking hold. But after 2 very strong weeks for the Russell 2000, over the last 2 weeks, we saw back-to-back performance of gains of more than 6%. We have not seen consecutive 6% or more gains since 2009 for the Russell 2000. So we continue to see this strength. But yes, you said a broadening in the rally. It's not even just small caps. You mentioned energy for one, but also at a record closing high last Friday was the S&P 500, was also the S&P 500 industrials and healthcare sectors, the equal weight S&P 500. Well, on an intraday basis, we also see many indexes getting very close to taking out their intraday closing highs too. You see, we could see it today possibly in the Dow, the S&P 100, transports too, mid caps, the Nasdaq as well. Keeping an eye on all of these new record highs as breadth really lifts all ships in the market, but mostly those cyclicals, value and small caps. Moving back to small caps, though, what has the makeup of this rally been? We often look at sectors in the S&P. Well, let's take a look at sectors in the Russell 2000, too, because over the last 2 months, the Russell 2000 is already up 20%. In the last month, up 13% alone. Over the last 2 months, though, that 20% gain, much of it has come from energy stocks, too, in the Russell 2000. Next up is healthcare. You have a lot of biotech companies, of course. And then right behind, though, is still tech. So small cap tech still performing very strong as we see the Nasdaq 100 mega caps start to lag, John.
Sarah, thank you. Sarah Ponczek there of Bloomberg. Also, I'm reliably informed, also the host of a podcast that you should listen to called What Goes Up with Mike Regan and Sarah Ponczek. That's the fee I have to pay if Sarah turns up twice in an hour, and she has done. So thank you. Canaccord's Tony Dwyer looking to take advantage of any near-term pullbacks. He writes the following. The economy and market are in the beginning of a long-duration recovery that should favour the broad market with an emphasis on emerging markets, economically sensitive sectors, small-cap stocks and commodities. Tony joins us right now. Tony, what a morning to catch up with you, sir. Thank you. You're a market historian who goes on the data, and that's why I love to catch up with you. One of the many reasons, Tony. Russell growth versus Russell value. You've done some research on it. Can you walk me through where we've got to and what you're leaning on historically to inform you about where things could go next?
Yeah. So, John, as we've talked about, thank you very much. Great to be with you as always. So, as we've talked about over recent months, the most painful thing was to be long exactly what we've been identifying as what should go up when you have excess liquidity coupled with a synchronized global recovery. So that's your macro backdrop. And typically you get a weaker dollar in those sectors and those areas that you just identified as us favoring. The time to really be aggressive there was when it was painful in the summer going into the fall. What we've identified in the Russell 1000 growth underperforming the Russell 1000 value to the current degree, or actually last Wednesday when we wrote the note, is over the course of the last year, it's happened 3 times. Prior to that, it hadn't even happened since 2008. So it's pretty rare where you get this kind of relationship. And what we found is of the prior 3 times this year, you get a reversal. In other words, the market corrects a little bit and the Russell 1000 growth kind of recovers a little bit relative to the Russell 1000 value. So listening to the entry into the show, John, I mean, we've been doing this a long time. Wall Street is full of people like me that come on when something's running and saying, wow, it's running, it's great. That might be the time to just expect a little bit of a pause in the upside, but it's a long duration theme, not a short term.
Well, let's talk about the long duration side of this. And Tony, we all get how this game works. You see a move that lasts about a week and people extrapolate it out several months and maybe even a year. We've had a series of head fakes on this rotation game. Mm-hmm. Why is this any different, Tony?
Well, because you actually have a clear identifiable vaccine, not by one company, but 2. And I think that creates the expectation of, listen, John, you have never seen in the history of the U.S. the kind of excess liquidity, which all that is if you take, for English for the people watching, all you do is you take the readily available money. So M2 money supply, stock and bond mutual funds and ETFs, money that you can have like today or tomorrow. And you compare that against what is being used for economic activity, similar to how the summer and fall of 2009 hit a historic level of excess liquidity, and that ushered in a longer duration economic recovery. It was the beginning of the recovery. By the way, it happened after a 50% upside move off the low. The same thing is happening today, this year, where we've seen this excess liquidity ramp to a historic degree. And I think people forget in the long duration theme, what creates a problem economically and from a market, some kind of deceleration, is when you have a need for money and limited or no access to it. The opposite is true today, John.
I want to talk about psychology as well, Tony. Looking at the gains this morning, they're broad-based. They're big on the small caps. We saw that on the Russell last week into this week too. Energy, financials, materials, industrials. Nice little lift here this Monday morning. Tony, the experience of March and April for many people, I wish I hadn't sold stocks. I wish I didn't sit this out. Many people felt that way. Do you think that contributes to somewhat of a melt-up that we could be seeing in this market?
But what's a melt-up? Was the melt-up the 5 mega-cap stocks that took it up? Or is it now up 20% in the small caps? It's, John, we talk about this. What market are we talking about? And I think that's the real challenge for investors, is to not just look at one symbol and say, okay, it's a melt-up or it's a melt-down. It's been a very strange market. But what's interesting is over the last few weeks, is that the equal-weighted S&P 500, which I urge people to look at, is a better gauge of what, quote-unquote, the market's doing. The equal-weighted S&P 500 has done terrific. Small caps have done terrific. The breadth of the market has been terrific, making a new all-time high. Everything's good, but it's good to the point where I think you should expect a little bit of a pullback. If you remember, John, when last time we were on, or a couple times ago, I don't know, I love talking to you so much, we talked about stair-stepping higher in the market, like the fall of 2009. So in the mid-2009, the S&P was up 50% from the low, and you went into these periods where you got these ramps to a new high, pull back to a higher low, ramp to a new high, and so on and so forth. You had 3 of them. And I think we're in the process of having the third since the August peak, just like that environment and new economic and market cycle like the fall of 2009.
Tony, always a pleasure to catch up with you, mate. Fantastic to hear from you. Big rally this morning. Some interesting calls from Tony Dwyer of Canaccord. On the equal weight that Tony mentions, you just strip out the big muscle of big tech, equal weight, everything in there on the S&P 500. We advanced 1.4% this morning. Last week, up around about 5.5%. Compare that to the market cap weighted S&P 500. You plug back in the muscle of big tech and those big weightings, up just 2%. Nasdaq lower off the back of the tech story. That's what Tony's speaking to right now. It's not about being long, it's about where you're long at the moment. I think that speaks to something else. The bias of this market, the conversations that we're having every day. It's not about the direction of the market. Everyone agrees it's going to go higher. You can push back against that view. The debate that people seem to be having on Wall Street at the moment is where this market goes higher more so, the relative trade, so to speak. More still to come on this programme. 11 minutes into the session, equities advance. Here's Abigail with some movers.
Well, John, the big tailwind on the morning, of course, is the vaccine. But we also have some M&A news that is helping give the markets a lift. Starting off with PNC Financial, this company is buying the U.S. assets of Spain's BBVA for $11.6 billion. This is perhaps the reason it's popping is that it will make PNC the U.S.'s largest regional bank. We also have HD Supply higher on the news that Home Depot is paying $56 per share for its former unit. And the big movers, take a look at both Taubman and Simon Property. Taubman is popping on a revised deal with Simon to buy it for $43 per share, down by about $10 per share. It's interesting to see 2 acquirers on this board popping. That really speaks to the risk-on mood. And then very quickly, just taking a look at another segment of the reopening trade beyond travel and leisure and those names. We have the banks, as you know, and energy sharply higher. The banks, it's interesting because yields are basically flat, but the yield curve is up ever so slightly, steepening just a tad. And then energy, as oil is simply surging, the top sector on the day. Both Chevron and Valero are 2 of the big movers for energy today, John.
Abigail, thank you. Right now, the only excuse you need for that rotation, the only reason, the vaccine news from early this morning. Coming up, markets gearing up for a big week of economic data. Retail sales, the focal point, coming before the opening bell on Tuesday. That conversation up next with Washington Crossing's Chad Morganlander from London and New York this morning. A very good morning to you all. This is Bloomberg.
1 billion predictions per day. C3.ai is AI at a global scale, harnessing the power of data to build a better future. C3.ai. This is Enterprise AI.
This is Bloomberg's The Open. I'm Rishika Gupta, live in the principal room. Coming up at 10 a.m. on Bloomberg Markets, Stefan Bancel, Moderna CEO. This is Bloomberg.
Many consumers are in a very good spot. There's a ton of cash on the consumer's balance sheet, and there's a lot of pent-up demand. This is a very different mentality, and this is a very different situation post-recession than we've seen in the past. People have money, and they want to spend, and they can spend, and I think they're going to.
Chris Harvey of Wells Fargo expecting the consumer to remain healthy ahead of a big week of economic data featuring tomorrow's retail sales for October. Steve Englander of Standard Chartered, however, remaining wary of climbing virus cases, saying the surge could prompt the Fed to act sooner, writing the following. We see a good chance the FOMC moves even before the scheduled meeting if the virus surge leads to visible deterioration in economic and market conditions. For more, let's bring in Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent, Mike McKee. There's an outlier call, Mike, from Mr. Englander at Stan Chart.
It is, and I'm not sure why he thinks that's going to happen, because if you look at what's been going on, we have seen some deterioration, but we're not seeing the market fall apart. You look at what's happened with spreads, and they've tightened. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But the way the market is trading, it's hard to see them going crazy, even if we get some disappointing numbers this week, and there's a chance we could do that. You mentioned the retail sales numbers. They're forecast to come in a little bit lower than anticipated, and we'll also be watching tomorrow industrial production. How's manufacturing doing? Wednesday, housing starts should be good because interest rates are still very low. And then Thursday, I know, John, you set your clock for Thursday, and jobless claims, also existing home sales. Now, those retail sales, this is going to be an interesting question because we were just talking about how the consumer has a lot of money, but are they really going to spend it? Or are they going to start holding back because they're afraid of what happens with the pandemic? This is the retail sales control group, the part that goes into GDP, and the anticipation is it will be much smaller than of an increase than it has been in recent months. We're going to be watching this week as well the alternative economic indicators, the numbers that we've been watching in terms of retail store traffic, in particular, the purple line, but also you can see open table, the white line down a little bit, and air employments are kind of flat at this point. This is where we're really going to look and see what's been going on. And of course, the most important number of all that we follow every week, the COVID case rate, which is expanding exponentially, down a little bit over the weekend when we get less of a report on what's been going on. But people are going to be caring about this as perhaps the most important economic indicator. Whether that balances out against the virus vaccine news we get is going to be how probably we see this week.
Mike, thank you. We've gone from 77,000 cases a day in America at the start of the month to something approaching 200,000 daily in America. Just unbelievable. Michael McKee there on the data for the week ahead. We'll catch up with Mike through this week. Retail sales and claims coming as this week grows a little bit older. Washington Crossing's Chad Morganlander recommending investors tilt their portfolios towards a post-pandemic world. He writes the following. Expect retail sales and consumer spending to be strong next year. Employment trends and household credit growth will be well above expectations. We are overweight risk with a focus on high-quality value companies. Chad joins us right now. Chad, help me answer this question. What is the difference between a pre-pandemic world and a post-pandemic world?
So we are at a point here where investors are anticipating where economic trends will be 12 to 18 months out, not only here in the United States, but also across the globe. And that's where investors are going to start focusing their attention on where they want to pick their spots as an investment. So we think that global growth over the course of 2021 will gradually improve and then be quite robust in the later half. So you want to be overweight industrials. You want to be overweight consumer companies like the likes of Disney, Waste Management, as well as other companies like Costco.
I guess the point I'm trying to make is there is a difference between a catch-up trade and catching yourself on the wrong side of a big secular shift. Retail, great example of that. Amazon was great before the pandemic, great during the pandemic, great after the pandemic. Some of these retailers, brick and mortar, terrible before the pandemic, really bad during the pandemic, and you might get a catch-up trade as we start to price in a vaccine. But that's all it is, isn't it, Chad? It's a catch-up trade. And it's drawing that distinction between a catch-up trade and something more durable that I'm trying to do. I can see the banks up. I can see the airlines up. I see it on the screen this morning. Trying to understand what lasts.
Okay, so we think that it's going to be much more durable than just a catch-up trade. As you have the Federal Reserve at 0% on the short end of the curve, you could see a sustainable growth trajectory well in excess and above what the Federal Reserve has put out over their long-term trend into 2023 and possibly 2024. And that would bode well for those type of companies like industrials, like financials, as the spread of the curve starts to steepen for longer than 2 months or 3 months. So, Jonathan, I understand that in the short run right now, things look quite uncertain. Retail sales numbers over the next couple of months will not look as vibrant as we would hope. But overall, we think that there's light at the end of the tunnel and that economic vitality across the globe is going to be higher than expectations. And that's hence the reason why we're overweight the higher quality value names with lower debt on their balance sheet.
Chad, how uncomfortable would you be if the bond market didn't participate, as it's not doing this morning? Would that make you uncomfortable?
No, we're anticipating. Look here, John. I think people are becoming a little bit too myopic on the day-to-day trends within the long end of the curve, and as well as spreads. We think that over the next 18 months, you can see a normalization of the yield curve. Hence the reason why you want to be more shorter in regard to where you want to be on the curve within one's portfolio, and you could see a gradual increase over 2021 on the 10-year to 1.2% to 1.5% as you start to see more sturdy economic numbers that have a longer-term sustainability to them.
Chad, we've known each other a long time. You can just call me myopic directly. It's okay. Chad, great to catch up. Thank you, sir. Chad Morganlander on its equity market. The short-term issues are absolutely massive right now. I get it. You want to think about the reality of the back half of 2021. Got to consider the reality of what's in front of us right now, and it's not a pretty one. Coming up on this program, the market-moving events you need to be watching on some better news, not just for this market, for the world. That's the story for 2021. For the here and now, some tough months still to come. From London and New York, this is Bloomberg.
So how many times a day do people ask you when your vaccine is going to be available?
Yes, well, that's definitely a very regular question, whether it's from employees, customers, media, or my mother.
Record highs on a Russell, record highs on the S&P, record highs on the equal weight S&P. We don't get to record highs on the Nasdaq. We advance, though, across the board. That's the story of the market off the back of the vaccine reality. What you need to be watching this week looks like the following. Later today, President-elect Joe Biden will be speaking and discussing his post-pandemic recovery plans. And Fed Vice Chairman Richard Clarida speaking at 2 p.m. this afternoon. Fed Presidents Bostic, Daly, Kashgari and Rosengren speaking on Tuesday. Plus, we get U.S. retail sales. Williams and Kaplan speaking on Wednesday. And on Thursday, we get another round of initial jobless claims as well. 26 minutes into the session, an equity market that improves this morning because of one thing, Moderna. And we catch up with the CEO in about 4 minutes' time on Bloomberg TV. Do not miss that conversation with Alex Steele and Guy Johnson from London and New York this morning. Good morning. Catch me on Twitter at Ferro TV. This was the countdown to the open. This is Bloomberg.
It came in better than expected, not only in terms of job creation, but also a sharp fall in the unemployment rate consistent with higher labor force participation. That's really good news.
Overall, the gain was solid, but even while this is a very robust pace of job gains, it's a lot slower than it has been in the summer months.
Great that we saw the job gains we did, but they still are diminished from what they were, of course, back in April and May. And the scarring, the sort of wounds that were created by COVID are beginning to fester.
I would caution people to look at the top line number because I don't think it tells the entire story. Employment relative to population is still well below where we were pre-crisis, and that's because I think that we're going to have some lasting damage.
Depending on what you look at, jobs creation or the unemployment rate, you have different views as to whether the improvement in the labor force is keeping up or slowing down.
Months after Hurricane Maria, Puerto Rico is still in peril. Huge swaths of the island are still without power, running water, or access to medical care. Experts estimate that it will take years before these services are restored island-wide. Much of the blame has been placed on FEMA for a slow response in comparison to recent disasters on the mainland. But recovery from a disaster of this complexity and scale has proven more challenging than anyone anticipated. And filling the gaps between an overextended public sector and a suffering populace falls on the private citizens. Robert Anderson is a Puerto Rico resident of 4 years.
The eye of the storm came in south of El Yunque, swept up towards San Juan and out to Arecibo. Everything on the right-hand side is what we call the dirty side of the storm.
This isn't his first time in a disaster zone. With a military and telecom background, Anderson worked on repairing damaged cell phone towers in New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina. Some might be tempted to label him a disaster capitalist, seeking lucrative government contracts for his expertise. But as Anderson finds himself in the middle of a humanitarian crisis, he and his associates are developing a variety of pro bono recovery projects that target the island's hardest hit areas.
I see two Puerto Ricos. We're here in San Juan. They have telecommunications restored. They may or may not have power, but basic services are in place. They're able to get food, they're able to buy things. They're surviving. And when you look outside of the San Juan area, you can go 15 minutes from here and find areas that are devastated. I'm working on the devastated side.
Today, he's put together a boots-on-the-ground mission to provide medical care to some of the island's most isolated and vulnerable residents. Steve Berenbaum is one of Anderson's business associates. He offered an extra car and a set of hands.
So we received an initial report from a nurse that was out in the area. We're headed to the northeast region of Utuado for some people that are in need of urgent medical assistance.
Dr. Sally Priester is a physician from San Juan. She filled a van with medical supplies at her own expense and brought along a team of nurses. Google Maps estimated our first destination to be a 90-minute drive. But it didn't account for obstacles like this. Our first stop was the home of an 82-year-old blind Vietnam veteran. His roof was blown off by the storm, and he's been living alone in a back shed for nearly 2 months.
His cane actually got broken in the storm, so he's limited mobility. He has a number of medical ailments. Dr. Priester's having a look at him. We called the VA. They're going to get him set up with what he needs, get him stabilized so he can then be transported either to an evacuation center or off the island. It's when the chain gets broken, when those families that are connected to them leave the island or take off, these guys get left at the end of the road, and it's tough.
FEMA was not officially part of Robert's team, and their arrival caught everyone by surprise. Their job here was to survey and report back to their superiors, and did not come with medical aid of any kind.
People think that FEMA is there to hand out bottles of water, and it's not what they do. FEMA has a role to play. They have a very specific role. They bring in ships, they bring in airplanes, they bring in tractor trailers with pallets of things. But they're a big machine, and there's gaps in that thing. And you're seeing one of the gaps here, and we help fill that role. These guys are in a bad situation before, and now they're struggling for real basic things. One of the risks that you run is people going from fear to hopelessness. Those are the folks that we're trying to reach.
And how are they reached? How are they even found?
Word of mouth, mostly.
And what's your role in all of this?
Ghost in the machine. I'm lucky enough to be able to communicate with folks in FEMA, the state of Puerto Rico.
For a ghost, Robert makes his presence well known. Not only was he the de facto leader of the mission, now with FEMA in tow, he created his own maps to survey storm damage.
So we're right here.
And delivered them to FEMA HQ free of charge.
I have pretty good reach.
Perhaps that's how he managed to earn himself a coveted FEMA badge without actually working for them. And it's these relationships that allow him to operate more efficiently than an NGO or a government agency.
We're able to resolve problems at a different level.
Our next stop was on a mountaintop, a family of 11 struggling to care for their special needs brother in what was left of their house.
Probably we are the first health team to come and visit this family.
Muy bien, todo muy bien.
The patient has Down syndrome. He is all day in bed. The difficulty with this is the patient cannot be alone. The most important thing is that you need to take care of the chronic disease besides disability, because they have been not going to a doctor, and no doctor has come in here yet.
So we need a refill of this medication.
After maybe 54 days, it's not getting better. And the only way that you can be able to see that is coming to the ground, drive, and see the people and talk to the people.
You can see San Juan from here, but you can't get there. It's like the Emerald City.
On this stop, we caught word that a man living alone at the edge of the jungle was in need of care.
So we decided to take a little detour, come up here and check out and see what's going on. One of the challenges is to find those people that are at the end of these roads that need help.
¿Pero por qué estás solo? ¿Por qué estás por acá tan solo? I'm asking about why he's alone right here. He said things in life happens. You know, I'm here by myself. So ¿dónde vive acá? En la parte de Rivera. This is not a job. To do this, you need to have passion for what you can do. You're not going to get paid.
It's said in disaster response and emergency response that the real first responders are your neighbors. You don't need to wait for a lucrative FEMA contract to go out and do good and to help the community.
In the end, do you feel like you're making a difference?
Lives you touch and people that you can affect. I don't really think about it in those terms.
But why do you do it?
It helps me sleep at night. I think it's as much for the people that are going out to help and do things as it is for the people that you affect.
Whether out of altruism, or the lure of a paid gig, or some mixture of the two, Anderson hopes to stay here to help shape Puerto Rico's future.
Puerto Rico's essentially been a colony for 400 years. It was treated poorly by the Spanish. It was not treated well by the United States when they first got here. Puerto Rico can continue in the way that it's always been, or Puerto Rico can rebuild itself like nothing that's ever been. And we have to do everything we can to make that real. That's the bottom line.
When I met him first online, I found him to be really sweet. I think I was the one who was talking for an hour. He was just listening.
When we met, I saw her. She was beautiful, intelligent, and kind, which was, I mean, something that I was looking for.
Anshu and Sumit are one of about 12 million couples that get married in India every year. Unlike their parents' generation, they're not from two close villages, but from two cities on opposite sides of the country. And their love didn't start through community matchmaking, marriage brokers, or classified ads in newspapers, but began online.
So we met through jeevansathi.com. So it's basically an online portal where we have detailed profile of different grooms and brides.
It makes a lot of remote profiles who are located in distant areas more accessible.
Thanks to growing internet and smartphone usage, matrimony websites and apps in India are starting to disrupt the matchmaking industry. More and more people are finding their partners at the click of a mouse. jeevansathi.com, where Anshu and Sumit met, is one of the biggest players. Young Indians looking for love set up profiles including their caste and horoscope, but their criteria for choosing spouses appears to be changing.
We have seen the shift from traditional caste community conservative parameters to something like which is more focused on education, employment.
Anshu and Sumit's marriage was initiated by their parents, but modern Indian couples like them have more input than previous generations.
We looked up to them to agree for the proposal, but it was primarily our decision that we wanted to be with each other.
So what's the emoji like you use the most to send to each other?
So there's a bear which basically we use for indicating a hug.
Yeah, that's our language basically, bear icon for a hug.
Time flies when you're in love, and just 1.5 months after they first met online, the couple got engaged. They decided to hold their wedding less than 3 months later. But planning a traditional Hindu wedding on such short notice is no easy task. The massive event usually lasts 3 days, has various ceremonies and celebrations, and involves the entire two families and hundreds of guests. Luckily, there are websites and apps for that.
We searched online, we got in touch with Wedding Brigade, and they helped us finalize the venue, and it makes the search faster and efficient.
Startups like the Wedding Brigade are challenging traditional wedding planners in this $50 billion industry. It provides various services from booking banquet venues to buying wedding gowns. The website makes money by charging commission from vendors.
People don't want to be limited to what is available around them. They want to know the entire range of options available before making a decision. And now it's easy to find almost everything on one portal.
Anshu and Sumit are officially married in a ritual that has gone on for thousands of years, but their love started in a very new way. Technologies might be changing the way couples meet, date, and get married in India, but they're definitely not changing everything.
The technology was only the first level help that we could get to find each other. Everything else was like very humanly and emotions and feelings based.
Massachusetts Senator Elizabeth Warren has become a symbol of everything the Republican Party stands against.
Everyone gets a right to basic health care. We need strong oversight of these banks.
A legal scholar and a consumer advocate turned politician, Warren has branded herself as a champion of the working class and made a career out of standing up to big business. While rumors of a 2020 presidency bid remain just that,
I'm not running for president.
her Senate seat is up for re-election in 2018, and Republicans are already pumping millions into super PACs to defeat her. This is the story of how a law professor and politician came to be seen as the biggest threat to Republican values and the greatest hope for progressive America. Elizabeth Warren was born Elizabeth Ann Herron, the youngest of 3 siblings, on June 22, 1949 in Oklahoma City to middle-class parents. After waiting tables to help her family pay the bills, Warren became a star on the high school debate team. She landed a scholarship to George Washington University at the age of 16, but 2 years later dropped out to marry her high school sweetheart, Jim Warren. By 1980, Warren was a mother of 2, divorced and remarried, had earned a bachelor's degree from the University of Houston, a juris degree from Rutgers, and practicing law in New Jersey. Warren then went on to become an influential law professor, teaching, lecturing, and publishing highly cited work on bankruptcy and commercial law at 7 universities around the country, eventually settling at Harvard Law School. But Warren wasn't always a liberal lion.
Elizabeth Warren used to be a Republican, actually.
That's Stephen Dennis.
I'm a Senate reporter for Bloomberg. Around the time that Elizabeth Warren switched parties, she became a fierce opponent of a Republican drive to make it much harder to file for bankruptcy. She fought that for a decade. It ended up passing anyways.
While her efforts ultimately failed, her warning calls were heard in 2008.
We're in the midst of a serious financial crisis. Our entire economy is in danger, and without immediate action by Congress, America could slip into a financial panic, and a distressing scenario would unfold.
Professor Warren was tapped to help with oversight in the government bailout.
She would excoriate bankers and their bonuses and their practices.
Why should the U.S. taxpayer alone carry Citi?
She proposed a series of tough regulations, which became the basis for much of the Dodd-Frank financial law that we have today. That sort of catapulted her to national stardom, particularly among the progressive left.
Encouraged by her newfound notoriety, Warren declared her bid for the U.S. Senate on September 14, 2011. During the race, her opponent Scott Brown tried to derail Warren by accusing her of falsely claiming Native American heritage, a controversy that earned her the nickname
Pocahontas.
Nevertheless, she was victorious and won the Senate seat by a comfortable margin. She used her new tenure to challenge everyone, from banking regulators and Treasury officials to members of Wall Street and Congress.
I'm really concerned that too big to fail has become too big for trial. We need tough new laws to hold corporate executives personally accountable. No one should be above the law.
She called for Wells Fargo CEO John Stumpf to resign for fraud, introduced the Bank on Student Loans Fairness Act, and reintroduced the 21st Century Glass-Steagall Act. In 2016, after staying silent during the Democratic primary battle, Warren finally endorsed Hillary Clinton and had some harsh words for candidate Trump.
Donald Trump is a loud, nasty, thin-skinned fraud who has never risked anything for anyone, and that is just one of the many reasons he will never be president of the United States.
But she was wrong.
The forgotten men and women of our country will be forgotten no longer.
Warren wasted no time resisting Trump's agenda.
Have you ever managed or overseen a $1 trillion loan program?
I have not.
How about a $1 billion loan program?
I have not.
Okay.
In the Donald Trump era, Elizabeth Warren has been playing defense and trying to prevent Donald Trump and his cabinet appointees from rolling back protections that she helped enact.
Warren actually found herself rebuked by Mitch McConnell for reading a letter by Coretta Scott King about Jeff Sessions' record on racism during his confirmation.
She was warned. She was given an explanation. Nevertheless, she persisted.
That moment became something that's on t-shirts, bumper stickers, slogans, and that really galvanized a lot of support for her. It's been very hard for Republicans to get much of anything done this year, and that's at least in part to this resistance movement that Elizabeth Warren has helped champion.
We are here to fight back.
Enough of Elizabeth Warren. Like you.
Millions of dollars are being funneled to defeat Warren in the midterm elections in 2018. But it's the rumors of a 2020 presidential bid that has further prompted powerful donors to fund her opposition, often using the same playbook of constant and ruthless ad campaigns that many believe helped Trump win in 2016. It's anyone's guess if she will endure what Hillary could not.
You know, the question for Elizabeth Warren is whether she can go from being a liberal firebrand to somebody who can regularly get 60 votes for initiatives in the Senate and 218 in the House and drive an agenda, and whether she can bring together coalitions for political victories. That's the challenge, and we'll see what happens.
Sadiq Khan, the mayor of London, has made some powerful opponents.
He doesn't know me, never met me, doesn't know what I'm all about. I think they're very rude statements, and frankly, tell him I will remember those statements.
My message to Donald Trump and his team is that, your views of Islam are ignorant.
He's the first Muslim mayor of a major Western capital and proud of it. This is how Sadiq Khan went from the son of Pakistani immigrants to a lawyer, lawmaker, and now the mayor of London. Khan's parents emigrated from Pakistan. His father was a bus driver, his mother a stay-at-home seamstress. The 10-strong Khan family squeezed into a 3-bedroom flat in South London. He wanted to be a dentist, but TV in the 1980s convinced him otherwise.
Objection!
LA law with its swagger and ill-fitting suits caught Khan's eye. He graduated in 1991 with a degree in law from North London University and joined a human rights firm. Khan worked a number of high-profile cases, often clashing with London's Metropolitan Police Force. But he had bigger political ambitions.
This is what being a new MP is like, squatting on a bench in the absence of an office, dealing with letters from constituents.
Reports are just coming in of an explosion here in London.
So there's just explosions, and then it was just smoke everywhere.
Everyone's just asking what's happened.
Only 2 months after Khan entered the Commons as a Member of Parliament, London was attacked by Islamist extremists.
That day will stay with me for the rest of my life.
He spoke out against the attacks both as a London MP and as a Muslim.
He has been very clear about his opposition to violence, opposition to terrorism, and has set out to make the case for a more open and peaceful Islam.
That's Thomas Penny, one of Bloomberg's Westminster correspondents.
Here is a man who is a Muslim, and he is standing up and being open and straightforward and being clear that the problem here is not Islam, but it's Islamic extremism.
In 2015, a decade after the attacks, Khan ran for mayor of London, and his faith was back in the headlines. His opponent, Zach Goldsmith, trying to link Khan to radical Islam.
The debate got again personal and nasty. The Goldsmith camp has called Khan extreme and accused him of associating with, quote, those who seek to do our police and capital harm.
It's a pattern of behaviour.
Even the former Prime Minister David Cameron repeated the allegations.
He shared a platform with Sajil Shahid, the man who trained the ringleader of the 7/7 attacks and accused the United States of bringing 9/11 on themselves.
But the smears didn't stick.
Zach Goldsmith ran a very negative campaign that was based on what people knew was a lie.
This election was not without controversy. And I'm so proud that London has today chosen hope over fear and unity over division.
After taking the mayor's office with a comfortable majority, Khan has brought a business-like efficiency to the role, scrapping expensive vanity projects like the Garden Bridge and the new Routemaster buses, which cost £350,000 each. The former lawyer who used to fight the police in court is now praised for his close relationship with them.
I was talking to a very senior police officer in the Metropolitan Police who said there was a sea change when he went into City Hall, and the police were saying how much they welcomed this because they knew where they stood and it was more straightforward to work with. So he works like a lawyer, he works like a government minister.
Khan's kept his faith at the fore. He's an outspoken voice for moderate Muslims across the world.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
Now, by giving the impression that Islam and the West are incompatible, you're playing into the hands of the extremists.
The ongoing spat between Khan and US President Donald Trump escalated when Trump went after Khan, misquoting him on Twitter just hours after the terrorist attacks of June 3rd, 2017. Khan's now one of the most prominent Labour politicians in the UK. In fact, a recent poll of Londoners found Khan was more trusted to keep the country safe from terrorism than the Prime Minister or the Labour leader. His story of going from the son of an immigrant bus driver to the mayor of one of the greatest cities in the world plays well with Londoners. But can he appeal to the rest of the nation? Has Khan got his eye on the top job? And is the UK ready for a Muslim Prime Minister?
What does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hack emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning. He used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats could face real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped at the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness.
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
When people think of Vladimir Putin, they think of capital P, power. And that's exactly the impression he creates. Whether it's physical power, firing different weapons, riding in various James Bond-esque modes of transportation, or tossing hapless opponents in judo. Or political power, ruling his own country with an iron fist, crushing his political opposition, or, most recently, being accused of meddling in foreign elections for his own benefit. This is how Vladimir Putin went from a poor, tough kid in Leningrad to a KGB spy to the very symbol of modern Russia. Vladimir Vladimirovich Putin was born in 1952 in Leningrad, which is now St. Petersburg. His father was a factory foreman and his mother a homemaker. It is widely said that Putin's public-facing tough guy persona can be traced back to him getting into fights when he was younger, which paved the way for him to take up judo. After getting a law degree from Leningrad State University, Putin joined the KGB Foreign Intelligence Service. He spent 16 years in the KGB. When Putin returned to Russia, he began his political career.
He went to work for
Anatoly Sobchak, who was then the mayor of St. Petersburg.
That's Leonid Bershidsky.
I'm a columnist at Bloomberg View.
Putin thrived in Sobchak's administration because
he was sort of considered pretty efficient city official at that time. He was very loyal to Sobchak.
So loyal and efficient that
he was noticed by Yeltsin's close circle.
And those people soon brought Putin over to Moscow to work in Yeltsin's administration, where he quickly climbed the political ladder.
Then, of course, he was promoted to Prime Minister of Russia.
That's Dmitry Trenin.
I am currently director of the Carnegie Moscow Center.
Around this time, Yeltsin and the people around him, the so-called family, decided that Putin would become Yeltsin's successor. And then this happened. The apartment bombings were carried out in 3 Russian cities, killing 293 people and injuring more than 1,000. Putin immediately accused Chechen separatists for the bombings and followed it up with action.
He was credited with having a very successful military campaign against the terrorists.
And it worked.
After that, he became an heir apparent in the eyes of the Russian people.
3 months later, Yeltsin resigned. And on his way out, a famous exchange.
He was getting into the car in the Kremlin, and the last words that he addressed to Putin before getting into his car was, "Take good care of Russia."
So Putin took over as president, and 3 months after that, won his first election. But just because Putin won the presidency, that didn't mean he had all the power. This is Michael McFall.
I was U.S. ambassador from 2012 to 2014. In the 1990s, there was a fire sale of all the things worth owning in Russia, and certain people,
the oligarchs,
did better than others in that fire sale, sometimes called privatization, and those people tended to be well connected with the Yeltsin regime, and they weren't Putin's friends.
But they probably miscalculated, thinking that they could easily find a way to influence him. It became impossible almost from the start.
From that very moment, there was warfare between him and the oligarchs.
That's when Putin gave the oligarchs a choice. Putin's way?
Some of those people from the 90s managed to figure out a new way of dealing with Putin and have survived.
Or prison.
Others could not find common vision, and so they lost their assets.
Khodorkovsky once was Russia's richest person, worth $15 billion, but he ran afoul of President Vladimir Putin and spent a decade in prison.
With domestic power consolidated, Putin focused on restoring Russia's global influence.
Putin is the guy who believes in the expansionist Russian state. Georgia and Ukraine and all the other Soviet republics that split off when the Soviet Union fell apart, he still believes that they're traditional Russian satellites. A lot of his strategy is about keeping them in the orbit. That Yeltsin line, take good care of Russia, that's how he understands it.
And he used annexation and invasion, as well as oil, gas, and trade to keep former Soviet republics in Russia's orbit. In 2008, Putin's 2 terms were up, and he decided to step down as president. Dmitry Medvedev stepped in as president, and Putin went back to prime minister. But really,
Putin never left power. He pretty much continued running the country, and Medvedev was a bit of a figurehead.
There was actually a period of cooperation between Russia and the U.S. that benefited both countries during Medvedev's presidency.
Because Medvedev did not have the same negative attitude towards the West as Putin did.
But when Putin came back to run for a 3rd term, in the lead up to the 2012 election, it was widely believed that both the presidential and parliamentary elections were rigged, and Russians took to the streets. Putin blamed the protests squarely on America, and more specifically, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
He believed that she had sent, and this is his words, a signal to demonstrators.
Still, Putin won by a huge margin and set about crushing the protest movement immediately upon his return to the Kremlin. Over the next few years, Russia's economy tumbled. Putin annexed Crimea, leading to sanctions. The price of oil fell drastically. The ruble hit a new low, and America played down Russia's influence, with Obama calling Russia
a regional power.
Despite all of that, Putin's approval rating remained sky high, and then an opportunity for payback.
I think I'd get along very well with Vladimir Putin.
In 2016, there was one candidate who called Vladimir Putin very smart.
Trump exhibited tolerance towards Putin's actions annexing Crimea and similar views on NATO and sanctions.
Secretary Clinton didn't support any of those views.
Even though Putin denies any wrongdoing,
U.S. elections.
Yes.
the U.S. has accused Russia of being behind the leaking of 20,000 Democratic National Committee emails, which many say helped Trump beat Hillary Clinton in the presidential election. Which leaves us here, with the possibility of a President Putin until 2024, positioning Russia to be the world power he always imagined it should be.
Jack Ma is Asia's richest man and most recognizable business tycoon. He's the chairman of Alibaba, China's e-commerce giant and one of the 10 largest companies in the world, yet he still wants more.
We know where we're going. We want to be the 5th largest economy.
Big words from the man some call Asia's Jeff Bezos. He's confident, he's charismatic, and he's definitely not the average CEO. This is how a poor schoolteacher went from the classroom to being one of the most influential multi-billionaires in the world. Ma was born in China's southeastern city Hangzhou in 1964. His parents were traditional musician storytellers. As a teenager, he started to learn English from foreign tourists after China opened up in the late 1970s.
And then for 9 years, Jack Ma hung around outside the Hangzhou Hotel, which is now called the Shangri-La. He would get up at 5 a.m. to talk to travelers.
That's Bloomberg technology reporter Lulu Chen.
And I cover China Internet for Bloomberg.
Ma failed China's National University entrance exam twice before being admitted to local teachers' college. He graduated in 1988. He applied for 30 jobs and got rejected, including from the fast food giant KFC.
When KFC came to China, come to us say, 24 people went for the job. 23 people were accepted. I was the only one guy.
Then Ma got a job at a local university and taught English there for about 5 years, earning just $15 a month. On the side, he started a translation company with several friends. During a company trip to the US in 1995, Ma had his first encounter with the internet at a friend's place in Seattle.
I searched the first word beer. I don't know why, because it's easy to spell, baby. And I see beers from Germany, beers from USA, beers from Japan, but there's no beer from China.
So he searched for the word China instead and still couldn't find anything. And that got him thinking. He wanted to build something that would put China on the world's map.
He started China Pages, a Yellow Pages-like website, but it didn't take off. Then Ma joined a government agency in Beijing to help set up a website. By 1999, the internet stock boom had gripped Wall Street, and back in his Hangzhou apartment, Ma decided to try again. With his wife and a group of friends, Ma raised $80,000 and set up Alibaba, a site that allowed businesses to sell stuff to each other.
人家美国人强就强它的硬件，强就强它的系统建设，这方面确实比你高。但是玩信息玩软的，中国人的脑袋绝不比你长。我们在座的所有人的脑袋绝不比你长。
By 2000, Alibaba had raised $25 million from investors, including Goldman Sachs and SoftBank.
He had no business plan and zero revenue, but his eyes was very strong eyes.
In 2003, Alibaba started Taobao, a platform for individual sellers to trade with each other, and publicly declared war against eBay, who had started to make a foray into China.
Jack Ma has this famous saying that Alibaba is a crocodile in the Yangtze River, whereas eBay is a shark in the ocean. And if they fight eBay in the ocean, then they'll lose. But if they fight them in the Yangtze River, then they have a home base advantage.
In 2007, just 1 year after it forced eBay out of China, Alibaba debuted its business-facing division on the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. But it delisted 5 years later as its performance sagged. But in 2014, Alibaba raised $25 billion in the world's biggest IPO in New York.
Everybody should have a dream. What if that dream comes true?
After achieving dominance in the business of e-commerce in China, Alibaba has been building an internet empire worth $472 billion, with businesses in cloud computing, online video streaming, movie production, healthcare, sports, retail, and even news media.
Alibaba buying into South China Morning Post really raised eyebrows. This is the largest English newspaper in Hong Kong, and it shows that Jack Ma's ambitions weren't limited to e-commerce. He wanted to influence not just Chinese users, but also overseas users as well.
The US has criticized Alibaba for allowing companies to sell counterfeit and poorly made goods, but in China, it enjoys the favor of China's government. It's part of Ma's company philosophy.
In love with the government, but don't marry with them.
Jack Ma is an extremely fortunate man for jumping on the internet sector so early. Note that this is a person who has no coding skills at all. He's a natural showman and a gifted public speaker, and really able to convince others to believe in his vision.
Ma's vision of growing Alibaba to be the world's 5th largest economy faces strong competition at home and abroad. It will require more than just naked ambition and charisma, but Ma is great at getting himself in the right place at the right time. So far, it served him well.
Peter Thiel is a walking contradiction. He got his bachelor's in Juris Doctorate from Stanford, but speaks out about the horrors of higher education, saying college is
as corrupt as the Catholic Church was 500 years ago.
He's a staunch supporter of the free press, yet he bankrolled a lawsuit to bankrupt an independent media company.
But these were not journalists.
And most of all, he's an immigrant libertarian who's the most public supporter of Donald Trump in all of Silicon Valley.
What Trump represents isn't crazy, and it's not going away.
This is the story of how an openly gay, immigrant genius, libertarian billionaire went from tech contrarian to Silicon Valley's biggest Trump supporter. Peter Thiel was born on October 11, 1967 in Frankfurt, West Germany, to Suzanne and Klaus Thiel. Peter's family emigrated to Cleveland, Ohio when he was 1. An Ayn Rand devotee during his youth, Thiel attended Stanford University majoring in philosophy.
His Stanford experience shaped a really big part of who he decided to surround himself with.
That's Lizette Chapman.
And I cover technology and venture capital here at Bloomberg.
He and his Stanford friends made their first big splash in tech with PayPal. After selling to eBay for $1.5 billion, they would become known as the PayPal Mafia for each incredible success after PayPal. For Thiel, that began with an early, modest $500,000 investment in Facebook.
And in VC speak, early means big risk, but also big reward. He turned that initial $500,000 investment into more than $1 billion in cash.
But Thiel was just getting started with Facebook, and he went on to make a whole bunch of wildly successful investments.
From SpaceX to Airbnb to one of the largest, most powerful companies in the United States, if not the world, and of course that's Palantir.
The incredibly controversial secretive data mining startup he founded with his colleagues from PayPal. It connects data silos and then allows non-technical people to search that information for patterns. Data like
financial information, feeds from video cameras, biometric details, passport information, flight manifest.
Palantir doesn't talk much about how they collect this data, who has access to it, or what they do with it. But they have contracts with
the Department of Homeland Security and the CIA and the Department of Justice and the Securities and Exchange Commission
and several other federal agencies. It's the richest company you've never heard of, valued at $20 billion. But there are plenty of obscenely wealthy people in Silicon Valley. What makes him different?
He's a complex ball of multiple contradictions.
Take college, for example. Even though college was extremely important for Thiel, there's something called the Thiel Fellowship.
In exchange for dropping out and a promise not to pursue college, Thiel would give them $100,000 each.
You basically tell people that if you get a diploma, you're saved. Otherwise you go to hell. You go to Yale or you go to jail.
Also, his relationship with the press.
Here's another contradiction. He's donated to free press initiatives, including the Committee to Protect Journalists.
But he also secretly spent tens of millions of dollars bankrolling a lawsuit filed by Hulk Hogan over the publication of a sex tape and bankrupting the independently run Gawker Media. Why did he do this? Because in 2007, one of Gawker Media's blogs, Valuag, outed him as gay. And with the lawsuit, he
found an opportunity to get back at them by funding the lawsuit that Hulk Hogan was able to bring then, but he wouldn't have been able to do that without Thiel's money.
And finally, Thiel's biggest contradiction, his endorsement of Donald Trump.
When he was asked about his support for Trump, he was surprised at the outrage that came with it from many of his colleagues in Silicon Valley. He didn't want more of the establishment.
No matter how crazy this election seems, it is less crazy than the condition of our country.
After briefly supporting Carly Fiorina in the primaries, Thiel pivoted to Trump, donating $1.25 million to Trump and his associated super PACs in October 2016. And he didn't just help Trump financially. He gave a full-throated keynote speech supporting Trump at the Republican National Convention.
I'm not a politician, but neither is Donald Trump. He is a builder, and it's time to rebuild America.
And when Trump was finally elected, Thiel was given the reins to an enormous amount of power.
And I want to thank you, man. You have a very special guy.
He was named the transitional advisor. And in that role, he did a lot of interviewing and a lot of vetting to fill hundreds of cabinet positions and different jobs within the administration.
But it turns out Thiel's support isn't unconditional.
Talking to people who spend time with him, I have also heard that he is no longer a great supporter of Trump.
It was reported that Thiel was unhappy with the direction of Trump's presidency. Ever since, he's been mum, making no public appearances, no statements, and staying out of the spotlight altogether. Although there have been suggestions that Trump could tap Thiel for a top intelligence post or ambassadorship, there's no indication he'd accept.
He's described his relationship with politics as schizophrenic. He gets really involved, and then he runs away as fast as possible.
Whether Thiel takes a new position or simply continues as a board director at Facebook and Palantir, at just 50 years old, he's primed to wield some serious influence in technology and politics for decades to come.
Two 2016 was again the hottest year on record, and the previous 17 years have seen our 16 most scorching. Scientists overwhelmingly agree. Global warming is the culprit. And it's just getting started. Ice caps, extreme weather, wildfires, droughts, and the hits keep coming. What are we doing about it? In 2015, the world took its boldest step yet to stem climate change with a historic accord in Paris. But now comes the hard part. Nations must change energy policies and invest huge amounts of money, and they will likely do it without the United States. President Donald Trump announced on June 1st that the U.S. would withdraw from the accord.
The reality is that withdrawing is in America's economic interest and won't matter much to the climate.
Here's the situation. Decades in the making, the Paris Agreement united the U.S., China, and more than 190 other nations in a push to limit fossil fuel pollution. The UN-sponsored plan secured pledges to cut greenhouse gases, the emissions that trap heat in the Earth's atmosphere, in an effort to avoid the rising seas and other environmental disasters that climate models predict. But even if all pledges are met, the globe is expected to warm by as much as 3.4 degrees Celsius this century, more than the UN target of well below 2 degrees. Meeting the Paris Agreement means that governments will have to offer more incentives for clean energy, scale back support for fossil fuels, make emissions more costly, and reduce deforestation. It's estimated that the deal will require $13.5 trillion of spending through 2030. Here's the argument. Unlike past climate pacts such as the Kyoto Protocol, each country set its own Paris targets and then promised to revisit and improve them. The U.S. was primed to play a lead role in climate change, but Trump's Energy Independence Executive Order reverses Obama-era rules and directives put in place to combat climate change, and expands production of coal, the dirtiest fossil fuel. The resulting policies threaten the global fight against climate change. Without the U.S. commitment to emissions reduction, other countries may join it in abandoning the Paris Agreement. This could make it almost impossible and even more expensive down the line to stop climate change. Optimists argue that the shift to a lower carbon future is already underway. Businesses, cities, and U.S. states, such as California, are already investing in wind and solar and taking other steps to make it work.
I've actually been called an environmentalist, if you can believe that.
There's an inherent attraction to light and being human. And I think on a very deep psychological level, light is this way in which we experience the energy surrounding us in a very personal manner. My name is Matt Dilling. I'm the founder of Light Bright Neon Studio, and we manufacture, produce, and restore neon works of art and design. origins of the creative content of a lot of the work at Lightbright comes from a variety of sources. Sometimes people come with a napkin sketch, some people come with an Adobe Illustrator file, and we have a whole design team who then we kind of work together to help create layouts of what it might look like. Scale it up and create a paper template using a pen plotter. And that paper template actually becomes our guide for what we're going to bend the neon to. We take from the office into the glass shop. We pick out the right size tubing with the right color for the right size project. From there, we heat up the glass tubing. The torches heat the glass well in excess of 1,000 degrees in order for it to get into its molten state. We heat up and bend the glass tubing to match the template. One of our chandeliers has over 100 different bends in it. So each one of those bends has to be marked for a heated up bend. We also have to allow the glass to cool between the bends so that the next area can be worked on and heated up in its own unique fashion. It turns into spaghetti, and then we have to make sure that that spaghetti lines back up and cools to the template. We use a blow hose to connect our mouth to the tube, create a volume that's closed, and we can control the pressure in there with our mouth. There's just a variety of challenges that come up inherently in working with glass. Glass can crack due to stress, and sometimes you'll just have a batch that all it wants to do when it gets near a torch is crack. After we've bent various components, we have to go in using the crossfire or the hand torch and actually weld all of those pieces together. The last step on that is then to weld on electrodes onto either end. Each one of those steps is very, very specific. I draw inspiration from so many different experiences. It's hard to come up with one thing that's particular, but one of the ways that I really am able to connect with the creative is to float. Floating is a similar experience to meditation, to psychedelics. Going into a blackened room and laying out in a body of water and salt that's heated to your body temperature, and it allows for all sort of external stimulation to fall away. And your internal world really begins to bubble up and manifest. You really get to experience a different relationship to your mind. I think I work with neon because I can't not work with it. It's so challenging and so rewarding. And those things are so intertwined that there's no way of separating it out. I learn so much and continue to learn so much by working with it. I find so much inspiration in working with it, and I just continue to experience new and different things through the medium. It's that close to me at this point. Once the neon tube is completed, we have to hook it up to our manifold for bombarding. The manifold is opened, a vacuum is drawn. We check the tube for leaks with our Tesla coil. We close the tube back off, and we heat it up using a very large and powerful transformer. As the tube is heated up, it releases anything that's not inert inside the tube, and we evacuate that out. We introduce the gas into it. And we seal the tube off, sealing into that tube whatever gas we introduced into it. I think my favorite part of making a neon light is when you see it lit up for the first time. Different gases, when electrified, emit different wavelengths of light. Neon gas is this very bright orange, fiery red color. Argon gas creates a very intense blue, but that light output that is produced can then be expressed in a different wavelength by coating the inside of the tubes with a phosphor coating that takes that one wavelength of light and emits a different wavelength. We bring it over to the aging table where we hook it up to an age-in transformer and allow it to settle, age the gas in that we've introduced to it. There's always a stray particle of something left inside the tube. But that time that the oxide coating can act to scrub whatever is left inside the tube while things are getting settled into place. Once the tubes are aged in, we move on to our process of assembling two halves of the fixture together in a jig, gluing up the center of the fixture to its spindle. Once the adhesive dried, we would connect the wires from the fixture together into a transformer, and we turn on power and it lights up. Part of what we love about what we do here is that we try and put out into the world the kind of things that we'd like to see. I still am surprised when it lights up. I'm still excited when I get to see it illuminated. There's an ineffable quality to it. To me, is this insight into the inner workings of the universe. It literally is. It's a way of looking at what is surrounding us in the cosmos in a new light.
Bit like an addiction. You've got to make something, you have to do something. It's borderline obsession. And every bike we build is my favourite bike at the time, and as soon as it's done, I want to build another one. Sven cycles is something I've been thinking about ever since I started cycling in my late teens. We want bikes that ultimately you'll really enjoy riding. There's never a bike that's the same. There's always a slight change. And as we build them individually as well, they have the marks of a bike that's built by hand. Most people I know cycle have an idea of their dream bicycle. And it may be an evolving idea you've had in your head. And we've worked with a lot of people that have come to us with sketches and scrapbooks. It's really, really nice to build something that's just one-off and unique. I think a lot of people see a bicycle as two wheels and a frame in the middle. There are a lot of subtle changes and nuances in design which can change the riding characteristics quite dramatically. I'm a really big fan of modernist architecture, and the simplicity of a modernist building is really hard to achieve. And with some of our bikes, they may look very simple, but I think people should not underestimate the time and effort that goes into designing a product. Tubing is key to a bike's feel and ride. Reynolds tubing has been in my life ever since I can remember. Growing up, I could never afford a frame manufactured with their tubing. We can now put a badge on our bike saying manufactured at Reynolds, which is a sort of thing as a kid I just wouldn't have believed was going to happen. Every part of the bike has a specific tube. It's not universal. The first thing we do is get the tubes out, check they're correct, check the wall thicknesses, sand the edges, make sure it's all really clean, because if it's not clean, the tubes won't join together correctly. We build in steel because I still believe it's one of the best materials to use. It's been used in bikes since the late 1800s, and they're still using it now for a very good reason. It's the flexibility that we can replace the tube, repaint the bike, and you wouldn't know it's damaged. I just like working with it. It's very sculptural. This isn't sort of aerospace precision engineering. It's a steel rule and a marker. So when we're cutting the tubes, it's within a mil or two. But what we're trying to do is take the best from bicycle building in the past and add a little bit of modern flair to it. There's various techniques for building bicycles. We do a thing called fillet brazing, where you connect the pipe together. We use a bronze rod and a flame. We heat the tubes up to the same temperature and we fill the joint with bronze. And it gives a very, very sort of fluid, lovely, sort of quite sculptural feel. You've got to practice, you've got to be able to judge material temperatures, you've got to just look at it and you just get a feel for it. It's the stage where your tubes start to look a bit like a bicycle. My father's a jeweller. He'd make sort of very pretty things, which are lovely, but for me, they don't really have any function. What I love about bicycles, you can start on a Monday with a box of tubes, you can be riding it by the weekend, and it can last you for the rest of your life. Outside of the frame and forks, the other most important part is the wheels and tyres. When you build the wheels, you have to lace them, so there's little holes going all the way around the rim. You poke the spoke through. We do build all our wheels by hand here because a machine can't get 30 years worth of wheel building experience. Colour is very, very personal. With any of our bikes, you can have them painted whatever colour you want. We've matched one to a teapot, so we can get that scanned and we can match that or someone's favourite item of clothing. I like to let the bike sit for 4 or 5 days minimum, just so the paint can have time to cure a little bit, and then we assemble it. We get out all the new components, and it's a case of putting them together. Some bikes you can assemble in 3 hours, some will take 3 days. And we've built bikes that cost in the £10,000 plus mark. Some people, they're saving up and this is their bike and they're going to own it for the rest of their lives, so we just want to make sure they get the right thing. I think the bike for me was the first time I had some freedom, so as soon as I had one I was off. A lot of people still get that thrill as when they were a kid blasting down a hill, wind going through their hair. It's fun. Everyone has their favourite jacket or something that just makes them feel good. If you've got a bike that fits well, you actually feel part of it. Building bicycles as a creative outlet is fantastic. It's not something you do because you're going to get a big paycheck at the end of the day. You do it something you have a passion for it.
If you ever saw a wooden surfboard, it was probably hanging in somebody's house or underneath the deck. But kind of in the last 10 or 15 years, wood has made a big comeback. They surf wonderfully. It's beautiful and it feels great to be on one of them. I always had a love for wood and kind of passionate about things that went in the water. I've kind of been around wooden boats most of my life. There's just so much character. The way they're built, the stories that come with them, a lot of that has translated over to why we build surfboards the way we do. When we first started thinking about building surfboards, wood was the natural material we chose. They have a very high strength to weight ratio. Wooden surfboards have the longest history of use in the surf world than any other material. People have been surfing wooden surfboards since kind of the first documented history of people riding waves. The board starts in CAD, where we take a 3D model, break down the shape, and kind of create frames and templates and all the inner parts of the board that we get cut on a CNC machine. We take those frames and we just pop them out, assemble the frame into kind of a skeleton. We go out to our lumber shed, pick a bunch of cedar, and bring them into our mill shop, put glue along the edges, clamp it all together into a panel. Everything's book matched, you have symmetry in the colors and texture of the wood. Cut your outline. Take our assembled frame, gently put it down right on top of the plank. Once that foundation is started, you're basically building up the three-dimensional shape, the outside part of the board, using lots of strips that kind of interlock and fit together. Every piece of wood is going to be different, and it's all going to react differently. There are frustrations with it, but I think that's one of the things that keeps it challenging. You learn to read the kind of what the grain lines are doing and what the color of the wood is telling you. Once those rails are cleaned up, we put our top planks on. It's a little bit like putting a lid on a box. It's like, this is it. Whatever's inside that board is staying inside that board. And by tensioning some rope, you can clamp the two together. It's like a time capsule. What makes our boards unique are they are built right here in York. They're built using material that grows right here in the state of Maine. They're built 100% by hand by local craftspeople and surfers. There's a lot of time that goes into these boards, between 40 and 60 hours start to finish. We wanted to build surfboards that were as hollow as they could be, but still be strong enough to work well. Too light and they don't surf well, but too heavy and they don't surf well. So there's a balance point there, and that's where we try to be. Taking the board off the rocker table once the top has gone on, that is by far one of my top favorite parts. It's just you and a shaping stand, a board, and a hand plane. Everything else is out of your view. It's simple, it's pleasurable, it's quiet. You can be with your thoughts and you can just kind of be present. There's something about taking a nice sharp edge tool to a beautiful piece of wood and feeling the curls coming off and knowing that every pass that you're making, you're kind of getting it closer and closer to what you have in mind. Once we've shaped it down and the board's looking like it's supposed to look like, time for it to go into the glassing room. 4-ounce fiberglass, laying it over the board, draping it over the edges, cutting it, applying epoxy, and on the board. Once both sides are lamb coated, it's time to put in the hardware. Drill and router and install the fin box. And on the other side, we drill and put in the leash plug and a vent. There's a lot of air just naturally inside the board, and that air wants to expand and contract with temperature changes. And that vent has a little piece of Gore-Tex fabric in it, and it allows air to kind of breathe both ways, but it doesn't allow water to get in. Once all that hardware is put in, it goes back into the glassing room. We brush a nice, beautiful, thick coat of epoxy over the whole surface, and that we call a gloss coat. That's supposed to look beautiful and glossy and shiny and flawless. You get to see that board come to life. Whatever the colors in the wood, they really come out. It just makes it look like candy. You just want to touch it and run your hands down it, and it's just kind of the icing on the cake. Once everything is hard, we put it into what we call the oven, get that epoxy to cure, really kind of bake it, and just get it to harden. Put in the fin, screw in the vent, and ship it out. We just love the idea of building something that's sustainable and long-lasting and made by hand. Kind of gives you a deeper connection to the product over something you might buy on a shelf. When a customer gets the board, they feel it. They 100% feel the amount of work and the amount of passion that went into the board. So I'm not really looking at hours and efficiency. We're looking at like doing it right and enjoying it as we go.
Ma Baoli, better known as Gang La, is one of the 4 Grand Marshals leading New York's Pride Parade this year. But in the country he comes from, being gay is still a social taboo. The CEO of a Beijing-based internet company is on a mission to improve the lives of millions of gay men in China.
对于每一个 LGBT 人群来说，即使这个国家不允许你跟同性爱人结婚，但是你仍然要勇敢地去选择你自己的生活，你仍然应该拥有幸福生活的权利。
Ma's company Blue City runs an app and a website specifically for gay men. Blued is one of the biggest gay social networking apps in the world, with an estimated 30 million registered users. Unlike most other apps, Blued is more than just dating or hookups.
大家可以在我们这个软件里面找他自己的情感，然后可以阅读相关的内容，然后可以进行一些娱乐，比如玩游戏啊，比如看直播啊等等。
Back in 2000, when Ma studied at a police school in northern China, he realized he didn't feel like everyone else.
因为他们都找女朋友，然后谈恋爱，但是我对长得好看的同性的男生，我反而觉得对我更有吸引力。所以那个时候我就到互联网上去找这样的一些资料，然后希望能够告诉我自己，我到底是谁。互联网上所有的信息都是负面的，都是错的，就是说同性恋要电击疗法，要被治疗，然后要吃药等等。
After visiting some foreign websites with different attitudes to homosexuality, Ma created his own site for a Chinese audience, encouraging people that
他们也是正常的，他们不用自卑，然后也不用自杀。
Even though attitudes towards homosexuals are slowly changing in China, it's still a social stigma. The virtual world of Blued, where members can be open about their sexuality, is for most a striking contrast to their real lives. This is live streaming, a function added to Blued in late 2015, right as the internet craze was starting to take off in China. Many self-made stars like Jin make decent amounts of money by receiving audiences' virtual currencies and gifts.
我们不是彼此的初恋，初恋这种事儿多不靠谱啊。
For Kyle and Klaus, a couple who have come out, live streaming on Blued means something different.
其实我经常会收到很多粉丝的一些互动的留言，就是类似就是说你们让我们看到了同志情侣之间的一些希望啊，我看到这样的留言我是很欣慰。
The government's rules for acceptable content online may shift quickly in China, with LGBT material in a grey area. Many companies feel the chill of the recent internet crackdown, but Blue City still runs as usual. Ma has won the Chinese government's trust by helping with HIV prevention among gay men. A third of the company's staff are dedicated to screening pornographic and politically sensitive content.
我不太多的愿意去对抗，我更多的愿意去对话，去改变他们的想法。我觉得这个可能在中国来说是更有效的。
In the past 5 years, Blue City has grown from a team of 7 people to a promising business with about 250 staff. Ma said the company earned over $15 million last year, mainly through advertising and selling virtual currencies to live streaming audiences. Now the company is expanding overseas.
我希望吧，通过我们的努力，Blue能够成为全球第一家在美国纳斯达克或者是纽交所上市的这样的同质互联网公司。
This is Rich Chiga. He's a Chinese rapper by way of Indonesia, and he's very popular on the internet. This is Joji. He's a Japanese-Australian singer, and he's also very popular on the internet. Plus, Joji invented the Harlem Shake meme. Let me say that again. This guy, Joji, in the blood bathtub, invented the Harlem Shake meme. But we'll come back to that. So Rich and Joji are both signed to 88 Rising, an entertainment company hoping to build a lasting global brand that will outlive singular moments of virality. They primarily create content combining Asian culture and hip-hop, a formula that apparently pleases the internet gods greatly. They've only been around for 18 months, but they're already putting up major label numbers.
I think that we have an unprecedented collective of talent, a group of predominantly Asian artists, really making waves globally, which from an independent point of view as well.
88's founder, Sean Miyashiro, cut his teeth launching Vice's electronic music channel, Thump. But quickly, Sean became interested in life beyond dance music.
I knew that after launching a whole content platform that I have kind of the ability and the know-how to do it again, but for what was the question.
So Sean moved to the Bronx to start over and figure it out. He couldn't afford an office space, so he worked out of his car at the top of a grimy parking garage.
Everything kind of started here. If you look around, this is my environment. This is my serenity, really. 88 Rising was built here. Built on the grounds of LA Fitness, residence in a parking garage. I was living in the Bronx. I'm just like, damn, where the hell do I go? So I just come up here and I just kind of figure things out every single day. Being like, okay, what the hell is this thing? Coming here was kind of like my own kind of private office, basically. To be honest, I would even go to the bathroom here. I would take pisses here, you know what I mean? It was, it's just too far to go back down there. When I need Wi-Fi, I'd spend a good part of the day at Dunkin' Donuts. Hi, how are you? Can I get a chicken snack wrap?
Before 88 Rising officially launched, Sean caught a surprise break in the form of a Twitter friendship with a funny 16-year-old kid from Indonesia named Brian, who taught himself English by watching Rubik's Cube tutorial videos on YouTube. Seriously, that's true.
I thought his Twitter was genius, from the future, just crazy, and just the shit that he was saying, the memes he was making. But I didn't know that he rapped or anything like that. I really didn't, and he came up with Dat Stick 2 weeks later.
Dat Stick was Brian's first ever attempt at making a rap song, and it immediately went viral.
Everything was great about it, but the one thing that I noticed is the song was hard as hell. Just everything about it, man. Just it was menacing, bro.
Soon after the video dropped, Brian signed with 88 Rising.
I'll FaceTime with Rich. Sorry for calling you Rich Chiga on my phone, Rich. Brian, he gets super pissed off that he's saved in my phone as Rich Chiga. He's like, dude, am I not a human to you? What's good, bro?
What's good, brother?
How you doing?
Doing great. I just did a sound check.
How was it?
It was tight.
So, Brian could definitely rap, but some viewers understandably took offense at a Chinese kid satirizing rap cliches and calling himself Rich Chiga. But if a group of well-known rappers saw the video and genuinely liked it, that could at least help validate Brian as a legit hip-hop artist. Plus, it could be really funny.
It was just kind of an idea that I just had on the spot. Everything that rappers say is better and funnier and smarter and wittier. It's just more entertaining. We just edit it as tight as possible, put it up, and it really worked.
Yo, this nigga got a pouch on a Reebok pouch. This is the hardest nigga of all time.
You said when you come for a chigga like me. That was dope.
Like, it's just lit, and I think people will take it as a joke at first, but it's like if he ran with that and kept doing more videos like that, it's just lit.
You know, I'd never been to America before, and like all of a sudden, it's like I see like all the rappers that I listen to just like reacting to my stuff, and I was like, what? How did this happen?
The reaction video also went viral, and even led to a remix of Dat Stick featuring Wu-Tang's Ghostface.
I'll get on that track. You know what I'm saying? Yeah.
Really, on the remix?
Yeah. Oh, you know him?
And yeah, the remix went viral too. Brian has since acknowledged the misstep in his name and claims he may change it. But for the time being, he's still Rich Chigga to his fans. An ever-growing global audience, hungry for more releases from emerging talent around the world.
I didn't know that it was gonna be this impactful and this important to people, and I'm very thankful and blessed that it has. And every day now that I wake up, it's like it's just like a new mission every day.
A major part of that mission involves Joji. Remember the bloody bath guy? He's a former YouTube personality in the middle of a career transition.
The sound of this song, Will He, it's like a trap song that you can like slow dance to. Awkward prom shit, you know what I mean? I used to do crazy episodic internet videos. It was going well, and one day it was me and a few friends just in a room. We were casually chilling, and then someone plays the song, and it's brand new at the time. I happened to have a lot of costumes laying around, so I told the other guys, I was like, get in these costumes and let's just dance to it, like who cares? We were like, okay, let's just go crazy at the drop. So that video goes up, I go to sleep, and the next morning, everyone's doing it, like next morning. That taught me a lot about the internet, how people want to just be a part of something. And from that point on, something changed, and I was a little better at understanding demographics and people and what they want to see and what they want to hear. I was friends with a couple other artists who were affiliated with 88, and then I also started to realize that 88 is the bridge between Western and Asian entertainment, and I really wanted to be a part of that.
Joji just released the In Tongues EP, his first project as a serious artist.
Joji's In Tongues record came out a couple weeks ago. It's #2 on Billboard on the R&B charts, which is crazy for, independent release, and he's like a brand new artist.
And the success is even more impressive, knowing he went from creating something like this,
It's just Taco Bell. What could possibly go wrong?
to creating something like this, the newest music video for his song Demons. Tonight, Rich Chigga has a show in New York City. Tickets sold out in an hour.
I came here, I'm first on line. I was here at 1. I was the third person on line.
So why'd you get here so early?
Because I want to see Rich I want to touch him.
What do you guys think of Joji?
Oh my God!
That's my dad, son.
You guys cop the new EP or like?
Yeah. I woke up at 6 in the morning just to cop that shit. And then I listened to it, and that shit started making me cry.
This is actually kind of exciting. Every time, this never gets old. Like, you live online and social media, but like, there's nothing like just being with the people.
More often than not, viral success happens by accident. And then after an appearance on Ellen or Jimmy Kimmel, the creator's star power fizzles out. But Idiot Rising has figured out how to turn potential gimmicks into brands with an actual following that keeps coming back for the next thing.
Oh, shit!
So keep an eye out for Idiot's next move. But more than likely, it won't be covered on network television or terrestrial radio. Although, as they've already proven, nowadays that really doesn't matter.
Online retailer Farfetch is betting it can shape the future. This is its concept store, showcasing the latest in retail tech.
How do you capture all of that fantastic information that you gather in store when customers touch and feel products? And we created a concept called the connected rail. And this is using a combination of RFID and ultrasound. The RFID signal recognizes the product, and the ultrasound recognizes the movement. Take the product off, and then you'll start to see your products appear. And essentially, it's like online browsing behavior. Whichever products you touch and pick up in the store are automatically sent to your app. This is effectively what you've created is your in-store wish list. In the middle, you'll see essentially a hologram of the product. What the customer sees, they control the experience on a touch device. What this allows the customer to do is take elements of products and then add their own style to it. Right, so this is the connected mirror. So in this example, I see my products. I select a coat, and that's tried it, and it's slightly too big for me. So what I can do is choose an alternative size and send a request to the sales associate, and they'll bring that size to me in the fitting room mirror. You'll also see that we've got some product recommendations here. Crucially, the sales associate's able to push items into the mirror from their device. If you wanted to, you could simply use the mirror and pay and go. Your items would then be packed and dispatched to you afterwards.
Do you want me to turn you so you're looking outwards? Yes, please. How about there? First time we came out with B, Jade said, "It feels like I've been released from prison." Do you want these, Mrs?
Definitely.
Definitely. Right.
Yeah.
And she could say hello to everybody, people she hadn't seen for months.
It's
Hi, it's
Jade.
Jade.
Oh. So you can talk to Jade through this.
Hi, Katie. She's there.
Hi.
Every time anyone's seen her, they want to know why she's there. And it's kind of the opposite of when you're in a wheelchair and people see you and they kind of go, oh, should I look? I don't know what the right protocol is. When there's a tiny robot with its bright little eyes going around just looking happy everywhere, it really opens you up for conversation.
You've got some friends here, look. Hiya.
When I saw her for the first time, I remember thinking, this is going to change things. This is one of those points where if this was a book, this would be the cliffhanger. condition called Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, which means that I have a lot of dislocations, there's a lot of pain, and a lot of seizures and whatnot. So I can end up on my own in my room for long periods of time. A lot of the time with a condition like my own, of course there's the pain, and the pain is bad, and the dislocations are bad, and the seizures and being in paralysis and never knowing whether you're going to be able to wake up properly tomorrow, that's bad. But what's worse still is being able to count the number of people you see a day on one hand.
Are you ready?
Sure am, I'm just hoping the connection's going to stay.
Yeah, me too. Alright, here we go.
When you're used to just the same little metre by metre and a half window every day, and you've been there for months, being able to just see the sky from somewhere else, or the tops of trees, or a sign, is incredible. Or being able to have that kind of chat in the car that most people would probably take for granted.
I'm going to go past Grandma and Grandad so you can give them a wave. Now, if Jade is particularly seizure-y, she can still take part. And that's brilliant, really, because before she would just be left in a bed or in a house with just her carers. It's quite a small world, that.
Right, so there's one of her. Here, this costume I'm busy making at the moment. When I'm not on bed rest and I'm not just wearing pyjamas all the time, I enjoy being able to dress as different characters and go to Comic Cons and that kind of thing, because it just lets me show a different side of myself, and it's a bit of fun. If you can't go out that often, you've got to enjoy it when you do.
Was that? Good.
It's one of those weird things where I want to not have to use B because I want to be well enough to be able to go to those places myself. Like, it really makes a big difference to me to be able to go into school. But the thing is, with my condition fluctuating all of the time, I can't go into school reliably.
He's written it out bigger on the board. Thank you.
Today's the first day that I've been in school via B, and so far it's interesting. Still a few little things that we need to work out, but for the most part I think it's going fairly well. And it's brilliant because I can really tell the difference between today and yesterday. How yesterday I forced myself to go into school when I wasn't very well, and I was really tired afterwards and ended up having loads of seizures, whereas today I've been able to do all of the work. I've been able to keep a clear head and not be ill, which means I'm able to be more focused on my schoolwork.
So there is my first step of working, is to simplify root 8. The algebra test is next week.
Now I'm trying to make friendships which I'll be able to maintain with B. Before that, I've ended up letting people down quite often. B gives me hope, yeah. She's just always there. And if I can't do something, she can. And if I need sort of assistance to be able to make commitments, then she's there, and she means that I feel like a more valuable person because I'm more reliable.
When it debuted, the 4G wireless we have today allowed people for the first time to hit the road and explore unknown places with only a smartphone for directions. When 5G arrives, it could enable driverless cars to take us there as well. 5G stands for 5th generation mobile networks or wireless systems. It's insanely fast and can accommodate a lot more connected devices. But the reason it's being called revolutionary is because 5G will allow connected devices to speak to each other as well as people.
Right now we're living in a world where really it's a one-way experience.
That's Bloomberg tech reporter Ian King.
The network talks to your phone, you look at your phone and access data, then you send something back to the network. What we're being told about 5G is that really for the first time we're going to see machines communicating with each other over mobile networks in a meaningful way.
5G could end up being 100 times faster than what we have now, with speeds that could reach 20 gigabits per second. In plain English, that means downloading a full-length HD movie in seconds. 5G will also increase total bandwidth, which we will need in order to accommodate the growing Internet of Things. We're talking about the class of devices like internet-connected refrigerators, thermostats, dog collars, but 5G will enable many, many more.
Things like your utility network, factories, where machines are just sat there not connected at all. Suddenly they're all going to be connected. Suddenly we're going to be able to have real-time monitoring. Other things like cars, like utility poles, like your light, the light poles.
But perhaps the biggest advance will be a huge reduction in communication lag time, known as latency. A network of driverless cars will need the speed of 5G to ping each other multiple times per second to avoid collisions. Near instantaneous data transfers could allow doctors to perform surgery remotely with a robotic scalpel. So how will all this work? First, you need to improve network density.
And that's just a fancy word for saying you put more towers out there. What we're being told is that's not actually the case with 5G.
The idea is 5G will not only use the existing mobile spectrum, but also tap into higher frequencies called millimeter waves. Millimeter waves can carry more data, but only travel short distances. This may mean you'll see a lot more of these base stations around town. And the new towers may have as many as 100 antenna ports, compared to about a dozen on 4G cell towers. So when will we get 5G? Getting 5G ready is expected to cost providers $275 billion over 7 years in the US alone. Look for the first 5G service to pop up in big cities sometime in 2019.
The cubicle represents a tyranny. It confines your imagination, your thoughts, into a small physical area. Imagine pretty much every software engineer or finance person being able to, disconnect from their desk and look at holographic monitors on a beach and doing their work from there. That's not going to be science fiction. It's the modern office place.
Silicon Valley is all about building the future. A startup called Meta thinks it's getting there first, thanks to a big bet that it's made on augmented reality.
How are you?
Good, thank you. Welcome to Meta.
Thank you.
Call it a 360-degree office where you can spatialize your thoughts as part of your workflow for education, architecture, design, engineering, etc.
People often mix up augmented reality with virtual reality. VR totally blocks your ability to see or hear the real world. AR overlays holograms onto what you already see. Meta has tried to make its version of the workspace feel familiar.
You grab the hologram instead of using a controller or a mouse, and your brain already knows how to do it. In other words, we've designed an operating system that humanity has always known how to use. So you can see this eyeball, which is, by the way, photorealistic. You can see my hand is occluding the eyeball, and now the eyeball is occluding my hand, right? You see those two circles? They get small, and then they turn into this glowing white ball, and then I can move my hand around supernaturally. I can do this with two hands and rotate the thing. I could stretch it. I could throw it back right into the shelving system, and that's all you have to learn to become a modern worker.
And to prove this, the employees at Meta have started to get rid of their computer monitors, trading them in for Meta's augmented reality headsets. Myron thinks that in less than a decade, we'll all be just wearing strips of glass that can project holograms.
In the early 80s, everybody had computers on their desktop, but no one was using them because they had a lot of work to do. So they were still using typewriters. And at some point, the CEO took all the typewriters away and everybody was forced to use their computers. So it's very exciting to see a new generation of technology, a new paradigm.
I consider us like pioneers in the holographic wild. I'm pulling up my browser with my hands and sending out emails to colleagues and just kind of really acclimating to the new environment.
Now you're putting on my computer, essentially. Our digital lives live on our phones. We have all of our pictures and notes and all these kinds of things. So why don't you write yourself a little sticky note? I like it. And go ahead and just take your fist right over the top of the sticky note and close your fist. And now.
Oh, what?
Meta's own transition to augmented reality has run into plenty of unexpected problems. And it's still going to be a while before you'll start to see these devices in your office. But I think it's a future worth waiting for.
If we could see these holograms between us, we will have been able to share our work with one another more naturally, more efficiently, and more productively than ever before. Humanity will have evolved slightly.
This is Hatsune Miku, Japan's sensational virtual pop star. She's released over 100,000 songs in multiple languages and performed sold-out concerts around the world. Her image has appeared in games, on TV, in car races, and is even etched on the side of a Japanese space rocket.
I came for Hatsune Miku, Carlos.
She's Lady Gaga's favorite digital pop star and opened shows for her in the US 3 years ago. Tens of thousands of fans attended her exhibition and live shows near Tokyo recently.
理想のアイドルっていうと、どの曲でもミクはすごい綺麗に歌ってくれる。
他没有缺点啊，没有任何让我们感到不开心的一些新闻。
She's everything to everybody. That's probably why she's so popular.
Miku's creator Hiroyuki Ito and his Sapporo-based company have been developing the virtual diva for over 10 years.
初音ミクとは、キャラクターとしてすごく、YouTube とかで検索すると、たくさんの初音ミクが出てくるんですけども、元々の、初音ミクのその原点は歌声を合成する、ソフトウェアなんです。
Both the software and character are named Hatsune Miku, meaning the first sound of the future. Originally based on Yamaha's Vocaloid technology, Miku the software has a sound bank containing voice samples and a huge array of tools. You input the melody and lyrics, then Miku the character sings them. To date, Krypton has sold 120,000 software licenses at $200 each to fans around the world who use it to create numerous songs and share them online. Some of the fan-created songs are chosen to be part of Miku's concerts, for which they're paid a royalty fee.
もともと初音ミクっていうその、存在自体がそのボトムアップって言いますか、中にはアマチュアクリエイターじゃなくて今もうすでに、プロになって活躍している方もいらっしゃるんですけども。
The company also has other revenue streams. It makes money from merchandising, licensing deals, and concert ticket sales. According to the real-life musicians who perform with Hatsune Miku, the virtual pop star is interesting and surprising.
今年で3年ぐらい、ちょうど3年ぐらいやってきて、ライブも数十本、数百本やったの。そういうことが演奏によって起こせるためのそういう器みたいな感じになっています。初音ミクらしさって僕はあんまりない。初音ミクって何だってあり。
For Ito, Miku has the potential to change the way we think about music.
そういう新しいそのテクノロジーによって新しい音楽のあり方っていうものを模索していきたいと思っていました。
And for her fans, it goes even further.
初音ミクって魂がないので、だからみんな魂を作り上げるために存在する。
Now, there are a lot of fitness gadgets out there. In my quest to get fit, I tested 17 of them over the last few months. At least one personal trainer I know was a little bit skeptical.
Yeah, I've been watching these new technologies come to the market for almost as long as I've been a personal trainer. They're just tricks and tropes. They're not much different than the Bowflex machines or, to be honest, the original Jane Fonda workout video.
But some of these gadgets that are just coming to the market do so much more than what they used to do, just tracking your activities. Out of all of them, this chest strap was my favorite. It comes with a robot coach that points to the future, one where you might not need a human trainer at all. And it works like this. You wear the chest strap so that it can read your heart rate, and that connects to Move's free app that talks to you.
Welcome to Move Heart Rate Hit Outdoor Running. Let's get moving and warm up in Zone 2.
Move's computerized coach tells you what to do at that exact moment, whether you're running outside or you're doing body weight exercises indoors.
Swing your arms faster to get your legs moving quicker. Let's crush this round.
And by reading your heart rate, she knows exactly how hard you're working. She keeps you honest.
Way to go, you are in the target zone. Keep pushing, you're almost at the end of the round. Don't give up.
I've been running for 7 years now, and my biggest problem is that I never push myself hard enough. I end up going on the same slow, comfortable 30-minute jog, but the Move HR Burn blasted me out of that rut. By the end of these half-hour exercises, I was drenched in sweat in a way that I never am when I work out alone. Training with a real person is great, whether that's your group instructor or your coach or your personal trainer, but humans, they're expensive. For the rest of us, this $60 gadget is all you need.
what does it take to change the world? A big army? A cure to a pandemic? A revolution? All of these take either a lot of people, thousands of hours, or massive amounts of space. But for Julian Assange, all he needs is one room, an internet connection, and the world will listen. Assange is located here, and more specifically, right here. And from that location, he's posted government secrets, classified documents, and leaked emails from some of the world's most powerful people. And in doing so, has been labeled a hero, a villain, a nihilist, and everything in between. This is how an Australian programmer sequestered in the Ecuadorian embassy in London became one of the most influential and notorious people in the world. Born in 1971 in Townsville, Australia, Assange has always been on the move. Living in over 30 homes by the time he was in his mid-teens, Assange, along with his mother and half-brother, finally settled down in Melbourne. His introduction to hacking started at 16 when he was given a Commodore 64, which he attached to a modem. He attended the University of Melbourne, where he studied programming, physics, and mathematics. He never graduated, but that doesn't mean he didn't get an education. By 1991, Assange hacked into the Pentagon, U.S. Navy, and other branches of the U.S. government. In 1996, he was caught by the Australian Federal Police and charged with over 30 counts of hacking and computer-related crimes. He didn't get any jail time, but he was fined $2,100.
I think the first taste of what would come later was the hacking that he did as a young programmer, and that really sort of foreshadowed a healthy skepticism of the use and abuse of technology by governments.
That's Vernon Silver.
I'm a reporter for Bloomberg's investigations team.
Assange's youth as a hacker laid the foundation for him to start WikiLeaks in 2006. But what is WikiLeaks? It's a website that posts unfiltered, usually classified documents. What separates it from every other media outlet is that they have no editorial hierarchy. With a publication like the New York Times, information comes in, they take that information, package it, then disseminate it for the public to see. WikiLeaks, however, cuts out the middleman.
WikiLeaks gathers information, most of it given to them anonymously. So what they're doing is really very simple. They get the information in one end from who gives it to them and out the other with sometimes minimal interference. Julian Assange is the leader of that, the mastermind, the creator, and really, because he thinks of it as a journalistic enterprise, the editor-in-chief.
But every story starts with a source, and Assange has some unconventional sources.
Julian Assange does not hack as far as we know. He is the recipient of people who are either insiders who give him secret documents or hacked emails from a foreign power.
That's Eli Lake.
I am a columnist for Bloomberg.
And there was no source bigger for Assange than Chelsea Manning, who used to be known as U.S. soldier Bradley Manning. In 2010, Manning provided Assange and WikiLeaks with hundreds of thousands of leaked government documents. WikiLeaks quietly began releasing the documents in February of 2010, then made big headlines in April by posting what is now known as the collateral murder video.
Come on, fire!
It was a vivid, graphic video. It changed the debate on the Iraq War, and importantly, it put WikiLeaks on the map when they put it online, and they couldn't be ignored at that point.
And those leaks were just the beginning. They went on to post more than 90,000 leaked documents known as the Afghan war logs, 390,000 documents known as the Iraq war logs, and 250,000 private messages between diplomats called cables in what is now known as Cablegate. These leaks were met with very real ethical questions.
The problem with publishing those cables was that a number of confidential sources for U.S. diplomats who faced real danger when their names were exposed.
Then Secretary of State Hillary Clinton drove the point home that
every country, including the United States, must be able to have candid conversations about the people and nations with whom they deal.
Shortly after Cablegate, the Swedish government issued an arrest warrant for Assange on allegations of rape and molestation. He claimed the allegations were fabricated to get him extradited to the United States, a claim the U.S. government denied. Either way, Assange's next move was
to seek refuge in the Ecuadorian embassy, which really was the beginning of the new chapter in his life and what we're dealing with now, which is him being stuck in London.
What was supposed to be an office in an embassy is now Assange's self-imposed prison to this very day. But that doesn't mean he's slowed down. Since being trapped in the embassy, WikiLeaks has released files about Guantanamo Bay prisoners, Syrian political figures, and the draft to the Trans-Pacific Partnership. And then came the 2016 U.S. election.
Thousands of leaked emails showed Democratic Party officials possibly plotting against Bernie Sanders in his race against Hillary Clinton.
Over the course of 68 days, WikiLeaks released 20,000 confidential Democratic National Committee emails. In terms of the presidential race, if you look right here, when Assange released the first batch of emails, Trump actually takes his first lead against Clinton.
I think we've had enough of the Clintons, in all fairness. Don't you think?
Once WikiLeaks started exposing secrets of the Democratic Party, Julian Assange became a hero to many on the right. Public opinion kind of flip-flopped.
WikiLeaks!
From the emails, we now know Hillary Clinton's campaign manager makes risotto, and also how the DNC squashed Bernie Sanders' campaign. One thing we don't know is who gave Assange the stolen emails in the first place.
Many leading Democrats say they suspect it was the Russians. They released an analysis from a private cybersecurity firm that had said it was the Russians.
But Assange claims
our source is not the Russian government and it is not a state party.
So this is where we stand today. The public still doesn't know who provided the emails to WikiLeaks. Meanwhile, Assange is still running WikiLeaks and still releasing documents. In March 2017, he started publishing documents from the CIA's Center for Cyber Intelligence called Vault 7.
The CIA, the agency charged with finding and keeping our top secrets, can't keep its own secrets.
As long as Assange has a connection to the world, no government secret will be too far from exposure.
Julian Assange is still in the embassy. Maybe he'll leave, maybe he won't. Kind of regardless, his work has been done. He's changed the way people think about their governments, about their own secrets, about their own hackability, and really the world has changed because of him.
I'm about to expose everything you won't admit.
And action!
This entire video is based on a true story. When I do like motivational speeches or even tell myself like, love yourself and you should love yourself.
This is Lily Singh, but to fans all over the world, she's the YouTube star Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman. I know we can change the world for the better, one positive day at a time.
My parents now know what I do. They didn't know what I did for a long time in the beginning of my career. I was just making videos in my room. They had no idea.
Mom, Dad, have you seen my keys? I can't find them anywhere. Because you're always on phone.
Until someone called them, like a family member from another part of Canada, was like,
Canada.
Is your daughter making videos? And I think my mom was like, I don't know, Lily, are you making videos?
Just making videos grew into an entire career. Today, Lily's YouTube channel has some 12 million subscribers, over 2 billion views, and guest stars like Michelle Obama, Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, and Seth Rogen.
I think a lot of young girls are raised to believe that you're gonna go to school and then graduate and then get married and then get a job and then have kids.
And Lily was on that path, all the way through a psychology degree at York University in Toronto. But when she started thinking about a career,
I started to immensely panic and think something was wrong with me because I tried to figure out my life and it wasn't working in that straight line.
It was 2010 and YouTube was only 5 years old.
I thought nothing of YouTube. I was probably the last person in my circle of friends to discover YouTube. And I remember when I did, I thought, this is so strange. There's people making videos in their rooms and other people are watching them.
So she figured, why not give it a shot?
I one day posted a video because I was sad and I wanted to be creative and happy.
She didn't know how to edit video or write scripts, so she winged it.
It was so bad and so cringe, and my expectation was literally nothing. I was like, I'm gonna put this video up, a couple of my friends are gonna watch it, probably make fun of me, and that's gonna be the end of this. The second and third video came from, wait, 70 people watched my first one, can I get 80 to watch the next one?
She kept creating, she kept posting, and the viewers kept coming. Lily had found an audience.
A lot of the comments were, oh my God, there's a brown girl on YouTube.
More specifically, Indian. Lily's parents immigrated to Canada from India, and Lily was born and raised in Scarborough, near Toronto.
My home life was awesome. My parents, even though I portrayed them to be quite strict in my videos.
Oh, Lily, where the rest of your skirt, huh? I teach you like this, to walk around like this, showing everything to everyone?
They actually aren't like that at all. They're pretty modern and pretty cool.
Your dress is short. Don't know what for.
And were pretty lenient with me. I mean, I got away with a lot of things. I was a brat. I was a brat.
She had a different idea of what she wanted out of life than other kids. In a grade school graduation slideshow, her classmates said they wanted to be lawyers and doctors.
And then I came up and I was like, rapper.
Making out with your friends, man. But then you say that you hate hoes.
I could just feel my parents being like, why?
Because that's just not something women really did in the Singh family.
I know there was a ton of people that weren't happy about my birth being a female, so I think, and that's some real-ish, but it's a real thing. The best thing I could have done to prove to so many people that didn't want my mom to have a daughter was to become Superwoman.
What up, everyone? It's your girl, Superwoman.
It was the name of Lily's favorite hip-hop song by Lil Mo featuring Fabulous.
I love the song so much because it was one of the only songs at the time that was an empowering female song, where Lil Mo's going on about like, I will save guys with my superpowers, and I will save girls with my superpowers, and I am the Superwoman. I thought, this name that I've had for so long that empowered me when I was younger, I'm gonna make this my screen name.
Maybe there should be a new series.
Superwoman didn't just burst onto the scene overnight with a viral video. It was a steady climb fueled by hard work.
The moment that I thought this is going somewhere and this could be a career was the first time I performed internationally. It was in India. And it was the first time where I was truly across the world and people knew my videos.
Singh has transformed herself from a bratty kid to an internet personality to a media mogul. She started a feature film, A Trip to Unicorn Island, in 2016. And her book, How to Be a Boss, hit the New York Times bestseller list in 2017 while she was on a 30-city international tour. Lily started out with the goal of getting millions of subscribers and financial security.
Hurry the hell up!
But after surpassing those goals, success has new meaning.
I really come to terms with the fact that my definition of success is what's the best legacy I can leave behind. And it's not the number of views and the number of subscribers. It is the number of people that can say, this girl changed my life or changed something in my life positively.
CTE is often found in the brains of deceased athletes, military veterans, and others with a history of repetitive brain trauma. Hundreds have donated their brains to the VA Boston University Concussion Legacy Foundation Brain Bank.
This is a former NFL player who died in his early 70s, and this is a veteran who also died in his early 70s.
Dr. Ann McKee dissects these brains.
The hippocampus and the mammillary bodies are very important for memory. I can see that they're slightly affected.
McKee recently dissected the brain of former New England Patriots player Aaron Hernandez, who was convicted of murder and later committed suicide.
You'll see right away that the brain is showing signs of shrinkage. You can see the crevices in the brain that you can't see in the normal.
McKee says Hernandez's severe case of CTE impacted his decision-making, depression, and ability to control rage and aggression. Right now, she thinks we're underestimating how many people have CTE.
We were able to distinguish between CTE and controls and CTE and Alzheimer's disease. The next question is, can we do this in the blood, and can we do this in living people? And we aren't there yet with those answers.
But the need for a diagnosis in the living is motivating companies such as Quanterix in Lexington, Massachusetts, to work faster on technology that could diagnose concussions and CTE in as few as 30 minutes. Kevin Rusovsky is the CEO.
It's like a high-powered microscope, and so by doing that, we can see little biomarkers that you couldn't see before in the blood.
Quanterix received a grant from the NFL and just went public. Since then, its stock is up more than 40%. The company sells a machine called Simoa for $175,000 to other biotechs, hospitals, and researchers.
And for the first time in history, we're able to see brain health in blood, and that's a major breakthrough, and that's leading to less invasive testing, and we've already been able to see evidence of concussions, and there's the beginning evidence of being able to see the accumulated effect of concussions.
Quanterix is also trying to detect Alzheimer's disease, multiple sclerosis, and ALS. Rusovsky says he thinks diagnosing concussions will be easier than diagnosing CTE.
Diagnosing CT in the living probably is a couple years away. We're real excited to see the progress, but reducing some of that work into actual tests in the laboratory takes time. There's regulatory approvals, there's a lot of red tape that you have to go through.
Also in this race to diagnose CTE in the blood are Athlon Medical and Exosome Sciences. And New York's Mount Sinai Hospital is scanning for the disease in the living. But it's just one step in a series of questions for those with serious head trauma. There's still no cure for CTE.
Even if we had a great idea for a treatment, there's no way to test whether it's effective or not. So that's the enormous advance that we'll get if we can develop a biomarker for this disease.
In Boston, Ann Mostu, Bloomberg News.
Wine is a $300 billion global industry where one person's opinion can make fortunes or break them. That's because of this man, Robert Parker, and his newsletter, The Wine Advocate. For 3 decades, he dominated as the world's most influential wine critic. Now Parker's protege is building an empire of his own. Antonio Galloni runs Venice.
Antonio, tell me, what are you trying to build at Venice?
Well, at Venice, we started with the idea in 2013 of building a world-class platform. We have a database of about 250,000 professionally written reviews. On Delectable, we have 7 million user reviews. Through Delectable, we also have a partnership with Whole Foods and several other partnerships that we can't announce just yet. And when you put that all together, what we have is something that no other company in our space can even come close to.
Do you think of yourself as the next Parker?
Not at all.
Why?
Because Steve Jobs said you can't live your life trying to be somebody else. So he's one of my biggest influences, and I've never wanted to be a replica of somebody else because a replica is never as good as the original. Bob is a genius, fantastic, one of a kind. We're going to be something completely different, and I have no desire to be some version of somebody else.
Different in what way?
Every decision that I've made at this company is completely anathemic to what Bob did with his company. I want our writers to be partners. All of my senior people are locked into the company. They all have equity or they have a path to equity based on business results. That's something that we never had at Parker. Our benefits are world-class, and everything that we've done at Venice is completely different from that model. When Steve Tanzer, who is the most experienced active wine critic in America, wants to work with us, that says something. When Alessandro Masnaghetti, who's the best cartographer of vineyards, wants to work with us, that says something. When Neil Martin, who's a superstar wine critic with enormous experience in Bordeaux and Burgundy and the former lead critic at The Advocate, wants to come and be part of our team, that says something.
You make it sound like The Wine Advocate was a disaster as a company and a miserable experience as an employee.
No, it was great because I got to work with Bob Parker when he was in his prime, you know, and Bob was like a second father to me, and we talked on the phone all the time, and he gave me great advice.
Can anyone's palate dominate the wine criticism business the way Parker's did, and should anyone's palate dominate it the way his did?
I just think the world is very different today. You know, I mean, it's just a totally different world. It's probably not healthy to have a single person dominating the world.
It's not even wine criticism, it's the wine industry.
Yeah, that's probably not the healthiest thing in the world. But I think that there's just such an opportunity right now with social media and technology to reach such a massive number of people that I think it's possible that 1 or 2 people will actually have more influence than Bob Parker did, because they will, again, this goes back to your first question, not trying to be a version of somebody else. You see this in sports all the time. It's like, oh, well, nobody will ever beat this record. And then somebody comes along, you know, it's like tennis, Pete Sampras. Nobody's ever going to win as many Grand Slams. Now you have 2 guys who are ahead of that and 1 knocking on the door. And so I think a lot like that.
You're a former investment banker. How does that inform and influence what you're doing and what you've done?
My generation has had to deal with a lot more challenges. That's why I think we're actually much better poised for the future. My first job in finance, the first thing that happened was long-term capital, 1998. Then the tech bubble melted down. Then there was a mutual fund trading scandal. You know, that was all like within about 5 or 6 years. And these are the things that I had to deal with as a young executive. My peers who were 20 years older didn't know how to manage in crisis. They'd only seen Black Monday. They'd just been in a big bull market. It's very different. So I'm very lucky. People of my generation or a little bit younger have actually had to deal with a lot more crises. I think that's actually good for learning how to cope with challenges in business.
From the outside, it kind of looks like you're trying to demolish the house that Parker built, right? You left The Wine Advocate.
Yeah.
You merged with one of his chief rivals.
Yeah.
And you just hired his successor, Neil Martin.
Mm-hmm.
So are you?
I think what that says is that all the best people want to work at our company. And that's really what we strive to create starting in 2013. We wanted to create a world-class company that would attract the best-in-class talent, and not just on the content side, on the technology side, on the digital side, our office, and at every level, what we're trying to, we only hire superstars, and we're looking for those superstars.
In the world of professional wrestling, there's something called a swerve.
Hulk Hogan has betrayed WCW.
Some examples. These tag team partners are called babyfaces, or the good guys. Then one of them swerves when he super kicks his tag team partner in the head, quickly assuming the role of the bad guy, or what the wrestling world calls the heel.
Are you kidding? What a despicable act that was!
Or a match is almost lost when, what's that? The superstar wrestler appears out of nowhere sprinting down the aisle to save the match.
That's the Warriors music! That's the Ultimate Warrior!
That's a swerve. So it should go as no surprise that World Wrestling Entertainment, known as the WWE, the most popular brand of sports entertainment in the world, is prepared for any swerves that come their way. So here's the story of how the WWE learned to see the swerve coming. So I spoke to Bloomberg reporters Felix Gillette.
I'm a writer for Bloomberg News for the global business team.
And Kim Basine.
And I'm the U.S. luxury reporter at Bloomberg.
To find out exactly how the WWE is positioning itself for an all-out global invasion, which starts with a massive change to their lucrative pay-per-view model.
WWE basically pioneered the pay-per-view model on cable. I remember as a kid, when the pay-per-view events came up, all of our friends would scramble around and try and get one of the parents to pay for it.
But in 2014, they took a huge risk.
They saw a little bit sooner than some of the other entertainment brands that where this whole thing was moving was away from cable and satellite television and towards on-demand streaming video apps. They made this risky decision, in essence cannibalizing that pay-per-view model, which they had essentially built.
And after some early turbulence, it's working. Roughly 1.5 million people are paying $9.99 a month for the WWE app, making it the 5th most popular streaming OTT service. This adapt-or-die approach is in the WWE's DNA. Over the past 30 years, the company always seems to think 2 steps ahead. In the early 90s,
WWE was at its most threatened when Ted Turner took them on with WCW,
which stands for World Championship Wrestling. And back then, the WCW was winning the ratings war. So in order to compete with them,
WWE had changed its product from a family-friendly kind of cartoonish style to this really raw. That's why they called their show Raw. It was this raw style of wrestling.
With violent, outrageous, reality-inspired plot lines and aggressive personas.
From a 16-foot ladder!
And they won that fight against Ted Turner, and they bought WCW.
The early 2000s ushered in an era of testosterone-driven programming aimed at the red-blooded American male.
Bra and panties matches, and people smash each other over their head with like barbed wire bats and things like that.
Until 2015, when WWE fans started a hashtag #GiveDivasAChance. Since then, WWE has hired 40 more female wrestlers, and that growing cast of female characters was part of a much larger plan.
They started to try to appeal to a broader set of people.
Let's attract more female fans. And after we've attracted more female fans, let's attract more international fans. They're broadening their base, and they're doing that in large part to make it more advertising friendly.
And not just friendly to advertisers.
They're trying to build up their fan base in China. They're trying to build up their fan base in Europe. They, already have a pretty good fan base in India.
India is a place where they already have an established wrestling culture.
Because of the gigantic Indian wrestler, the Great Khali. But there's still a lot of work to do. While the WWE set a revenue record in 2017, only 30% of it is coming from an overseas audience. And there's one person whose responsibility is to grow that number.
The buck eventually stops at Vince McMahon, no matter what's happening within WWE.
Yeah, he's a very controlling guy, and it's a very, very, very tightly scripted company.
And that goes all the way down the board to big stars' entrance music. And their outfits and things like that.
So with a CEO like McMahon always planning 2 moves ahead and an aggressive push into multiple international markets, a big issue is money.
It's hard to do all those things simultaneously without committing a huge amount of capital to it.
And that's where the WWE becomes an attractive company for buyers.
Potentially, one thing that could happen with WWE is they could benefit by being acquired by a bigger technology or telecom company, an Amazon or Facebook or a 21st Century Fox.
So with a market cap of $2.8 billion, the advantage of owning 100% of their own content, and a rapid consolidation spreading throughout the entertainment industry, it looks like the WWE is well positioned, even if there are swerves.
Laura, thank you very much for coming here.
Thanks for having me.
I've always been relieved ever since you were appointed, because at least until your appointment, I seem to have the most unpronounceable name. But now we will keep it as Dara and John. This conference is called The Year Ahead, but in your case, you are close to 6 months into the job. And I wondered what you saw in terms of the year ahead at Uber as your biggest challenge. What's the thing that you think about most when it comes to 2018?
We definitely have our share of challenges at Uber. And for me, where I want to get Uber to the year ahead is a year of normalcy. 2017 was, I think, will go down as one of the most difficult years for any company out there. And I have to give credit to the Uber team and the employees there. It is a group of true believers who believe in our mission, who believe in mobility as a service being available to consumers everywhere at a reasonable cost. And what my job in 2018 is to get rid of the distractions and get the company back to business, get the company back to normalcy. There's a lot that we've done in the past 6 months as far as bringing new investors, driving a new culture and norms where doing the right thing, period, comes first, bringing a new management team, et cetera. There's a lot that we've gotten done, but this is a company that knows how to execute. This is a service. Mobility as a service is something that's universal, that's needed in the world, and I just want to get back to doing business.
It's quite interesting. You said true believers.
Yeah.
Normally, true believers are the last possible people where you're able to change a culture. Can you explain a bit about that?
Well, I think that they understand that mobility as a service, bringing the cost of transportation down, making transportation services available to anyone and everyone on a local basis, and partnering with cities to be a solution to traffic, to pollution, et cetera. That is a mission that they all believe in. And I think that they, having seen what happened in 2017, to some extent the crisis, the enormous crisis that the company has gone through, is a benefit because everybody at the company knows now that we need to change, that we need to break with the past as far as the way the company was run. We need to go from growth at any cost to responsible growth and growth in partnership with other players out there. That's clear, but now I've got to kind of get the company down to the normalcy of execution, of building great technology, and I think we're going to get there. It's still some tough sledding early on, but I absolutely think we're going to get there.
When you talk about execution, is profits one of the things you want to get? I think you lost $4 billion last year.
Well, profits,
peanuts by the standards of
profits would help. So at some point we absolutely have to become profitable, and that's part of the plan.
Do you have a kind of goal for that? Do you think you should be profitable by 2022 or by 2020?
I think that we'll be profitable before 2022. This is the business itself.
Do you want to come back a bit closer, 2020?
Yeah, listen, it's not going to, I don't want to name a specific year, but this is a business that the core business, the ride-sharing business, can be profitable within 3 years. We will continue to make very aggressive investments in building out autonomy because we think that's a terrific opportunity for building out new technologies such as Uber Elevate, where near-term profitability is not a goal, but long-term growth is. So we will look to balance near-term profitability, but as a company, we will always be a company that makes big, bold bets and takes big risks.
To what extent, though, do you think that drive to become profitable fights against a little bit of this culture change? If you want to make, you talked about making money, but not at all costs. Do those two things spar against each other?
I don't think that profitability and culture are their issue. It's the company in the past was willing to make trade-offs as it related to how it did business, and I think was guilty of hubris, was guilty of thinking that they knew better than others, and I think that what we know now clearly is that breakneck growth can hide cultural issues, that there are no excuses for not doing the right thing, and that you do have to make trade-offs. And as a management team, we're specifically talking about those trade-offs that you have to make. We have to be a little more patient sometimes because working with governments, regulators, et cetera, sometimes takes longer, but in the end, you build a more lasting business. And so maybe what we went through was necessary, but we're here. We can control our actions from this moment onwards, and I think everyone at Uber from this moment onwards wants to build a great company, not only in terms of growth, but in terms of the kind of company anyone would want to work at.
Can I ask you one thing which you have got as sort of hangover from last year, which is all the regulatory problems, and particularly all the cases against you? I think there are 6 criminal probes or whatever going on.
The lawyers are lining up outside the door.
Which one do you sort of think? Which one do you fear most? I suppose out of these different things.
Listen, I think that all of them are serious issues, and my response is that we're going to be transparent and we're going to take responsibility for our actions in the past. I do think that there are certain circumstances where there was smoke but no fire. And I think as a company, we have to defend ourselves and work within kind of the appropriate frameworks. And my goal is just to get beyond this stuff.
But some of these things like pricing policies, surely they go right to the heart of what Uber is, or am I wrong about that?
Yeah, I think they do, but I think that there's a way of being smart but transparent at the same time, and that's where we've got to take the company.
Take me through governments. When you talk to governments privately, do they talk any differently than they do publicly?
Governments?
Yes, governments.
I think that they are honestly a bit relieved with how we are engaging with them, because I think that the engagement is now real. I think they feel like we're out there, we're genuine because we've learned our lessons of the past, and I do think that we can take, for example, the data that we have in terms of traffic and in terms of movement of our drivers and riders, and we can use that data to partner up with cities in order to solve congestion issues, because congestion doesn't help anyone. It wastes enormous amounts of time for consumers. It hurts the environment. And I think that we are aligned with cities, for example, to partner with them in a fundamental way to solve these problems. And I do think that when these are conversations that a number of regulators and cities have wanted to have with us for many years, and I think we are really engaging with them at a depth that I think is going to create a real win-win going forward.
Do you think you were too confrontational on this before?
Yeah, I do. I think that the company was pushing growth. And listen, any innovator, to some extent, you know, the innovation is about questioning past kind of present practices. It's about breaking things, the Facebook breaking things. We just went a step and a half too far. And what I want to keep, hopefully, is the best of both worlds, which is this spirit of innovation, the spirit of can-do, etc., but the responsibility of partnership. We don't know better than you. We're actually going to work with you, of actually having dialogue and respect for our city partners, for regulators, and then continuing to take risks and continuing to do daring things. And I think we can accomplish that.
Imagine this audience here is a collection of mayors or a collection of city officials, and you want to depict, this is the Year Ahead conference, depict what the years ahead in this thing are going to be like. How far is driverless cars going to go? You talked just a few days ago about the idea of there being flying cars in 10 years' time. Can you just give a description of what you think transport is going to look like?
Well, I think that we think there are three keys to transport and where the industry is going: autonomous, electric, and shared. And I think all three are necessary in order to get to the next level of city planning, et cetera. There are many cities where up to a fifth of the space taken in these cities is taken by parking and storing these cars. And so I do think that you need autonomous, you need electric, and you need shared. And I do think it's going to take some time. True autonomy for every single use case is some ways away. What we bring to bear is our developing autonomy, and we will have autonomous cars on the road, I believe, within the next 18 months, not as a kind of a test case, but as a real case out there. And over a period of time, we're going to bring autonomous transportation and feather it in with the non-autonomous transportation with drivers.
What does feathering in mean?
Feathering
to,
in means
to a layman like
feathering
me?
crashing. Yeah, feathering in means if you're, for example, in Phoenix, and you make a request to go from A to B, which is what you do with Uber, there will be 95% of cases where we may not have everything mapped perfectly, or the weather may not be the right weather, or there may be an accident on the road, or you may not have 2 or 3 ways of getting from A to B, where you may say, you know what, that's not an autonomous use case. We're going to send a driver to pick that person up. For 5% of cases, everything is going to fall into place. And we will send an autonomous car. The user will be able to pick, do you want, there's an autonomous car, yes or no? And we'll be able to service that A for B. That 5% is going to go to 10 and 15 and 20 as our computers and our algorithms learn more and more about what it takes to drive in a city in a real life situation. And every minute of every day, that driver, that computer is going to get better and know Phoenix better and better and better. And in 5 years, we'll have the perfect driver in Phoenix. We will have to retrain that driver in every single city. We're going to have to build out 3D maps of these cities. And it will take time, but over a period of time, you essentially have a driver who becomes the perfect driver. It'll take 10 to 15 years, but that's the feathering in that I'm talking about.
And will a child born today, will they ever need to learn how to drive?
A child born today? No, I don't think so.
So within sort of 20 years from now, we will...
I don't think so. Listen, I hear some groans.
And also,
listen, I heard a couple of groans. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. 1.3 million people die from car crashes every year. That doesn't count an estimated 20 to 50 million people that are injured. Okay, this is actually a public safety issue. If you look at cars, 96% of cars, 96% of time, cars are sitting there not being used. It is a huge amount of pollution that's caused by these cars being in the road, and a huge amount of wasted time. So the safety is there. Electrification is absolutely key, and sharing these platforms is going to allow us to be much safer and also put our assets where they add value.
But it's quite interesting because when you first came in, I remember you sounding somewhat more skeptical about self-driving cars. You've been converted. Is that a?
The choir has spoken, and I'm listening. It's pretty exciting technology out there. But again, it will be a hybrid technology for some period of time.
What about flying cars? That came as a slight surprise.
Yes, that's a great project that we're working on. It's called Uber Elevate. And it is actually about battery technology.
It would have helped a lot of people here.
I know. I wish that I was available. We'll launch it here if we can. But battery technology is allowing us to have multiple rotors on planes, or helicopters, if you want to call them that. These rotors that are much smaller will be much quieter than helicopters are. Much quieter, much safer. If you add sharing into the equation, you can actually get the economics of going from A to B. We think within 5 to 7 years to a place where normal people would think about taking these flying cars. That'll be the beginning, and then it's about scaling. And we're working with a number of partners right now.
Do you think the regulation on flying cars, I've heard some proponents of it argue that it might be easier than it has been on driverless cars, because driverless cars you have to deal with existing roads, existing everything. Flying cars, essentially you're going into unconquered space.
I think that mayors that are forward-thinking understand that traffic and pollution are a real issue, and I think flying cars can be a significant solution to traffic issues in cities. And these cars, to start with, they're going to be very specific. They'll be kind of highways in the air. There'll be very specific routes that these flying cars go on. They're not going to be able to take you to your backyard and land in your backyard. There'll be these skyports. So there'll be very specific routes that you go on. And I think if you build a regulatory framework that has that kind of structure around it, I think you get to a better solve.
Can I drag you back somewhat reluctantly back to the real world? But you have Rajiv Misra, who came in with you from SoftBank.
Yes.
He's going to become a director. Last week he said that Uber should focus on repairing its market share in the US and on key European markets rather than going going to new ones. Do you agree with that? Is that the way you look at Uber?
I think one of the fundamental strengths of Uber is the global scope that we have. This is a
you
brand.
had that motto, everywhere. What's it? Everywhere for everyone.
Yeah, everywhere for everyone.
Do you want to make it some places for some people?
No, we like the everywhere for everyone. It's much sexier than some places for some people.
That's telling me.
Just not interesting. I do think seriously though the global scope that our company brings is important. Our being able to build technology that we can amortize essentially everywhere in the world is hard, but it is part of the fundamental value that we introduce. So I would look at Uber very much as a global brand. That said, we're going to look at all opportunities, but at this point we are leaning forward, and 2018 for us is going to be very much a lean forward year for the company.
But without, I'm not trying to create new boardroom tension at Uber, but that would appear that SoftBank is keener on a more limited idea, whilst you're keener on everywhere for everyone.
Well, listen, SoftBank is a very important shareholder. They're our largest shareholder, and many of our shareholders have opinions over what's the right thing to do. Ultimately, the governance of the company is going to be at the board, and we'll have those discussions at the board, and we'll set our long-term strategy and then execute on it.
One of the things which Uber played, perhaps not very fortunately, a role in was the whole sexual harassment questions and everything to do with that. I suppose one very obvious question, do you think that you have solved that part of the culture? But secondly, do you think that this time this is a real revolution and it's going to stick?
I think that what was happening at Uber was serious, and I think that while what Uber went through was difficult, I think the Susan Fowler blog was probably one of the best things that happened for Uber, and it certainly started a movement that's an incredibly important.
Yeah.
But it's not an endemic issue within the culture of the company, and I think the company has learned, and I think the company took very harsh and appropriate steps to make sure that kind of behavior is absolutely clear, that kind of behavior is not accepted in any way, shape, or form of the company, regardless of where you are, regardless of if you're a great performer or not. So I think we're at the right place for Uber as a company, but I think in general, we're not where we need to be in terms of women in senior positions, making sure that we're welcoming of women in technology, and we help women really build their careers within our company. There's a great kind of bottoms-up energy there, but we're not where we need to be, and we have a lot of work ahead of us.
On the issue of, you talked about the top performers, is that looking back, and also I suppose looking forward for many of the people in this room, because there are a lot of people's businesses which have been affected by this. If you had to give lessons to other people who are now looking at this issue perhaps more seriously than they have done before, is the really bad issue, and I suppose I'm thinking in some ways about the media industry in this, is that giving top performers more room for maneuver or whatever than people, or more discretion than people thought? Is that top performers need to be treated the same as everybody else?
I think they absolutely need to be held accountable. One of the really valuable lessons that I got early in my life was actually through Jack Welch, and he said, you know, it's very tempting to allow top performers to misbehave in any way, but for me, he was talking about being aligned with the CEO. Sometimes you allow top performers, the tendency is, well, let them get away with some kind of behavior that is not the right behavior because they're so good. And what Jack told me very early on is that it's the top performers who are problematic culturally that are the most dangerous, because they have followership within the company, because people look up to them. So he's like the dumb person who is bad culturally. He's not the problem, because everyone says, well, that's a dumb person, so who cares? It's the smart person who has followership. So it is incredibly important for the top performers to actually be held to account more radically than anyone else, because they're the ones who have followership at the company, and they have to set the example. So for me personally, that has absolutely guided how I've managed. Expedia was a company that had, you know, excellent cultural values, and one of the first things we did at Uber was to go out and reset our cultural values, and we call them norms because to me, it's not just these values that you put on the wall and kind of people stare at and you know, it's all nice. It's about behavior. And we set out to change behavior at Uber, and I think that the company was thirsting for it, and we are starting on a path, and I believe it's going to be a positive path.
An inevitable question, I hope you won't regard it as a cheap shot, but you talked about smart people who have followers throughout a company. I mean, Travis would seem to be the epitome of that sort of figure. Is that, do you think of him as being in that category of people that Jack Welch was talking about?
I think, listen, Travis was the CEO of the company, and he had incredible followership, and he was held to account, right? I mean, he's no longer the CEO of the company, and he's a board member. He's a big investor, and so he's absolutely going to play a part on the board. But we've also been very clear as a company that we do have to make a break with the past, with how we behaved as a company. And to some extent with the new CEO being a very different kind of a CEO. So in the end, you have to be held accountable, and I think that Travis was held accountable, and at this point, he's a board member and a constructive one at that.
If you look around the world now, where do you see the next competitors to Uber? You've obviously got Lyft breathing down your neck.
Yes.
Where else do they come from?
Well, I think that as you move into a world of autonomy, the position of the car manufacturers, the position of, for example, Google, who's developing Waymo and Waymo autonomous technology, you're going to get a lot of players interested in this space. And a lot of people think about Uber and ride sharing as a significant enterprise, and it is. But the fact is that we account for less than 1% of miles driven on the road now. When autonomy comes in, that number over the next 10 years is going to be closer, I believe, to 15 to 20%. So because we're not yet a true alternative to car ownership, and I believe that as you bring autonomous and you bring the price of mobility down and make it available to everybody, everywhere, then we become a real alternative to car ownership, and that really opens up the market for us, but it also opens us up to many more competitors.
Is Google at the forefront of those competitors at the moment?
Google is one of many. I think that they've developed very strong autonomous technology, but what we think, which is exceptional, is having autonomous technology and the network under one roof, which allows us to use autonomous in a very practical way, nearer than you think.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser on Bloomberg Radio.
Live from our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio in New York City, streaming on YouTube. It is Monday, November 16, 2020. A lot going on this Monday. We are expecting some comments from President-elect Joe Biden on his economic plan. So as soon as he begins speaking in Delaware, we will take you there live. In the meantime, we've seen this movie before. In fact, just about 1 week ago, optimism over the race for a vaccine. It is sending stocks rallying, especially those tied to an economic reopening. So we've got the vaccine news. We've got market reaction. We're going to look at the economy with the president-elect. And, of course, we've got some highlights of our Bloomberg New Economy Forum. That's all coming up. Let's get you going, though, on this Monday with a check on the trading day. And Charlie Pellet, welcome back.
Thank you very much. Let's get right to the numbers. That is the story today with the S&P up 25, now up 0.7%. The Dow up 324, up 1.1%. Nasdaq surging 50, a gain now of 0.4%. As you mentioned, stocks moving higher after positive news on a COVID-19 vaccine. Moderna surging now by 10.2%. Work-at-home stocks, they're lower. Case in point, Zoom video communications slumping 3.2%. 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold down 0.1%, 18.87 the ounce. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.8%, 41.26 a barrel. I'm Charlie Pellet. That Carol Master is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
That's how you do it. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. So you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Massar. Let's set the Business Week agenda. In the house, we've got Vince Signorella, global macro strategist at Bloomberg News. He contributes to the Macro Squawk Desk, which is a real-time curated news that's audio streamed directly through your terminal. You can find it at Squawko on your launch pad. He's on the phone from White Plains, New York. Dave Wilson in the house, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Vince, I feel like we kind of hit rewind and we're back at last Monday.
I have to do a mea culpa. I remember on Friday I said I was my most pessimistic in 42 years.
Shame on you.
Which scared my neighbor across the street. I didn't know he was listening. But
They're always listening.
Yes, I know. You have to be careful. Even with the enthusiasm today, I really feel uncomfortable stepping back from that feeling from Friday. We are seeing a surge in cases continuing. As my thoughts on this are, while we could be on the cusp of a vaccine, we still have 3 to 4 months of pain to deal with. Markets are looking past it, absolutely. Not suggesting to stand in front of this. It's how you get run over. But I still think it's prudent to look at the short term as being potentially very devastating to the economy. We still don't know which way the Senate is going to lean. We still do not know if we're going to get stimulus this year. It's not looking great. And we just don't know how long it's going to take to get these vaccines to the public.
Well, we're going to hear from President-elect Joe Biden in any moment. We're going to take our listeners there to Delaware as soon as he begins speaking. But he's going to talk about the economy and his economic plan. Vince, what do you want to hear from the president-elect?
Well, what I want to hear is a plan of how he's going to get the vaccine to the population. I mean, we're talking about, give or take, even if conservatively 50% of the population would take the vaccine in the first go around, it's 150, 170 million vaccines. You still have to do this to the rest of the world, and for the Pfizer vaccine, it takes 2 doses. So can they get up to scale and produce the sufficient amount of vaccines to simply inoculate the population and do it soon?
Yeah, that's something we're going to talk about at 2:48. It's actually a story in Bloomberg Business Week magazine. Dave Wilson, I know you're there. Come on in on the trade today. It's not as enthusiastic as it was a little bit earlier.
Or as enthusiastic as it was a week ago when we got those initial COVID-19 vaccine results from Pfizer. Nonetheless, it has a similar look to it. When you consider what's moving up in the S&P 500 out of the 11 main industry groups, energy stocks. I mean, they were the story last week. The story again today. The S&P 500 energy index up 5.4% as we speak. And then beyond that, it's sort of the more economically sensitive areas of the market leading the way. Industrial companies, raw material producers, financial companies. The banks are having a plus day. I mean, you look at big tech, it's really going nowhere. Some up, some down, nothing moving even 1% when you go through Apple, Microsoft, Amazon, Google's owner, Alphabet, Facebook. Not really any direction there. And the other thing you can point to, there are a couple of deals going on. HD Supply being bought by Home Depot.
Yeah, I saw that.
To own it.
Mm-hmm.
That stock, HD Supply, up 24.5% in response to that multi-billion-dollar transaction. And then you have PNC Financial expanding into the biggest U.S. regional bank by buying the U.S. operations of Spain's BBVA. That's being pretty well received. PNC's up about 2%. BBVA in U.S. trading up more than 11%.
Well, and I think that's a really smart point to remind us about, Dave. And Vince, come on in on this, because we've seen a fair amount of deal flow this year, some blockbuster deals. If you take a look at like the semi space, we've also seen a healthy IPO market. I'm going to talk to one of those who became public this year, certainly as an ADR here in the U.S. But I mean, what does that, as a backdrop to everything else that's going on, kind of tell you about the market environment?
Well, I mean, from the IPO and the merger standpoint, I think people are taking advantage of interest rates where they are to be able to float debt at these levels and to build going forward. But what I'm really not seeing yet is, if I'm looking for confidence from that market, is a big jump in capex expenditures with rates at these levels. I mean, that's the kind of thing that's going to drive long-term economic growth, and we're still not really seeing that from the business community.
But we have seen, and correct me if I'm wrong, Dave, companies kind of tapping the debt markets.
Oh, yeah. You've certainly seen that because, why not? I mean, cheap money
cheap.
in relative terms, for sure. Companies have been able to take advantage of that. In some cases, they've had to. I mean, you think about the travel-type stocks especially, just trying to stay afloat.
Right.
But
that's out of
beyond that, I mean,
necessity.
yeah, exactly. And for companies in a better position, it's an opportunity to raise some relatively cheap financing. So, you put that all together. Yeah, the bond market, corporate bonds specifically, has been a busy place. And after all, if you want yield at the end of the day, you're not getting much in government debt, even with what we've seen in the last few days with yields rising. So there's an incentive for investors to go after that higher yielding corporate debt as well.
So, Vince, another new week. Man, we're getting close to the holidays. We're almost getting ready to wrap up this year. There's a lot still going on. I mean, what are the things that you're watching for when it comes to investors? Are there any seasonal things that you think might come up? Are there any dates on the calendar that you think we need to be watching out for?
Two dates on the calendar. Number one is, I believe it's December 11th when the government runs out of money, and we need to either have a continuing resolution or some kind of bill forward to fund the government. The other is, on the back of that, it is important to note there are only 14 legislative days left for the U.S. Congress to get anything done. So we need to get the debt ceiling passed. We need to have a look at some sort of stimulus. Otherwise, it goes through the end of the year into next year without any. And so I think those are the two key things for me that the markets needs to focus on. And time is getting very short.
Yeah, the stimulus ones is an important one and an interesting one. The Bloomberg New Economy Forum is underway. It's 4 days of virtual programming. It's leaders from all over the world. I was hosting the morning. And what's fascinating, Vince and Dave, is that one theme I think I keep hearing is coordination, globalization. These are some big macro problems that face our world and that we've got to deal with them and work together. Having said that, Dave, we certainly haven't seen a world work together as well as it could have, some would argue, when it comes to the virus. So you do wonder whether or not we'll be together going forward.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if only because, if you look at what's happened internationally over the last several years, I mean, there has been a shift toward, kind of focusing on what's going on at home. And with that, we've seen issues in terms of cooperation. And when you're dealing with a global pandemic, you'd like to be in a position where you can have a global solution. And that hasn't been so easy when you have companies talking about, countries, I should say, talking about themselves first.
So, Vince Signorella, I'm just going to ask you, well, unless you have something you wanted to add there.
No, I'm okay. Go ahead.
So if we come to next Monday and then all of a sudden there's another development on a vaccine, are you still going to be pessimistic about the outlook?
I'm only for the short term, to be honest, because, there are so many businesses that are going to fail. There are so many people that are just not going to have the funds to make payments for rents and mortgages, et cetera. There are a lot of loans that are going to come due, and Dave hit on the banking sector gaining a lot today, and that's a that's a slippery slope if we don't get stimulus as to how the banks are going to succumb to losses.
Yeah.
And what are we going to? I mean, and then we have Elizabeth Warren calling for free student loans. So
just pile it on. All right, guys, just Monday, got a lot to get through and already a lot happening on this first trading day of the week. Our thanks to Vince Signorella, Global Macro Strategist at Bloomberg News, on the phone in White Plains. Check him out on Squawk Go on the Launchpad, or on your Launchpad, I should say, here at Bloomberg. And then, of course, our thanks to Dave Wilson, stocks editor at Bloomberg News on the remote access from New Jersey. Dave's going to come back a little bit later on with his chart and stock of the day. We do want to get a check on world and national news. A lot going on, as we've said. Over to Nancy Lyons in our 99.1 newsroom in the nation's capital. Hey, Nance.
Carol, more progress being reported today on efforts to beat back the coronavirus. Moderna's CEO Stefan Bancel outlined to Bloomberg the major finding from a preliminary analysis of their large late-stage clinical trial.
What we know from today's data is that if you get our vaccine, you're going to have a 94% chance to have no COVID disease. That's obviously a big deal.
The news follows last week's promising news on a similar shot by Pfizer and BioNTech that shot must be stored at ultra-cold temperatures while the Moderna vaccine remains stable at normal refrigerator temperatures. Both of them rely on mRNA technology designed to transform the body's own cells into vaccine-making factories. Former U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger says the incoming Biden administration should move quickly to restore lines of communication with China that frayed during the Trump years.
Unless there is some basis for some cooperative action, the world will slide into a catastrophe comparable to World War I with a technology that is even more difficult to control.
Kissinger, who paved the way for President Richard Nixon's historic 1972 trip to China, says he hopes the shared threat of the COVID-19 pandemic would provide an opening for political discussions between the two countries. Hurricane Iota is strengthening. It's now a Category 5 storm, likely to bring catastrophic damage to the same part of Central America already battered by a powerful Hurricane Eta less than 2 weeks ago. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. I'm Nancy Lyons. Now back to you, Carol.
All right, Nancy, greatly appreciate that World of News update. And we do want to talk a little bit more about some of the virus heads that we're seeing on this Monday. I'm Carol Masser. Joining me right now is Charlie Pellet of Bloomberg News. And there's a lot going on. It feels like a little bit of a semi-repeat of last Monday, Charlie, where we got good news when it came to one of the giant pharmaceutical companies that are working on a COVID-19 vaccine, right? So progress, positive progress on that. And yet we're also watching all of those virus headlines really around the country, certainly in the New York metro area. We're seeing those numbers pretty problematic.
Exactly, and we're seeing this jump in the number of coronavirus cases. And there was a guy you used to work with by the name of Jason Kelly, regular on here, but he summed it up. He's a great guy, by the way. He summed it up nicely, though, when he said that you gotta watch what's happening with the schools, and it's an important story, not just for New York, but indeed nationally, because you gotta watch what's happening with schools if you're going to get people back in the office. If mom and dad are working from home and they've also got to take care of the kids, what do you do? How do you get back to the office? So this question about reopening schools is absolutely huge.
Yeah, and we're watching those New York City school numbers specifically because they are going to be open tomorrow. I know there was some concern last week that we might not see New York City schools stay open, but they will be open tomorrow. The positive test rate for COVID-19 still is below 3% in New York City. So the mayor's saying, yep, we will stay open. But he says we've got to fight ahead to keep them open. And they have performed as a city on the whole more than 300,000 COVID-19 tests just in the past week alone, Charlie. And so the 7-day average of new cases has jumped to more than 1,000, which is very worrisome. So that's what's key, right? We have to watch the trend lines because we know cases can quickly turn into hospitalizations.
And indeed, and here's where the greater debate sets in, because you had Governor Cuomo here in New York saying, quote, why not leave the children in the schools rather than having them run around in the streets where the infection rate is 5 times as high? No easy answers in any of this.
No, it's really tricky, but we know that, right? That's what we've seen over the last 7-8 months, and this is a continuation of it. All right, Charlie Pellet, good to have you back. Thank you so much. So Charlie and I talking about some of the headlines, and we did mention earlier, we heard it from Nancy Lyons in D.C., Moderna CEO Stefan Bancel caught up with our Bloomberg TV team a little bit earlier today, talked about their big development when it comes to the race for a vaccine, talking about it being a potential game changer with preliminary analysis suggesting it is a 94.5% effective. That's a high rate, and that's really what they've been striving for, and that's a good thing. But as we heard from Charlie, we continue to see virus cases around the country, around the world, continuing to spike. COVID cases now top 54.4 million. Deaths are at 1.3 million. Joining us for our daily check on COVID-19, back with us, and delighted to have her back with us, is Dr. Joanne Roberts. She's Chief Value Officer at Providence St. Joseph Health. They are one of the largest healthcare systems in the U.S., and they have about 51 hospitals, 7 states they are in, and more than 800 clinics and about 115,000 caregivers. And she joins us on the phone from Washington. Dr. Roberts, so nice to have you here with us. How are you doing?
I'm well, Carol. I'm well. I'm excited to get the news along with your audience about the vaccine. So we're all hopeful. As one of us said today, We may be at the point of looking at COVID like it's D-Day.
Well, and this is what it comes down to. And I think a lot of us have had conversations, Dr. Roberts, is that at least we start to feel like we can see some visibility about how this rolls out potentially. This is good news. Talk to us a little bit more, though, about the news from Moderna, the news from Pfizer 1 week ago, because when Stéphane Bancel, the CEO of Moderna, says their results, preliminary analysis, suggest it's 94.5% effective, those 90% plus rates, that's significant.
It is. And as you say, these are both the Pfizer vaccine and the Moderna vaccine. The news is coming through press releases, and we have no reason to doubt them. I mean, we're all very optimistic about this, but they still have to be looked at by the FDA panels on vaccine safety and just to see what the real truth is and the science behind those press releases. But I think it's all for the good. And
right.
Yeah.
It's a journey. It's a step forward, I guess is how you see it and how most of us see it. But what's interesting is we still, and we're going to talk a little bit later about this on our broadcast, that good news, but yet we still have to figure out how long the immunity or the protection lasts. We know that there are still populations out there. I was talking to someone who actually has cancer and saying, I'm not going to be one of those people they're going to give it to because we just don't know how it might impact me as I am undergoing my treatment. There are still a lot of questions out there.
There certainly are, and we're going to have to, as we have since this pandemic began in China, we're going to have to learn our way through the next few months or even years. So folks who are worried about getting the vaccine today, once the vaccine's been on the market for 6 months, say, we'll have more knowledge about its safety and its efficacy. So maybe that worry will decline over time.
So talk to me a little bit, if I may. I am curious. We mentioned Washington State was at the center of the virus in the U.S. from day one. We are again seeing a spike in cases. As we know, I think Governor Jay Inslee over the weekend announcing a 4-week statewide set of restrictions in response to the recent rapid spread of COVID in Washington and really across the country. So tell us what you're seeing and your teams are seeing right now, because I can only imagine that when you're starting another wave, it's stressful and it's difficult.
It is difficult, and what we're seeing is what you're seeing is where we're seeing the biggest outbreaks right now are in our more rural parts of our system. Mm-hmm. Eastern Washington versus the Puget Sound is much higher right now. West Texas is very high. Alaska is very high. Oregon's very high. In contrast, the Seattle area and Los Angeles seem to be holding okay. I mean, they're on a rise, but not quite to the rise of some of our rural areas.
What do you think that is?
I think that people are taking it very seriously. I do. I think local leaders, school boards, governors are really taking this very seriously. And Governor Inslee decided to go into action pretty early so that we can blunt that spike we're seeing in Eastern Washington and really stop it from being a major spike.
Well, and then in the rural areas, why do you think we're having problems there?
Well, I think it's what we've been talking about all along, Carol. They've been a little less likely to adopt masking and distancing circumstances. Hopefully, we are moving now away from the political turmoil around safety and more into a scientific way of thinking. And I think, if you look across the country, I'm really optimistic that all of our governors now seem to be taking this very seriously.
And I'm curious what you think. We're waiting the president-elect Joe Biden to make some comments at any moment on the economy specifically, but his team has come down and said that they don't anticipate making any kind of universal lockdown at this point. How do you see it? You and your teams are on the front lines, and I do wonder, do you think that makes any kind of sense at this point in terms of trying to get ahead of the virus?
Well, I think that what President-elect Biden is trying to say is he plans to use the bully pulpit rather than try to force, mandates, which would end up in court. But imagine what a president can do if the president were simply urging us to let's all pull together and protect one another as a country because we're all one nation and we're all one large community. That will carry a lot of weight with Americans, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, I know we've had many conversations with you, and it's, not just about keeping yourself safe, but it's the whole idea of masks was really keeping others safe, right? And having a sense of community.
Yes, it's our neighbors. And, we can put aside the political party for a while and just say we are all Americans and we all are committed to protecting one another.
Dr. Roberts, one thing I wanted to ask you, and this was something my colleague Charlie Pellet mentioned, and my co-host Jason Kelly used to talk about, that the importance of schooling and getting people back to schools, which would allow people to get back to work, which would help reopen the economy. Schools, we've seen some great success stories, and we've seen some failures. Do you think the reopening of schools has created a problem and helped create that second wave when it comes to the virus?
I do worry about that. We know that children can be infected and have almost no symptoms. And so if those kids come home to their parents, or even worse, their grandparents who might be fairly ill chronically, that just spreads the illness further. And, it's funny, as we look now to the next 6-8 months and see that there's going to be vaccines as part of our armamentarium, it does make me wonder, do we need to rush to open our schools, especially as the holidays approach?
Yeah, I know. And it's interesting, we're seeing with a lot of schools potentially in this area, like kind of or thinking about the holidays. And I know my own daughter's school is having the kids stay home a week after Thanksgiving, and then during the holiday break in December, that they too again will be home for 2 weeks after the break, just to make sure that nobody comes back to school with the virus. Tell me what we have learned, Dr. Roberts, in the past 6 to 7 months. Man, when this all hit back in February, March, April, we didn't have the playbook, and I know we've talked about this with you, and we definitely have a better playbook now when it comes to treating patients that have COVID-19, different forms of treatment. Tell us what we have learned so that when a patient does ultimately get hospitalized, how things hopefully have improved in terms of what kind of treatments are out there, and hopefully that has improved their ultimate outcome.
Well, Carol, we've learned a whole lot. We've learned a tremendous amount about prevention. So we've talked about that. Masking, distancing. We have learned a whole lot about treatment with remdesivir, with corticosteroids for very sick patients in the hospital, nursing procedures to keep people breathing more effectively just by their posture in the hospitals and even at home. And now we're able to treat more patients at home so that we don't have to hospitalize them at all.
Is that where kind of where telehealth is coming in?
It is. I mean, we have been doing a lot of home monitoring of patients who are pretty symptomatic, but we can monitor their oxygen level at home, and if it starts to deteriorate, we can get them to the hospital right away. Saves the hospitals and keeps patients where they feel much safer.
Well,
we all feel safer at home, don't we?
Yeah, well, yeah. But it's so key, because I think one of the things we've talked about is you have those case numbers, right? And as they start to grow, the reason we all get nervous, and understandably so, is that those cases can quickly turn into hospitalizations that can quickly really stress a healthcare system. And so that's really fascinating to hear increasingly how you're able to have patients still stay at home, monitor them, right? But this way you don't kind of further tax the existing healthcare system and can kind of save it for those who really need it.
Exactly.
One thing go ahead.
I just want to say, I think we have learned an amazing amount about a new disease in a very short amount of time, and I think we should pause and think about that. We know how to prevent it. We're learning better how to treat it, and now we're figuring out how to vaccinate against it. Pretty impressive in less than a year.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. We've been having some conversations with global leaders like yourself, and that whole idea of, is there something that we will walk away with this that is kind of a bigger payoff in terms of tackling some of the world's really tough medical problems and health ailments? And is there a way to just think about a vaccine development, right? Normally a decade, we've reduced it to a year, and some people have said we could even reduce it even more by taking steps today. And so I do wonder how you think about the long-term impact of all of this.
Well, I think we'll have to debrief it. We're still in the middle of it, and I don't want to be overly optimistic because we still have many months of this pandemic to go. But as it starts to settle down later in 2021, maybe the second half of 2021, I think it behooves our Centers for Disease Control, our public health agencies, the World Health Organization, really to debrief what did we do well and what do we need to learn so that we can do better the next time, because there will be another one. This won't be the last.
Well, and that's a really good point. I mean, what do you think we've done well? What do you think we could have done just so much better on?
Well, I think the science has moved much faster than I expected it to move. And I do think these vaccines coming so quickly and with new technology, new vaccine technology, that's been amazing. I think our national leadership has not been what it could be. I don't think we're alone. I think many of our fellow countries' leaders have not stepped up, but some have.
Yeah, no, it's fascinating that you say that. And I was having a conversation with someone very key and high up when it comes to China's handling of COVID, and basically saying we took a lot of steps where we could lock down people, and we're doing the contact tracing and doing all of the testing, and yet we still continue to have some cases that come out. So there's quite a spectrum, right, in terms of how the playbooks that various nations dealt with it. But even so, it's been just a difficult virus to contain. So I want to just go back for a moment, and then we'll wrap up in just a moment too. But that whole reminder, as you said, we will have more pathogens, more viruses that we're going to have to deal with. And it's still a while before we get through this one.
Yes, it is. And remember, we're not that far away from the H1N1 flu epidemic during the Obama administration. So we can expect that there will be more. Maybe the next one won't be quite so deadly as COVID, but these new viruses that are emerging, I think we have to think of them as a way of life, as Bill Gates has talked about as well, that every few years we'll see something new come up, and we'll have to be even more ready for it the next time.
Yeah, no, exactly. One thing I did want to ask you, forgive me, I thought I was done, but I'm not. The supply chains, have they gotten better in terms of access to equipment and things that you need?
As of today, yes, we do a lot of predictive analytics, and we have been predicting this surge for probably 6 months. We knew this would be a bad winter. Right now, we feel like we have enough PPE, we have enough ventilators. Not sure about hospital beds and staffing. I think that depends on how we use our hospitals. But I think as best we can predict, we're in pretty good shape.
All right, we're going to leave it on that note. Listen, I thank you so much for your time today. Dr. Joanne Roberts, Chief Value Officer at Providence St. Joseph Health, massive healthcare system, one of the largest in the United States, joining us on the phone from Seattle. And their $25 billion system includes about 51 hospitals, 7 states, more than 800 clinics, and about 115,000 caregivers. And as I mentioned, they really were at the center of the virus in the United States from day one. And once again are dealing with a spike in states. But as we mentioned, we definitely have a bit of a playbook now. And we've learned how to deal with patients who come down with the coronavirus. And she talked a lot about keeping patients at home and being able to monitor them, especially those that are asymptomatic, and so that you can kind of save the systems, the healthcare systems, the healthcare facilities, and the healthcare professionals in the hospital for those that are the most serious cases. So good to get a check-in with her, especially on a day where we're watching Moderna so closely, and it is spiking because of its upbeat COVID-19 vaccine news. Let's get another check on your top business stories. Once again, over to Charlie Pellet.
Hi, thank you very much. Do want to begin with a developing story out of Geneva. An internal email obtained by the Associated Press shows that the World Health Organization has recorded 65 cases of the coronavirus among staff based at its headquarters, including 5 people who worked on the premises and were in contact with another. And in Massachusetts, the Massachusetts House is experiencing an uptick in the number of lawmakers and staffers testing positive for the disease caused by the coronavirus. 3 Massachusetts House lawmakers and 4 legislative employees have tested positive for COVID-19 in the past several days. This according to a series of emails sent to House members and staff over the weekend. It is an update on Wall Street here. Stocks gained after positive news from Moderna this morning on a COVID-19 vaccine, sending shares tied to an economic reopening higher, while stay-at-home technology companies lag behind. Example, we've got Zoom Video Communications dropping now by 2%. Among some of the work-at-home names, Microsoft, for example, is up 0.1%. The Dow, the S&P, Nasdaq, they're all higher right now, with the S&P advancing 30 points, up 0.9%. The Dow's up 362, up 1.2%. Nasdaq up 60. That is a gain of 0.5%. 10-year down 1/32, 10-year yield 0.89%. Gold down 0.1%, now down $1.60 the ounce at $18.87. And West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.9%, $41.29 a barrel. Moderna said today that its COVID-19 vaccine was 94.5% effective in a preliminary analysis of a large late-stage clinical trial, another sign that a fast-paced hunt by scientists and pharmaceutical companies is paying off with potent new tools that could help control a worsening pandemic. Moderna shares are up now by 10.9%. Germany's BioNTech is trading lower. It is down 15.4%. Pfizer, which you'll recall, had a similar announcement a week ago, trading lower as well, down now by 3.7%. Earlier today, Bloomberg Radio and Television caught up with the CEO of Moderna, Stefan Bancel, who said a big plus with his company's vaccine is the temperature at which the vaccine has to be transported and stored.
What is very important with today's news is we can now, for up to 30 days, have a vaccine stored in a regular fridge at 2 to 8 Celsius, like you do insulin. And as you know, every pharmacy, doctor's office, hospital has that capability. So we think it's a very important game changer.
Travel stocks are surging on the news. Carnival Corp up 9%, Royal Caribbean up 7.1%, Norwegian Cruise Line Holdings up by 7.2%. Stocks higher, recapping S&P up 28, up 0.8, the Dow up 348, up 1.2%, Nasdaq up 0.5%. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much for that update. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio. Now, President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, they are expected to speak about the economy any moment from now in Wilmington, Delaware. So as soon as they begin speaking, we'll take you there to listen to their comments. In the meantime, let's bring in Tyler Pager, national political reporter at Bloomberg, on the phone from Wilmington. Tyler, good to have you here with us. So we're waiting. We're anticipating some comments. What are we looking out for? What are we expecting the president-elect and his vice president-elect to possibly say today?
Yeah, thanks so much for having me. Mm-hmm. And with Biden and Harris speaking today, I don't know that we'll get too much new information from them in terms of what their economic policy will look like, but I think it'll obviously take on a little bit of extra weight now that he is the president-elect and she is the vice president-elect. I expect him to outline this agenda that he put out over the summer that they have called Build Back Better. It's a 4-plank, almost $3 trillion economic plan that hits various sectors of the economy and outlines the ways in which his administration will tackle challenges from manufacturing to climate change to the caring economy and education to addressing racial disparities in the economy. So I expect him to kind of give an overview of some of that, but really hit out his core message, which he emphasized on the campaign, is that he believes you cannot address the economic crisis until you get the health crisis under control.
Yeah, hand in hand, no doubt about it. I think most people wouldn't argue with that. But in the meantime, how much of it, though, is contingent, Tyler, on there being a democratically controlled Senate?
Yeah, I think a Democrat-controlled Senate would make Biden's life much easier in terms of the priorities that he wants to get across the finish line. And that's just an open question until the runoffs in Georgia in early January. But Biden has also fashioned himself as someone that is able to strike deals with Republicans. He has yet to talk with Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell, but he is in contact with Democrats on the Hill, and it remains to be seen in terms of how much he will be able to achieve when he takes office, depending on the control of the Senate, and also what happens in this lame duck session, whether or not Democrats and Republicans can agree to get a stimulus across the line, and how that might shape Biden's response when he takes office.
Yeah, it's interesting, and I guess why hasn't he talked with Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell?
So they haven't really given us too much detail on why not. I mean, Senator McConnell has yet to really acknowledge that Biden won the election, and so I figure that's playing a large factor in the lack of a conversation. McConnell has defended Trump's right to pursue legal action to try to overturn the results of the election. And so I think it's going to be hard for them to have a conversation about strategy until McConnell acknowledges that Biden is the president-elect. And that might take until, the GSA administrator certifies the results of the election or Trump finally concedes. Not sure either one of those are imminent.
How much, Tyler, is an infrastructure program expected to be a part of this big plan?
Yeah, so that's one of the planks of his of this Build Back Better agenda that he rolled out over the summer as a candidate for president, and really a big focus on American manufacturing and American infrastructure. That is one area where, throughout the Trump years has been seen as something that could be a bipartisan agreement, though that has not come to fruition. Biden, obviously known for loving Amtrak, the way he commuted to and from the Senate every day for his over 3 decades serving there, is someone that has harped on the importance of rebuilding and restoring American infrastructure around the country. So that is one of his priorities, and I imagine he will talk about that today as part of this agenda.
Hey, just quickly, just got about 40 seconds here. We are expected to hear, as I mentioned, from President-elect Joe Biden, but we're all also expected to hear from Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. What in particular are we expected to hear out of her? And just quickly.
Yeah, they haven't really given a preview, so I think we'll see her reiterate the vision that Joe Biden has set out, but not a whole new economic agenda coming from her or him. I think more of echoing each other about their vision for how to rebuild the American economy while also addressing what they see as structural inequities and inefficiencies to restore the American growth.
All right, going to leave it there, and we'll certainly check back with you in terms of whatever we hear out of the president-elect and vice president-elect. Tyler, thank you so much. Tyler Pager, on the ground in Delaware, our national political reporter here at Bloomberg News. Quick check on the markets for you, and we are definitely off our highs of the session, but still up across the board. S&P 500, a gain of about 30 points, up about 0.8%. Dow Jones Industrial Average, a rally of 359 points, good for a gain of 1.2%. And the Nasdaq, the laggard on a percentage basis, just up about 0.5%, good for a gain of about 59 points. Let's get another check on world and national news. For that, over to Nancy Lyons in D.C. Hey, Nance.
Hey, Carol. President-elect Joe Biden and Vice President-elect Kamala Harris, as you've been talking about, are in Wilmington, Delaware, where they will be outlining their plans for the economy in just minutes. Today's appearance marks the first time the two have publicly addressed the country's economic situation since winning the election. The economy was the top issue for voters in election exit polls. Well, President Trump is apparently coming to grips with his re-election defeat. This is according to aides and advisors, even though he continues to tweet that he's won. But yesterday, he started a tweet with "he won," and then went on to describe unfounded election abuses. But even fellow Republicans say that's a possible concession. Trump's national security advisor, Robert O'Brien, said during an economic forum that it looks as if the Biden-Harris ticket will be determined to be the winner. Drug maker Moderna says its coronavirus vaccine is 94% effective in the latest trials. It follows last week's news that Pfizer and BioNTech saw progress with their vaccine. America's top infectious disease expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, told NBC's Today Show he's extremely hopeful.
So now we have two vaccines that are really quite effective. So I think this is a really strong step forward to where we want to be about getting control of this outbreak.
Fauci says vaccinations could begin in the second half of December with high-risk groups, then possibly by spring for the rest of the population. Well, the coronavirus is taking away part of what makes Christmas special. NORAD will have fewer volunteers this year to track Santa as he makes his way around the world to deliver toys to all the good girls and boys. NORAD says a recorded update on Santa's location will be available to those who cannot reach a volunteer. Global news 24 hours a day on air and on Bloomberg Quick Take, powered by more than 2,700 journalists and analysts in more than 120 countries. Now back to you, Carol.
All right, Nancy, thank you so much. Nancy Lyons in our D.C. studio. Back with me is Charlie Pellet of Bloomberg News. So, Charlie, if someone paid you to get the COVID-19 vaccine, would you do it?
Without a doubt, I'd go one step further. If they're offering 1,000, I'd take 800 to get to the front of the line. And if it took me down to 200, 100, why wouldn't I want to do that? You got to.
Wait, would you do it without getting paid?
Of course, even more enthusiastically so, because it is an important thing to do. And yes, if invited, I would do it for research as well.
Yeah, it's fascinating because this is picking up momentum. There's a lot of folks writing about this. This is a great story. Can I just put out there? It's in Bloomberg Business Week magazine. It's by Peter Coy, economics editor.
Peter Coy is the kind of a guy that when you don't want to be in a bar with Peter Coy. I'll tell you why. You'd rather be at a cocktail party so you can actually talk to him and listen to him.
He's the guest you want at a cocktail party sitting next to you.
Without a doubt. And I think if you asked 100 people in this company, you'd get 100 people who would enthusiastically say yes.
Well, listen, this is a great story. It's something that, you're right, it's like you play a game and you're like, what would you guys, let's play a game. Would you do this? Would you not? What are the arguments for or not? But listen, there are polls out there. A Harris poll found that only 58% of respondents said that they would get vaccinated as soon as a vaccine was available, down from 69% who said so back in mid-August. And apparently this concept of paying people to take care of themselves, you know, it's something that was going on before COVID-19. Many companies waive or reduce health insurance premiums for people who participate in wellness programs. And there have been many experiments with people or paying people to stop smoking or lose weight. So it's not a completely new concept. It's just kind of rolling it out in 2020 COVID-19 style.
And also, too, as Peter and the economist that he quotes in the story, you've got to look at what the cost is of COVID-19 to the economy. And this winds up being a whole lot cheaper.
Well, that's right. They say this economist, he's a Brookings Institution non-resident senior fellow, and he said if 270 million Americans got paid $1,000 each, the total of 270 billion would be just a fraction of what the federal government has spent and will spend to deal with the economic fallout of pandemic. So I'm kind of nerdy. I like numbers. I like math. I'm into economics. Like that, to me, is so clear, Charlie.
Well, let me ask you the question that we started with. Would you get paid to take the shot?
I am going to wait for the science, and I will trust the scientists and all the clearances.
Even with the announcements last week from Pfizer, today from Moderna.
I will wait for, I want the FDA, and as Dr. Fauci says, you know, FDA and independent scientists and pharmaceutical folks, once they say it's so good, I'm good.
You know what? We can wrap up the segment with me boosting the number from 1,000 to 5,000 to 10,000. At some point, I'm going to find your number.
No. Nope, don't have a price. All right, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. And we did mention at the top of our broadcast that there is a fair amount of investor enthusiasm today over Moderna's COVID-19 vaccine. And just 1 week ago, we saw the same kind of reaction, although a little bit more, I would say. We had quite a rally when we heard about Pfizer's virus vaccine progress. Not to be a Debbie Downer here, but as Bloomberg News health reporter James Patton points out, the remarkable vaccine results leave a lot of questions still unanswered. James joining us on the phone in London, along with Bloomberg Business Week editor Joel Weber on the phone in Brooklyn. Joel, I'm not trying to be a Debbie Downer, but even with this news, we realize there's still a lot we got to get through.
Yeah, and you know, James and Bob Langworth wrote this story actually just sort of right off the heels of the Pfizer news, and then the Moderna stuff happened today, obviously, and I still think that all the stuff that they raised in their story remains relevant today.
Totally.
And you know, the one that I think is the elephant in the room is one that I think, Carol, just playing off of what you just said, I think everyone is really interested in, which is how long will this efficacy last?
Right.
So I'll kick it over to Mr. Patton with that. What other question? Let's talk about that question, but I'm also interested in the other unknowns that you know, we as journalists are asking about and will continue to ask about as the race for a vaccine continues.
So, James, tell us about all of that. Is James with us?
No.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay?
Oh, we do. Yep, thanks. Just a little technical snafu. So,
That's right.
Joe brought up some really good points. I mean, the efficacy, how long it lasts if we get a vaccine, that's one of the big ones. Talk about that and James, some of the other things that you guys wrote about.
Well, as Joel mentioned, one of the big questions is how long that protection is going to last. We simply don't know the answer to that or when the immunity could wear off. So we don't know how often people may need to get booster shots down the road. That's a significant question. Researchers are, also waiting for more data on the vaccine's ability to prevent not just serious illness, but infections and to stop people from passing it on to others. So, we've seen 2 press releases from Pfizer and its German partner BioNTech, and now from Moderna. And these are hugely promising, and the results are extraordinary. But we don't, have all the data yet that experts need to assess these products. They're still waiting for some key safety data. The people who ultimately receive the vaccines will need to be tracked, for many months to monitor safety. So, there are, not to mention the issues. I mean, you were talking about vaccine hesitancy, how many people are actually going to take vaccines once they're rolled out, the production and logistics, storage, distribution, all of those issues remain. So, again, we have to keep in mind that what we're seeing in the past week is a big turning point, and this is really positive news. But we still have to wait to get answers to a bunch of these questions.
Okay, James, I want to ask specifically just, we had the Pfizer stuff last week. We've had the Moderna stuff today. I'm wondering how much we should be reading into the differences between those 2 vaccines so far, since that's, one of those other questions that remains sort of unanswered, but very of the moment. How are you looking at the differences between them?
Yeah, well, it's a good question. I mean, the obvious similarity is that both of these rely on this novel technology known as messenger RNA. So that is an approach that's never been used before to develop an approved vaccine, and a number of others are using very different approaches. But one of the things they actually have in common is many of these vaccines under development are targeting, everyone's heard of the spike protein now, and that actually bodes well for many of the others as well, like AstraZeneca and its partner, University of Oxford, that are going to have data coming soon. But there is also a distinction between the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines in terms of storage, and so that is that's another one that people are going to be closely following, because that could, especially in the case of the Pfizer vaccine, that could slow things down a bit.
Well,
and actually, just to be very specific there, James,
go ahead.
Tell us about the specific differences there, because the Pfizer one obviously requires a cold storage that's colder than my fridge.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, today, what was interesting is, and this is a positive development. The company pointed to data that basically shows that the vaccine is stable at refrigerator temperatures for 30 days. Now, that is much longer than previously estimated, and that is very important because of those storage and distribution issues that we're talking about that are seen as big challenges. So, Pfizer's vaccine needs to be stored at these ultra cold temperatures until a few days before it's used. And so those are important distinctions between the 2. I think in the case of the Moderna vaccine, it can be kept in freezers, though it doesn't need the same kind of facilities that the Pfizer vaccine will need ultimately. So that's a big issue down the track.
James, one of the parts of your and Bob's story that I find fascinating is, let's not forget that governments have been making deals with pharmaceutical companies about who gets what and how much. And I can just see the stories in the future, You're in this country, great, you're set. If you're in this country, not so much. Like, I can just see it, how it's going to play out. I mean, that's a big part of this.
Absolutely. That's going to be a big issue. We've seen the U.S. and the European Union and the U.K., where I am, those governments have been, particularly aggressive in signing advanced deals with all the manufacturers. So, in recent months, we've seen, just a string of supply deals, and that's sparked a lot of concern in the rest of the world. Worries that other countries will be left behind, but there are huge efforts underway led by WHO and Gavi and others on a program to sort of ensure the equitable distribution of vaccines all over the planet, to both rich and poor countries. But clearly, the U.S., EU, the U.K., especially, are in a pretty good position here because they've done deals. In the case of the U.S., they've funded a lot of these vaccines, although Pfizer has said that it didn't get any funding to develop the vaccine. So, that's going to be really interesting to watch that play out.
James, you cover this day in, day out for months now. I'm curious, what are the unanswered questions that you're still intrigued by that we haven't touched on yet?
Yeah, so I mean, I think we have touched on some of the big ones. I think in general, coming up with a vaccine would be a huge feat, but then just the broader deployment, when it comes to vaccinating hundreds of millions of people or possibly several billion people around the world. I mean, that is going to be a massive challenge. I mean, we haven't gotten into really the issue of hesitancy. It's a volatile one in some areas of the world. We see support in other places. Polls show like maybe only half of some populations will support a COVID vaccine. There's a lot of concern about political interference and just the sheer the pace at which all of these vaccines are moving ahead, and that's making people nervous. So it's not just the traditional anti-vaccine movement we're talking about, but broader doubts. So I think that is going to be a lot of the focus is going to start to shift to that and public education and how health authorities and governments and companies can get people on board.
Right. It's going to be education, or it's going to be cold, hard cash, as Peter Coy wrote about for Bloomberg Business Week about, making the case for paying people to get a COVID-19 vaccine. I mean, I don't know what you're hearing, but I do wonder, James, if it's going to come down to something like that.
Yeah, well, it's interesting. I mean, there's been a debate over like mandates, for instance. Should people be like, whether it's healthcare workers or others, should people be required to take a vaccine? And at least some of the people I've talked to and some of the research I've looked at indicates that that's not a good idea. That the best thing you can do is to persuade people to do it because it's the right thing to do, because ultimately this is what is going to stop the virus, right? If you have if the virus continues to circulate in some parts of the world, then a lot of these vaccine advocates point out then that everyone's vulnerable because the virus can continue to spread. So if you have a vaccine, if these vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna ultimately deliver and are more than 90% effective, obviously that's going to be a huge plus, right? Because part of hesitancy will boil down to how good the vaccines are, right? If we're talking about a vaccine that's seen as highly effective and safe, that's definitely going to boost up. It can have a positive, play a positive role.
Right. Maybe a world where, we're taking multiple vaccines, different vaccines. I mean, I know from everyone I've been talking to, including the Moderna CEO and also a key individual over in China. I mean, the expectations, we just got off with Dr. Roberts out on the West Coast out in Seattle, Washington, which is really ground zero, or where the first case of COVID was. I mean, we are going to be dealing with this for some time, and so it's going to take a while. And so the kind of rolling out of vaccines or multiple vaccines, it's really going to be, James, ultimately quite a process.
Definitely. And even if we have, you alluded to it, but even if we have a vaccine that's approved before the end of the year, which would be, a remarkable accomplishment given this virus, only emerged within the past year. I mean, this would smash all records for vaccine development. But even if we have that, that doesn't mean that the pandemic, will end overnight, obviously, right? I mean, all these measures like masks and social distancing and other, public health tools, according to many of the specialists we're talking to, the public health experts are saying that, those are going to have to remain in place for quite some time to control this virus. So, this is hugely positive and encouraging news of the past week, but we just have to keep in mind, all those questions that remain.
Hey, James, we've talked, 1 week ago, we were talking so much about Pfizer. We've obviously talked a lot about what's been going on in the UK as well, Moderna today. What other companies are kind of on your radar when it comes to vaccines that are going to really be crucial in the COVID-19 fight?
Yeah, well, focus now is on those companies. The next one to keep an eye on is AstraZeneca. I think I mentioned it earlier, but AstraZeneca, the UK drug makers, working with Oxford University, which at one point was seen as probably like the front runner globally. It slipped a bit because its trial was halted in the U.S. for several weeks, actually. But they're going to have data soon, so they could be the next one to look at. Obviously, the pressure's on now, given these two back-to-back positive results. So they'll be a key one. And then beyond that, there are dozens of others around the world. I mean, Johnson & Johnson and Merck, big U.S. pharma companies are ones to watch. And there are a bunch of companies, too, like GlaxoSmithKline, Sanofi, the French pharmaceutical giant,
right,
that have interesting plans in the works. And a lot of these companies, too, are hoping, even if they're not the first vaccines or among the first couple of vaccines, they're hoping to play a role in kind of the second generation of vaccines and potentially looking at the longer term. So, those are probably the next ones that are on our minds.
Hey, one last question. Just have to ask you, whatever happened, just quickly, to the Chinese and Russian vaccines?
Yeah, well, we tend to focus so much on the U.S. and European vaccines, but our colleagues, in Asia and in Russia have been all over, covering those vaccines as well.
Mm-hmm.
And we don't have as much, the data from Russia, for instance, is pretty limited, but we shouldn't underestimate, the Russians or the Chinese here. I mean, the Chinese have a number of candidates that are in late stage testing that have already, they're already being rolled out pretty aggressively. So we'll just have to keep a close eye on that. But the Russians as well, they've had some promising data out recently. I think it's based on a limited number of participants and people thus far. But there could be multiple vaccines that are ultimately successful. And many people point out that to beat this crisis, we'll need a number of vaccines as well.
Well, we're going to leave it there, James, but thank you so much. Your reporting and the reporting that we've been doing here at Bloomberg News, the whole team really has given us all a front row seat to this process and really given us so much insight about what it takes to create a vaccine of this magnitude. James Patton, he's health reporter at Bloomberg News, joining us on the phone from London. Our thanks to Jill Weber as well, editor at Bloomberg Business Week on the remote access from Brooklyn. We do want to get another check on your top business stories, another check on that trading day. Let's turn things over to Charlie Pellet.
I thank you very much. And here's what's going on. We move into the final hour of trading. Stocks higher across the board. Do want to begin, though, with a headline out of Peru. Peru's Dr. Francisco Sagasti is poised to win a congressional vote there, becoming president. So again, Peru's Dr. Francisco Sagasti poised to win a congressional vote. Stocks gaining after positive news on a COVID-19 vaccine, sending shares tied to an economic reopening higher, while stay-at-home tech companies lag behind. Zoom, perfect example. Zoom Video Communications down now by 1.7%. Stocks advanced after positive news on that COVID-19 vaccine from Moderna. Moderna shares up now by 10.1%. The S&P is up 28, a gain of 0.8%. The Dow is up 349. That is a gain of 1.2%. Nasdaq up now by 46. For Nasdaq, a gain of just about 0.4%. We've got the 10-year down 230 seconds. 10-year yield holding at 0.90%. Gold down 222 the ounce at 1886. For gold, that is a drop of 0.1%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 3.2%, 41.42 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Companies poised to benefit from a reopening, such as cruise lines and airlines, are outperforming today. Among some of the airline names, UAL, United Airlines Holdings, is flying higher by 4.8%. American Airlines Group up 4%, Delta up 3.5%, Southwest up now by 2.7%. Well, as for markets and the economy, Erin Brown is portfolio manager at PIMCO, and she was interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Television and Radio.
We've now recovered a fairly significant amount in terms of the economic data. Personal income's up since the pre-pandemic levels. We've seen an extraordinary amount of monetary and fiscal policy be pumped into the system, and we have an end goal in sight with news of the vaccine.
And again, recapping stocks higher, S&P up 26, up 0.7. I'm Charlie Pellet. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week. I'm Carol Masser in our Bloomberg Interactive Brokers studio. As we mentioned, a lot going on this Monday. We just talked a little bit about the COVID-19 vaccine developments. Charlie's been covering it as well. We're going to hear a little bit later on in our broadcast from Moderna's CEO, Stefan Bancel. Our Bloomberg TV team caught up with him earlier today, so we'll hear more of that interview and about today's developments. Also on the virus, we're going to continue to talk about some of the implications and how it makes us think about healthcare and wellness. And we're going to check with an entrepreneur and investor who's making wellness investments. We'll get to him a little bit later on as well. Art Bilger is going to be with us too, founder and CEO at Working Nation. They're going to talk about, or he is specifically, on the challenges facing U.S. workers. The Bloomberg New Economy Forum is underway, and they did a panel basically at looking at workers around the globe, looking at those frontline workers specifically who were deemed essential during the virus, and yet in many ways are often workers who are not paid a lot of money, do not have much of a safety net, and don't have a lot of benefits. So we're going to talk a little bit about workers specifically. And I got to say, it's one of the year's class of successful IPOs. It was featured in the magazine earlier this year. It's backed by tech billionaire Peter Thiel. Some call it the Magic Mushroom Company. We're going to check in with Compass Pathways Chairman, CEO, and co-founder George Goldsmith. He'll be joining us shortly. And then we've got the Secret Club for Billionaires who care about climate change. It is among our most read stories on the Bloomberg. It's by reporter Ben Steverman. So looking forward to getting back to that. Do want to bring in Charlie Pellet once again. Charlie, watching the trade, we're off our highs of the day. Some enthusiasm about the Moderna news, but it's definitely not as enthusiastic as we heard from Dave and Vince Signorella earlier as it was Monday when we got the Pfizer news. And do we have Charlie Pellet?
About 4 points down by 3.7%. And the other big story too, BioNTech out of Germany, that share, that company dropping today by 15%. Listen, I just want to go back to where we were roughly 25 minutes ago. My final, not my final offer. It was $5,000 for a COVID test last time around. I'm upping it to 20, and I'm going to throw in something else. If you don't take the test, you're going to lose your health benefits.
You're going to lose your health benefits. Can they do that?
I'm asking the question right there. I mean, we've got a global crisis, and do we need tougher times? Do we need tougher restrictions?
Well, listen, I think what most folks have said, and I've had these conversations, I think you have too, about the anti-vacciners, or what do they call them, vaxxers?
Vaxxers.
Yeah. Basically those are people who felt that way before COVID, and that's kind of a group set onto its own. And then you have people who've kind of been on the fence a little bit and trying to figure out, feeling conflicted about the information flow when it comes to a virus, feeling that the process has been sped up. We've heard from Dr. Anthony Fauci. We've heard from others who basically said, once the FDA signs off, I believe there's also an independent scientific and medical panel that also agrees that this is safe, then Dr. Fauci said he would take it, and I think people will feel a lot more confident. The other thing is, Charlie, no doubt about this, as people out in our population start to take the vaccine and there's no problems, I think you will have kind of a herd mentality, if you will, about the efficacy and safety of the vaccine. And listen, they're going to have to be very careful in terms of who they roll it out to, right? They're going to have to watch certain populations. I mean, that is something that they are aware of and will be really careful.
You're so right. This past week I was off. I was on a non-vacation, had great vacation plans. What did I end up doing?
Staying
at home. You can't go out with friends. You can't go to a Broadway show. You can't go to a museum. So, but one of the things I did do was able to go to doctors, and I put the question to both doctors that I chatted with about vaccines. They plan to take it first to assure their patients that the vaccines are going to be safe. The theory.
But what are they waiting for? What's the sign off that they want to make sure before they take it?
It's got to be in refrigerators in their offices first, right?
Yeah.
Hey, Carol, I just do want to pass along a couple of headlines for our listeners in California. California is moving the governor out there, Governor Gavin Newsom, moving much of California into the most restrictive tier. Developing moments ago, says that order is taking effect tomorrow. The governor saying, quote, "We are sounding the alarm." So California is certainly ratcheting things up a notch.
Well, and I think that goes back to, listen, Dr. Joanne Roberts, who we spoke to over at Providence St. Joseph Health, said that where you're starting to really see the problems in a lot of the rural areas of the country, and he said that's where you're not necessarily seeing people abide by wearing masks and social distancing, that the cities have been very smart, right? We saw how bad it can get and how quickly it can get, and I do think you're seeing in major cities, whether it's in California and elsewhere, that when you start to see the numbers trend higher, we're seeing it in New Jersey, we're seeing it in New York again, that you start to kind of pull back on society again to just kind of slow down the process and hopefully rein it in again.
Yeah, and indeed, I liked her quote when during your conversation she compared it to war and pointed out, what options do you have during war? And if things aren't ready, you got to move ahead anyway. Just want to pass along an additional headline out of California because, as Governor Newsom mentioned, quote, "We're sounding the alarm," but also ordering a rollback of COVID rules. Again, Newsom is moving much of California into the most restrictive tier.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that certainly seems to be the kind of where our world is going. Hey, Charlie Pellet, thank you so much. Really appreciate an update and you bringing us those headlines. We mentioned the markets. We're definitely off our highs of the day, still up about 1% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, up about 0.2% on the S&P, and the Nasdaq just up about 0.3%. So some of the earlier enthusiasm over that news from Moderna fading just a little bit. Let's bring in Bloomberg News cross-asset reporter Sarah Ponczak. She joins us on the phone right now. Sarah, here we are, another Monday. We got some more news about a COVID-19 vaccine, but I do feel like investors a little bit more wary this time around.
They are a little bit more wary this time around, but you have to take into perspective what we are coming off of. Last week, we got this unbelievable rally, especially in value stocks, cyclical stocks, small cap stocks, that coming off of what was also a strong rally post-election. So the fact that we are still seeing the S&P at a record today, we see the Dow Jones Industrial Average at a record today, it's still pretty remarkable that we continue to see these types of gains. But this is exactly what investors who have been latching on to your have-nots, your unloved stocks, value stocks for so long have been saying. The idea that you have had such a divergence in the stock market. If you looked at relative valuations of some of these very beaten down areas of the market, we had seen almost record divergence, for example, between value and growth stocks. So they're saying this is the time. We are seeing that finally start to reconcile itself. The two sides of the market come close together once again. But still, you look at the Nasdaq holding on to the green today.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, so it's not completely coming undone. I mean, listen, I think investors, just like all of us, here we are 7-8 months into and counting COVID-19, we learn a little bit, right? And I think last Monday we had a lot of enthusiasm just to see that we made great progress with one of the vaccine candidates and companies that are out there. But we learned a lot throughout the week, right? And understood, that it's going to take time still. The testing isn't completely done. Then there's distribution. And so all of this takes time. And even with all of the enthusiasm, so that when the news comes out today from Moderna, we're like, yeah, okay, I get it, but it's still going to take time.
Right, and a notable call on that front, Cantor Fitzgerald issuing a call today saying that they're actually turning tactically bearish on equities. And
really?
Yeah, and the reasoning for that is they say over the long term, they still believe that we are going to see strong upside. However, tactically, on a short-term basis, they're now calling for a sell-off. The idea, the reasons being that we continue to see this rise in COVID-19 cases and hospitalizations and restrictions, as you were just discussing with Charlie. At the same time, what are the economic implications of that? At the same time, we have pretty bullish sentiment and positioning in the market. If you look at some recent surveys, they have all been pretty darn bullish. And then also technical indicators, and they say, look, the positive vaccine news is now behind us. So if that is the positive news that we have been looking for, well, what comes next?
Well, and what's interesting is I just talked with our Bloomberg Business Week editor, Joel Weber, and also our Bloomberg News reporter, James Patton, out in London, who's been really covering all of this, all of the developments from the specific pharmaceutical companies, along with Bob Langrath in Bloomberg Business Week magazine and Bloomberg News specifically. And the point is, it's going to be multiple vaccines. So you've got Pfizer, you've got Moderna, you've got AstraZeneca of the UK. He said that's one of the next ones to watch. He goes, there's dozens of others around the world also watching what's going on in Russia, specifically in terms of their vaccine. So it's multiple players, and we know that it's going to be not just one magic silver bullet. It's going to be multiple steps. It's a journey, right? In terms of getting kind of the necessary treatments that we need to treat the world when it comes to COVID-19. We're talking about the developed world and the developing world.
Right, and it really is amazing, and we don't actually know the answers to this question yet, but does that mean that we will be able to get the vaccine sooner rather than later? And what are the implications there then for economic growth and markets? But it's so interesting to me. You look at Pfizer today, down 3.7%. We are going to have multiple vaccines. As you said, Pfizer's actually down on the year, down 5%. Meanwhile, you look at a Moderna, which is at more than 350%. So we have two effective vaccine candidates here, and a dispersion, a divergence between the two of more than 350 percentage points, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, that is really, interesting, the gap between the two. You said something about kind of the economic outlook as well. I don't know if you saw this story about Morgan Stanley making a call basically and saying the world economy is on track for a synchronous rebound that will gain traction from March 2021 onwards. And so they're talking about the next phase of the V. They obviously think it's a V-shaped economy. We know last week we were talking about a W, especially because of the second wave of the virus. But you do, I don't know if you do this, and I know the Bloomberg New Economy Forum that's underway is having conversations with global leaders, about what's to come. And we know so much is contingent on what happens with the virus, getting a vaccine, kind of moving forward. But I do wonder when it all comes together, how strong the economic bounce back might ultimately be. And I would assume, for the most part, if everyone's able to kind of access the vaccine and the treatments, that you do almost see this synchronized recovery.
Right, and optimism is a growing consensus, you could say now. I know people who I spoke to earlier in the year who are relatively bearish are all kind of giving in now and saying that they do believe that we are going to see this strong synchronized economic recovery. And when you think about what's changed now between the beginning of the year and now, and when I say the beginning of the year, I'm talking before COVID-19 really came to the U.S., took a toll on markets, took a toll on the economy too. Back then, we were still talking about an economic recovery that was long in the tooth. And without COVID-19, people were still questioning when their recovery would end. Well, now you ask what's different, because it seems like what has changed has been to
Sarah, I have to jump in, because talking about the economy, and which is what we've been talking about in markets and the virus, is the Vice President-elect Kamala Harris. She's speaking right now in Delaware. Let's take you there.
Who have risked their own health and the health of their families, and many whom have given their own lives to keep us safe and keep our economy running. And we all know that this pandemic and this recession have hit communities of color particularly hard. Black Americans and Latinos are 3 times as likely to contract COVID as others and more likely to die. Native Americans are more than 4 times as likely to be hospitalized as others. And last month, the unemployment rate for Black Americans was almost twice the rate of others. And we have also had a conversation about the impact this pandemic has had on our economy as a whole, from the Fortune 500 to the small businesses that so many communities rely on. Over the past few months, on the campaign trail, the President-elect and I saw that impact firsthand. In state after state, we met with workers who shared their struggles and told us about their pain. Essential workers who have had to stay on the job, even as they worry about their family's well-being and their own. Small business owners who are dipping into their own savings to make payroll and keep their doors open. And many others who've had to close their doors and fear never reopening at all. Their stories have stayed with us, and the President-elect and I are focused on building our country back better for them and all Americans. And as I said the night we won this election, now is when the real work begins, the necessary work, the good work of getting this virus under control, saving lives, and beating this pandemic, and opening our economy responsibly while rebuilding it so that it works for working people. And we will do it by protecting the health and safety of our workers and creating millions of good-paying union jobs, from auto and construction jobs to domestic workers and caregiving jobs to service and hospitality jobs. The road ahead, it will not be easy, but the President-elect and I are hitting the ground running because we all know the challenges facing America today are great. The American people deserve no less, and we don't have a moment to waste. And now it is my incredible and great honor to introduce our President-elect, Joe Biden.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Vice President Harris and I, as she indicated, just met with a group of America's top business leaders and labor leaders. And I must tell you, it reinforced what I thought from the beginning. We're ready to come together. The unity was astounding. I want to go back and talk about the people who actually participated in that. I'm going to list all the people who, just so you know who we spoke with. Number one, there was Mary Barra, CEO of General Motors, Brian Cornell, CEO of Target, Mr. Nadell, CEO of Microsoft, Rory Gamble, President of the UAW, Mary Kay Henry, President of SEIU, Mark Perrone, President of the UFCW, Lee Saunders, President of AFSCME, and Sonia Singhal, President of GAP, Richard Trumka, President of the AFL-CIO. It was really encouraging, quite frankly, to get people, business and labor, together, agreeing on the way forward, which I'm convinced the American people will be ready to do when they hear what we have in mind. And I'm very pleased that they all came together around the same table to advance areas of common ground, and we agreed we're going to continue these conversations. They represent very different perspectives, but I'm convinced that we can all come together around the same table to advance areas of common ground, which are really, I wish you could have all heard the conversation. It was really encouraging. And that's what we were ready to discuss today. We all agreed that we want to get the economy back on track. We need our workers to be back on the job by getting the virus under control. We're going in a very dark winter. Things are going to get much tougher before they get easier. And that requires sparing no effort to fight COVID so that we can open our businesses safely, resume our lives, and put this pandemic behind us. It's going to be difficult, but it can be done. And they all agreed. That means rallying the country behind a national strategy with robust public health measures like mandatory masking, widely available testing with rapid results, scaled-up production of life-saving treatments and therapeutics, and safe, equitable, and free distribution of the vaccine. It's great news that Moderna and Pfizer have each come up with vaccines that are in excess of 90% effectiveness. And getting the vaccine and a vaccination, though, are two different things. Everyone on our call today and our Zoom today agreed that the sooner we have access to the administration's distribution plan, the sooner this transition would be smoothly moved forward. And, you know, as we battle COVID, we also make sure the business and workers have the tools, the resources, the national guidance, and health and safety standards to operate safely. And we can do that. We can bring Democrats and Republicans together, work with business and labor to deliver those necessary resources. And for millions of Americans who've lost hours and wages or have lost their jobs, we all agreed on our call that we can deliver immediate relief and it need be done quickly. Affordable health care for millions of people who have lost it or are in danger of losing it. Child care, sick leave, family leave, so workers don't have to choose between work and family. Corporate America agreed on this today, the folks on the call. We need support of to support small businesses and entrepreneurs that are the backbone of our communities, but are teetering on the edge. And we all agreed on the urgent need for funding for states and localities to keep frontline workers and essential workers on the job. Vital public services, running law enforcement offices, educators, first responders, like we did in the Recovery Act of 2009, saving literally millions of jobs. There's a reason why the federal government is able to run a deficit, because the states must balance their budgets, and they're in real trouble. You're going to see hundreds of thousands of police officers, firefighters, first responders, mental health clinics. You're going to see them going out of business. Right now, Congress should come together and pass a COVID relief package like the HEROES Act that the House passed 6 months ago. Once we shut down the virus and deliver economic relief to workers and businesses, then we can start to build back better than before. We talked about how we have an opportunity to come out of this stronger, more resilient than we were when we went in. And I wish you could have heard corporate leaders and the major labor leaders singing this from the same hymnal here. Throughout the campaign, I laid out my Build Back Better plan. We laid out our plan. That an independent analysis put out by Moody's, a well-respected Wall Street firm, projected would create 18.6 million jobs. We talked about the need to own the electric vehicle market. We talked about climate a lot, building 550,000 charging stations, creating over 1 million good-paying union jobs here at home. The need for a federal government to invest more in clean energy research. You know, it's based on a simple premise. It's time to reward work, not just wealth in America. We're going to have a fair tax structure that makes sure the wealthiest among us and corporations pay their fair share. Our plan will create millions of good-paying union jobs in manufacturing, building the vehicles, products, technologies that we're going to need for the future to compete with the rest of the world. From autos to our stockpiles, we're going to buy American. No government contract will be given to companies that don't make their products here in America. To secure our position as a global leader in research and development, we're going to invest $300 billion in the most critical, competitive new industries and technologies, creating 3 million good-paying jobs. And the corporate American technology firms like Microsoft on the call, they all agreed. We can make sure our future is made here in America. And that's good for business, and it's good for American workers. We can also modernize our infrastructure. Roads, bridges, ports, 1.5 million new affordable housing units, high-speed broadband we talked about, for every American household, which is more important than ever for remote learning, remote working, telemedicine in the 21st century. Building a digital infrastructure to help businesses, healthcare workers, first responders, and students. $100 billion to rebuild our crumbling schools. They talked about the need, the business community talked about the need to invest in HBCUs and community colleges. Retrofitting 4 million new buildings, or old buildings, retrofitting them, making them new. weatherizing 2 million homes, building more climate-resilient cities and towns. These investments will specifically target communities of colors so we can break the cycle where in good times they lag, and in bad times they get hit first and the hardest, and in recovery it's the toughest to bounce back. These are the kinds of investments that are going to strengthen our economy and our competitiveness, create millions of jobs, union jobs, and in doing so, we'll respect the dignity of work and empower the voice of workers. You've heard me say it before. My dad, when he lost his job in Scranton, eventually moved to Wilmington and got a good job. He'd say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity, respect, your place in the community. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, everything's going to be okay. When we build back better, we'll do so with higher wages, including a $15 minimum wage nationwide, better benefits, stronger collective bargaining rights that you can raise a family on. That's how we build back the middle class better than ever. That's how we make sure workers are treated with the dignity and respect they deserve. I can go on. You can tell I was very encouraged by our conversation. But the point is this. There's so much we can do. The only way we do any of this is if we work together. I know we can do this. For example, on the call, I made it clear to the corporate leaders. I said, I want you to know I'm a union guy. Unions are going to have increased power. They just nodded. They understand. It's not anti-business. It's about economic growth, creating good paying jobs. 11 years ago, when Barack and I took office during the Great Recession and implemented the Recovery Act that saved us from another Great Depression, we didn't see a map in red and blue states. It was the United States of America. We didn't care whether the city had voted for us or against us. The state voted for us or against us. We worked with everyone, and we recovered and rebuilt together as one nation. We can do this again. The refusal of Democrats and Republicans to cooperate with one another is not due to some mysterious force beyond our control. It's a conscious decision. It's a choice that we make. If we can decide not to cooperate, then we can decide to cooperate. I believe this is in part the mandate from the American people, part of the mandate they gave us. They want us to cooperate. They want us to deliver results. And the choice that Kamala and I will make is that we're going to do that. That's why I'm so pleased today we were able to bring together business and labor leaders to make the choice jointly with us. We're all Americans. Now let's get to work. As I've said many times, thank you, may God bless you, and may God protect our troops. I understand now I'm going to take some questions. Megan, fire away.
Thank you, President-elect Biden, Vice President-elect.
Look in the wrong direction, sorry.
Good to see you. I want to start with a question about your pandemic planning and then a question about your economic plan. You spoke about the need to access the outgoing administration's COVID vaccine distribution plans. What do you see as the biggest threat to your transition right now, given President Trump's unprecedented attempt to obstruct and delay a smooth transfer of power?
More people may die if we don't coordinate. Look, as my Chief of Staff, Ron Klain, would say, who handled Ebola, the vaccine is important. It's of little use until you're vaccinated. So how do we get the vaccine? How do we get over 300 million Americans vaccinated? What's the game plan? It's a huge, huge, huge undertaking to get it done, prioritize those greatest in need, and working our way through it, and also cooperate with the World Health Organization and the rest of the world in dealing with this. And so they say they have this warp speed program that not only dealt with getting vaccines, but also how to distribute this. If we have to wait until January 20th to start that planning, it puts us behind over a month, month and a half. And so it's important that it be done, that there be coordination now or as rapidly as we can get that done.
On the economy, the Vice President-elect talked about having an economy that works for working people. One thing I didn't hear you talk specifically about is canceling student loan debt. Does student loan forgiveness figure in your plan? Would you take executive action to achieve it?
It does figure in my plan. I've laid out in detail. For example, the legislation passed by the Democratic House calls for immediate $10,000 forgiveness of student loans. It's holding people up. They're in real trouble. They're having to make choices between paying their student loan and paying their rent, those kinds of decisions. It should be done immediately. In addition to that, as you know, I think that everything from community college straight through to doubling Pell Grants to making sure that we have access, free education for anyone making under $125,000 for 4 years of college. And there is a program that exists now under the law that forgives student loans for being able to engaging in public service. I'm going to institute that fundamental change in that so it's able to be available to everyone that in fact is engaged. It's not being very well managed right now. So I'm going to do all of those things. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President-elect. You just spoke of some of the dangers of the president's continued stonewalling of this transition, but it doesn't appear that the president is going to come around anytime soon and admit defeat. So what are you going to do? What options do you have to try and ensure that you are ready to go on day one?
Deal with every individual organization in the country, from business to labor, Republicans and Democrats, to try to pull together a serious and consistent plan. So we're ready on day one, everything from staffing to ultimately naming cabinet members to moving along on coordinating with business and labor the COVID attack, how we're going to attack COVID. And so it would make it a lot easier if the president were to participate. You have a number of Republicans suggesting that. The good news here is my colleague is still in the Intelligence Committee, so she gets the intelligence briefings. I don't anymore. So that is, but there's a number of Republicans calling for that. I am hopeful that the president will be mildly more enlightened before we get to January 20th.
And what is your message to Republicans who are backing up the president's refusal to concede? You clearly need to work with them going forward.
My message is I will work with you. I understand a lot of your reluctance because of the way the president operates, but I've been in contact with and will be in contact with more of them as we move along. And if it has to wait until January 20th to get actually become operational, that's a shame, but maybe that's the only way to get it done. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. President-elect. And I want to kind of piggyback off of that. I want to get your thoughts on the president's tweet over the weekend where he first seemed to acknowledge that you won. Then he said he won't concede. Then he said, I won. How did you interpret that? And at the end of the day, do you want him to concede?
I interpret that as Trumpianism. No change in his modus operandi. I think the pressure will continue to build. Look, I'm having a lot of meetings with world leaders on the telephone. I cannot get into negotiating with them about things that are going to be done, but they're calling with some degree of enthusiasm. Everyone from the Holy Father to prime ministers across the globe. And so we're moving along knowing what the outcome will be. And as I said earlier, and I probably shouldn't repeat it, but I find this more embarrassing for the country than debilitating for my ability to get started.
And then secondly, I want to follow up with you on the vaccine. If the FDA gives emergency authorization to the Pfizer or Moderna vaccine in the coming weeks, will you get vaccinated? And if you're hesitant, why should any American have confidence in the vaccine?
Well, first of all, we'll see if that comes forward. And secondly, it's important that people who are in the greatest need get it. I wouldn't hesitate to get the vaccine. But I also want to set an example. But I wouldn't hesitate to get the vaccine if, in fact, Dr. Fauci and these two organizations, whether it's Moderna or Pfizer, who have been extremely responsible, conclude that it is safe and able to be done. Look, the only reason people question the vaccine now is because of Donald Trump. That's the reason why people are questioning the vaccine, because all the things he says and doesn't say, whether is it truthful, is it not truthful, the exaggerations. I think we're on a clear path now. We're on a clear path where the international community and national leaders in the scientific community have focused on these two vaccines. They appear to be ready for prime time, ready to be used. And if that continues along those roads, I would take the vaccine.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President-elect. You have been urging the American public to continue practicing social distancing and wearing a mask, but with cases skyrocketing across the country, do you think that more governors should be closing non-essential businesses and reinstating stay-at-home orders?
Look, it depends on the state. What I failed to mention earlier is the enormous respect I have for conservative Republican governors who stepped up and issued mandates for wearing masks. In North Dakota, the idea, one of the leaders in this area has been the Republican governor in Ohio. And in addition to the folks who've already been leading, like the governor of Michigan. The idea that president's now existing, remaining advisor on COVID is saying that they should resist. What the hell's the matter with these guys? What is the matter with them? Resist. Every major individual of